Hey there guys, it's Metro and we are back with another specialized stream. Today we're going to be taking a look at all the variety of information that's out there on the raid that's coming up in the next few days here, Castle Nathria. Brand new raid. First raid of the expansion is always, in my opinion, the hardest because there's so much stuff to do, with your character and so much progression ahead of you. You're oftentimes at the absolute bottom of the progression scale. It's gotten better in the last two expansions, but in the early days and like Wrath and all the way through Mob, I remember we'd walk into that raid and it'd be a struggle to even kill a single boss. So now obviously you have things like normal, you have things, more flexible difficulties that you could practice on. You could run the raid multiple times in the first week if you wanted to, but still I find the best way to prepare for the raid is always to kind of have a study session beforehand. Typically I would have done this tonight, be in bed looking through all the different guides and stuff. But I talked about it a bunch on stream and people were like, oh, they were hinting that maybe they could learn from it too. And I think you're going to be surprised at how many different resources there are. We're going to go over, I think it's 7 different text-only resources. And then, of course, there's all these videos. A lot of people make a lot of videos. And typically, I would say a video is the best way to learn for something like this. But this time around, I'm going to say the opposite. I think having a short text-based something that you could refer to easily without having to watch the whole video again is going to be very, very important, especially if you're in some kind of leadership position. Being able to quickly recite a paragraph is going to help a lot. Unfortunately, myself as a raid leader, I know a lot of the raidership is just not going to study up on it. So I need to know the condensed version and the long version. So when we get into the fight, however many pulls in, I can explain what's going wrong. But at the beginning, I can give a brief overview so we're not constantly going into fights blind. Like that's how we used to do it. We used to just go I used to call it dry pulls, where we literally just go in without any knowledge and learn along the way. But things have changed. So I'm looking forward to helping people learn tonight. We're going to take a look at all these different resources. We'll go over boss by boss, and you'll be surprised at how much stuff is out there. Hey, Roos, what's up? And everybody who was here before, thanks for stopping by. That's actually there's Fast Food Express. Thanks for the $1, man. And I recognize the icon there. Jonathan, that's Tannage from the guild. So what's up, man? But anyway, we're going to get to it, okay? So we got a lot of stuff here. You see, this is not really one of them, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different resources already. And this last one is kind of funny. Will this be available after the live stream? Yeah, of course. And I'm also going to post all of these here. So as we go through them, I'm going to post a link in the YouTube chat. So then in the future, when you're watching this, you could click on the link. The YouTube chat should be on the side of the video. So you can click on that link as well and follow along. But there's a lot of really good resources out there. And there's probably even more than just this. But I'm pretty impressed with how many there are for this raid. Thanks a lot for the $1, man. How has Shadowlands been so far, Metro? I refunded my purchase, but you never quit WoW. Okay, anyway, so let's take a look. We're going to get right to it. And this is the first website that I actually came across. Before I do, hold on. I want to make sure I have the one that we talked about. I saw one like months ago, and I want to make sure we still have that ready to go. Yeah, that's this. Okay, great. So yeah, a bunch of guilds, fancy themselves Smiths of Strategy. So there's probably even more out there, but these are the ones I've seen and I like the most, and it's all good info. So I feel like this one here is really good because it's got everything you need to know, and it's also got some pictures. Typically, I would say like text only is going to have to be really descriptive, because if it's not, you're not going to know what the raid looks like. So we're going to start with this one because I feel like this is a really good, basically like a really good place to start if you want to learn kind of everything you need to learn about the fight. And you could also use a little bit of visual stuff, not just raw info. So curious, are you going to go for Keystone Master, Keystone Chief first week? I'm not. I'm just going to be doing keys. I'm not worried about any achievements or anything. We might get it by accident, but I doubt it. So first of all, what's there? 10 bosses? I don't actually remember how many bosses there are. Maybe the best way to find out is just count the guides. Oh, thanks a lot, man.
Tie for the highlights. Looking FWD to the raid.
Yeah, me too, man. Thanks very much for the $3. Very generous. There's actually 10 bosses, so not that long of a first raid, but They're all very unique. I feel like I'm really excited for this raid. This is probably the most excited I've ever been for a raid. There's some really, really cool encounters in here, and I just love the area it's in. Honestly, it's just so cool. So this is the first boss. It's called Shriekwing, blind as a bat. So this is like a little bit of a, maybe like a joke kind of thing. Like they're saying like, oh, you know, how would you refer to it? Blind as a bat, because it's actually like a giant stoneborn, and he is actually blind. That's kind of the overall arc of the fight. So if you're too lazy to even watch a video, there's a flash game. Yeah, we're gonna take a look at that as well. That's pretty cool. Hungry Devourer looks dope in Mythic. I haven't looked at Mythic really, but yeah, I agree. That fight I quite like the concept of as well. So okay, so let's get to it. Utilizing the 4 pillars in the large room here. Before we start, let me like this. I forgot I was gonna do that. There you go, so you guys can follow along. Utilizing the 4 pillars in the large room, we must hide from the bat's shriek and effectively make use of our limited space to drop puddles and dodge sonar circles. Tanks, be aware of moments when you have a reduced healing debuff on you, and don't stress your healers during those moments. Don't panic. Although there's a lot to dodge, movement should be planned and mechanics intentionally baited to make the encounter much easier for your team. So I did this on normal on the beta. It is the first raid, it is the first boss of a new raid, but it's actually, I thought it was one of the harder bosses in here. And I could already predict that on Mythic, it's going to be similar to how the last 2 tiers were. Savara, I believe, was the name of the boss in EP, and Rathian was the name of the boss in Nyalotha. Those were actually harder than the second boss, and when I did that boss on normal, I was like, wow, this fight's a complete joke. So I would imagine that would be the case on Mythic. The first 2, the first one is kind of like a gatekeeper type boss where, you know, if you can get past that, then you can get past the next boss. But this one is actually a lot more complicated than you might think. There are a lot of mechanics, and it does a fair amount of damage for what it might look like, right? Seems to be bugged or something, or I can't change my membership level. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But okay, so anyway, so there's effectively 2 phases. We have all the abilities listed here. Let's see if I can, maybe should we just read through them? Let's take a look at what phase 1 recommends first. So we can actually make this bigger, yeah. Not really, actually. Sort of, but it only goes so big. There we go. Okay, so here's the room. It's the first place. You're actually going to fight 2 bosses in this room, which is a bit odd, I feel like. That's quite strange, but the first boss is going to be in this room. There's going to be these 4 pillars around the boss. The boss is going to be right in the center, and you're going to have a variety of ways to handle these mechanics, but this is what this group recommends. Bait, echoing screech, sonar circles, then move/dodge to a safe side of the boss. Okay, run away to drop echolocation puddles away from the raid. Hide together behind a pillar during ear-splitting shriek, and taunt swap after every bite. Be aware you cannot be healed after. So those are the overview of the mechanics. Here's the intermission as well. So every, apparently a minute 50 to 230. So once he gets to 100 energy, which takes a minute and 50 seconds, he's going to like change his phase, okay? At this point, he's going to start running around the room wildly. At this point, you move away from the boss as it prowls. If you get hit by it, I think you get stunned. Maybe it says here, but I think you probably take damage too. Dodge the sonar circles. So these sonar circles are going to be flying all over the raid. You want to make sure you're dodging those. And then hide behind a pillar to line of sight during his cast. So he's going to run around, and he's also going to cast an ability there. And at the end of the intermission, all sanguine ichor puddles will be removed, so you can go back to doing the exact same strategy you did in phase 1 a second time. You don't have to go to a different side of the room or anything like that. Apparently, that's how it works. Hey, John, what's up, buddy? So let's read all the abilities now. Ear-splitting shriek causes players to drop a puddle of sanguine ichor and take ticking damage for 8 seconds. Anyone within line of sight takes an additional burst of damage. Sanguine ichor, that's the puddle that deals damage to those standing within it, shrinks over time. I didn't realize that part. Echolocation marks random players dealing damage 8 seconds later in an area around the player, dropping a sanguine ichor puddle. Echoing screech is apparently only on heroic. Boss faces a random non-tank player and shoots out sonar circles that bounce against the walls and must be dodged. Anyone hit will trigger descent, which horrifies players and inflicts damage to anyone around 6 yards of the player. Okay. Deals tank damage and applies 10. This is Insanguination Bite. This is a tank mechanic. I like how they have a little shield. Deals tank damage and applies 10 stacks of exsanguinated which makes you receive 10% less healing and take 5% more physical damage per stack, and also applies a bleed. One stack drops every 1.5 seconds. So yeah, after you get hit by this, you want to taunt because you have 100% healing immunity, I suppose. 12-yard cone, blind swipe, frontal aimed at a random player. This can be sidestepped or healed through. Then there's a healer mechanic, reverberating scream, raid-wide ticking damage over 16 seconds. Interesting. And then there's the intermission mechanics. Blood Shroud at 100 energy, boss becomes immune to damage, teleports to the center of the room, shrouding out sonar circles, and then prowls around. Anybody nearby triggers a deadly descent. Deadly descent becomes horrified for 4 seconds, dealing damage 6 yards around you, and Sonar Shriek deals high damage to anyone within line of sight, triggering deadly descent on them. So that's all the mechanics for the first fight from this group's perspective. Apparently on Mythic only, there's a lantern on the floor that may be picked up by one player, granting a buff, allowing players to see the sonar circles. Yeah, on Mythic only, you can't actually see the circles that are bouncing around, which is kind of crazy. Also applies a ticking dot that stacks, so cannot permanently be held. The lantern will shatter if hit by a descent, wiping the raid. Oh, wow. That sounds like a tough first fight. Very interesting encounter. So yeah, long story short, from what we can tell from this is you're going to stack up, dodge an ability, tank swap every so often, and then probably the hardest part will be the runaround phase, which is the intermission, which happens for 40 seconds every 2.5 minutes effectively. So that's what they recommend. So let's keep moving on to the next group's recommendation for Shriekwing. We're going to go through every boss by boss for all these different guides. Okay. Maybe I should have mentioned that. But so we're going to try to learn every boss in and out first, and then we'll move on to the next one. So now I'll link this one, and again, you can follow along here. There you go. So this is Shriekwing. Again, phase 1, ear-splitting shriek, deals high sonic damage to all players within line of sight. Additionally, all players will take low sonic damage every 2 seconds for 12 seconds. And that is the thing that causes the players to leave the puddle behind, dealing damage. Echolocation, Shriekwing senses random players and descends on their location after 8 seconds. Descent deals moderate physical damage to anyone within 5 yards and leaves behind a pool of sanguine ichor. We kind of read all these already, so it doesn't look like they have any thoughts on this, but this is the main thing we want to take a look at. Another little graphic and also another kind of summary here. So here's their summary. Tanks should take the boss towards the middle of the room and place it between 2 pillars. And you can see that. Let's see if we can make this bigger here. There we go. So now it's like full screen, right? Yeah. So you can see this here. They have the boss in the dead center of 2 pillars, and then tanks facing here, which is interesting because when we did this on normal on the beta, it was not. This is not the strategy we did, but multiple groups seem to be recommending this, so it's probably for the best. Tanks will have to swap whenever the boss casts Insanguinating Bite. This will make them immune to healing for a short period and leave a bleed on them, causing them to take unhealable damage for a short period. Healers need to make sure the tank is full health before the ability is cast, and the tank should use mitigation or defensive cooldowns. So unfortunately, that's going to be pretty tough for Blood DK. Kind of a hard counter to Blood DK, but as long as you're topped off and you use Bone Shield and all that, Rune Tap and everything before that, then you should be all right. Positioning on this fight can be done in 2 ways. First is to have everyone stack in melee range of boss. The second is to have melee group and range group stacking further than 12 yards away. The boss will target random members of the raid and after 2.5 seconds blind swipe in their direction. This would be the reason for having a range group further than 12 yards away. I recommend doing this. So that's interesting. So already a varying strategy compared to the first group. They're saying that you should have a melee group and a range group, and the range group should be farther away so they can't get hit by one of these mechanics, which is actually the exact strategy we ended up using for Mout in Castle Nathria. Originally, a lot of people all stacked, and then they realized that was just a waste of damage. The reason you would want to stack in melee is Echoing Screech. Boss turns toward a random player and after 3 seconds releases several rings. The rings bounce off terrain and you may have to avoid them multiple times, I assume, but you can't see it because it's under the thing. The raid should bait this ability towards the outer edge of the room, and as soon as the cast starts, move towards the center of the room. If everyone is in melee, range will have to move a shorter distance. The easiest solution is most likely have range stand 13 yards away, and when this ability is about to be cast, move into melee or click a gateway. Note, it is cast twice per phase. Tremor totems can most likely be used to dispel anyone who gets feared by the rings, These players then need to move away to drop Ichor stacks in a good position. Okay. Twice per phase, the boss will cast Ear-Splitting Shriek. The raid must move behind a pillar to avoid the initial burst of damage, and after the cast is finished, move out of the Sanguine Ichor and back to the boss. All players will be afflicted by the debuff damage over time, so healers will have to keep everyone healthy. You can use some healing cooldowns for this if you find it necessary. Additionally, the boss will cast Wave of Blood, which deals a burst of damage and then applies a dot. This can be dealt with the same way as the dot after Ear-Splitting Shriek. Use raid cooldowns if necessary. Echolocation will target a few players. These players should move to the edges of the encounter space before the debuff expires to drop Pool of Sanguine Ichor in a position that is not an annoyance to the raid. It says here alternate positioning. Tank boss directly up against one of the pillars with the raid standing close to the pillar. When Ear-Splitting Shriek is cast, raid can quickly line of sight. If you bait Echoing Screech in the direction behind the pillar, that could potentially completely neutralize the mechanic. Blind Swipe could potentially be also line of sighted instead of outrange. Yeah, that's actually how we did it on the beta. They line of sighted the ability, which I thought was interesting. I haven't been able to test this positioning, but it could potentially make the fight easier if it works. Okay, cool. So that's phase 1. That's his recommendation for phase 1. And then phase 2. After roughly 2 minutes, the boss will gain full energy and transition into phase 2. I believe the boss is immune to damage. Yes, it is. Boss is immune at that time. During this phase, the boss runs around the room, and players must avoid ever coming within 12 yards of the boss, or they'll be instantly killed. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think that was the case on normal, but I guess maybe on heroic and mythic it is. Anyway, throughout the phase, the room will be filled up with echo sonar rings, similar to Echoing Secret from phase 1. They will be present for the entire phase, and players must do their best to avoid them. Getting hit could potentially fear you close to the boss and instantly kill you. Making good use of Shaman's Tremor Totem and Priest's Life Grip. That's good call there. If you get hit, if you do get hit, you might get feared into your death. Interesting. Ear-Splitting Shriek will still be cast in this phase. Rage should stick together during this phase and hide behind a pillar. Alternatively, raid cooldowns can be used to ignore the mechanic. Using cooldowns could, however, leave Sanguine Ichor in a bad position, so I advise against it. Beware of sonar rings get hit by it. Okay, so relatively similar strategy. So let's see what other groups are recommending. So now here's another document where, what is this here? Yeah, it's just an example. But anyway, this is like something that you would put into the add-on Exorcist raid tools. All right, so if you've never seen this before, it's basically just going to make this thing in-game. Okay, so I'll link you this now. This is the third resource that we're going to look at tonight here. There you go. So this is very, very TLDR. I like these a lot better, especially when we're explaining it to the guild in the raid itself. You know what I mean? I feel like it's way easier to just say 20 words than it is that whole thing we just read. But anyway, it's a 2-phase fight. Fight boss, then play hide and seek during phase 2. Phase 1, hide behind pillar during Ear-Splitting Shriek. Run out with echolocation. Tanks face boss away for blind swipe. Tanks on exsanguinating bite, soak blood pools to remove debuff. Well, thanks for the sub. Riley. It's blocking the blocking the thing, but we'll go up a bit more. Anyway, yeah, soak blood pools to remove debuff. Right, that's something that I hadn't seen anyone mention, but that's how we did it on normal as well. You soak the pools to remove the debuff. I don't know if it works that way anymore. Maybe they changed it. Anyway, phase 2, run away as a group from boss around the room. Dodge sonar discs and stay out of line of sight to avoid Ear-Splitting Shriek. Stay away from boss or be instantly killed. Cool. So that's as short and sweet as you're going to get it. Here's another really good resource. This is the best one, honestly, if you ask me. This is actually images of the fight transpiring. So I guess I'll probably just link this and you can follow along with the images, because this is definitely the best one, honestly, out of all of these. It's absolutely spectacular. And it's because somebody made these gifts were created for occasional excellence and may not fit your boss strategy accordingly. This sheet will be updated as bosses change. Okay, but anyway, they're talking about some stuff. But yeah, this guy made like GIFs of the raid fight, which I think is insane. Like, it's the smartest thing, honestly. Well, yeah, that's fine, of course. Anyway, so here's the GIF. Let's see it happen. So that's the raid itself, running out for echolocation, echoing screech. They're going to just dodge that, no problem. It's going to be bouncing all around. They're going to move over there and drop it there, and it looks like they're just going to rotate back. Blood-curdling shriek. They're going to use the stairs to line of sight. That's interesting. I'm surprised to see that. And they're going to keep dropping it, stacking it as much as they can. And then they'll move, dodge the mechanic again. I see they're going to bait it in that direction every time. I feel like that is not the best idea, honestly. That feels a little fatty, doesn't it? Like movement for no reason. And line of sighting on the stairs. That's very odd, I feel like. But I think the reason they're doing that is because they don't want to have the blood pools all over the center of the room, which is what happened when we did it on the beta. There was blood all in the middle because people were line of sighting in the middle of the room. So interesting choices. A lot of different ideas, I guess. It's only the first boss, but you can do it a variety of ways. It'd be interesting to see what the prevailing stratagems are. So that's the phase 1. Wait, was there sound? What was that noise? Oh, that's a stupid ad. Okay, so then there's a phase 2 picture as well, another GIF, which is actually really useful. So let's see what they do for phase 2. Basically dancing around the room. That's literally it, huh? Very short. Whenever the boss is moving, you just constantly keep him line of sighted with this pillar. And I guess that's it. That's all they're recommending. So cool. Good start there. And then we have the limit boss guides. We have this also this website here, but I think we'll start with this. So these are what we used in BOD and EP, and they were absolutely spectacular. This is from the guys who are going to kill this boss first, probably. Like literally, I don't know exactly who's who, but I mean, I'd imagine these are main raiders in the top guild in the world. So this is everything you would need to know about the fight, and you hope that unless there's something they don't know about, this is coming from the best possible source. So I'll link that as well. There you go. So let's go through it again, okay? Giant bat, big room, 4 pillars in the middle, 2-phase fight, has a main phase and an intermission phase. Exsanguinated, permanent dot applied by several mechanics during the fight, deals light ticking damage every 1.5 seconds. Also increases physical damage taken by 5% per stack and reduces healing received by 10%. 1 stack falls off every 1.5 seconds. So that's interesting. Small pools of blood on the floor. Standing in the pool deals 4.6k shadow damage caused by several mechanics during the fight. During testing, these disappeared at the beginning of every intermission phase. And that's an interesting point. Like, it was just testing, so you never know, but that's probably how it'll work. Exsanguinating Bite is the tank mechanic, deals physical damage and applies 10 stacks of Exsanguinated, which we've already talked about this. So yeah, I like the way they put it. Permanent dot applied by several mechanics during the fight. So it's not just tanks that are going to get it, it's all players. Blind Swipe is that frontal cleave that you're dodging. Wave of Blood deals 8k shadow damage to everyone in the raid, plus applies a dot. Dot deals 2.3k shadow damage for 2 seconds for 12 seconds. The one thing I haven't gotten an answer to right now is what's not in normal, though. That'll be a question that we have probably unanswered because a lot of guilds don't even plan for that. But is there a compile list of these resources? Can't catch the full stream, but would like to have access to what you think is best. I'll be linking them. I mean, that's the best I can do, you know. We're going to be going through them all individually, so. But anyway, once you have the links, you know, you could look through them yourself. Okay, echolocation. Put circle around a player, then cast descent at the player after 8 seconds. Descent deals 11k shadow damage to anyone hit, 5-yard radius, and drops a puddle of sanguine ichor at the spot she lands. Interesting. Ear-splitting shriek. Big AoE, deals damage to anyone hit, also applies a dot, but this can be line of sighted. So that's what we saw. The one group line of sight around the pillars, one group line of sight around the stairs. But every person in the raid also drops a sanguine ichor. So it's important to realize that you drop it even if you do line of sight. At least that's what I saw on the beta. So I'd imagine that is how it's supposed to go. Even if you do line of sight, you still drop a puddle. So that, I believe, was why they were dropping it on the stairs there, because otherwise there's going to be puddles all in the middle of the room every time you line of sight. So anyway, Echoing Screech sends out little circles. Getting hit deals 11k sonic damage, horrifying you for 3 seconds and causing the boss to cast Descent at the location you got hit. Just like Echolocation, this deals 11k shadow with a 5-yard radius and leaves a pool of sanguine ichor. Okay. In testing, the descent happened during the duration of the horrify, meaning there's no way to avoid the descent. This seems to have changed and should now be possible to dodge the descent. Oh, interesting. And then at 100 energy, it goes into the intermission, which we've talked a lot about. I don't think they have anything specific there. So, okay, so let's take a look at what they recommend for the strategy. This would be the best part about this. Okay, so they recommend lusting on pull, which is something that the first group recommended too. I don't see why you wouldn't. There's no reason not to. Tank the boss near one of the pillars, facing away from the group so nobody gets hit by the frontal. The tank not holding threat should stand behind the pillar with the melee DPS. Interesting. Tanks should swap away every stack or every cast of Exsanguinating Bite. Remember to move behind the boss when you aren't tanking. Have a marker down slightly behind the pillar the raid is positioned near. This marker will be the stack point for ear-splitting Shriek. Everyone in the raid should move and stack on this point during the Shriek. This will keep the Sanguine Ichor stacked up. Every subsequent Shriek, just stand in the old puddles at the last second. Drop the new puddles and move back out. So that's another thing that you should recognize here. They're actually advocating for you standing in a mechanic. And that's just so you keep dropping them over and over again in the same spot. And they're not spread all around the room. So it might be a little dangerous. It might sound a little dangerous too. I found it to be a little dangerous when we tested this on normal. I didn't like that strategy at all. But I think... I don't know why you would still do that when you have them being cleared. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. But realistically, running in a mechanic over and over again, it doesn't sound great to me. But regardless, the player targeted by echolocation has two options. One is to drop the puddle on the existing marker used for ear-splitting Shriek, or two, move away from the raid near the edge of the room. The idea behind both options is the same, to get hit by Descent and drop the Ichor puddle out of the way. When the boss casts Echoing Screech, everyone should move a bit away from the boss and focus on dodging these. Between the initial damage from getting hit, the descent, and the puddle that spawns from the descent, getting hit is bad news. Dodging these is more important than dealing damage to the boss. Keep yourselves alive. Probably using each pillar once would be good enough to maintain it. I thought so. Yeah, that's what my recommendation was when we did it on the normal, but people said not to do that. So anyway, Wave of Blood just needs to be healed through. In testing, the Ichors despawn as you enter the intermission phase. This allowed you to use the same pillar for each main phase. If these no longer despawn, you'll need to use a different pillar for each main phase. This serves as a kind of soften rage, so that's interesting. We'll see how that plays out. But anyway, the intermission phase again. In testing, the boss is immune to damage. This is no longer referenced in the dungeon journal. Oh, so it may no longer be the case. Interesting. I didn't realize that. So the boss might actually still be attackable. The absolutely most important thing about the emission phase is to not get near her. 12-yard range comes up quick. If she gets that close, you die. Even on, I guess that's probably heroic, but maybe even on normal. So, duck behind a pillar to avoid damage from ear-splitting Shriek. Ideally, try to avoid the preset stack points you'll be using on any of the pillars. You don't want to clog up the space you need for... Oh, that's actually a really good point. Yeah, so maybe it's talked about here, but that's actually a really good point. Like, you don't want to use the same pillar you just used to puddle, like to draw puddles again. Very interesting. And do not get hit by circles from echoing sonar. These can get out of hand extremely quickly in this phase. She can also get within 12 yards of you during your 3-second Horrify, which will kill you. Interesting. The intermission is all about avoiding mechanics. Everything in the phase that can kill you is avoidable, so move out of bad stuff. Great. Okay, here's the positioning. They have some video or some just pictures, I guess. Here's what we would consider the standard positioning. Tank Shriekwing near a pillar. Have a marker behind that pillar out of line of sight of the boss. When ear-splitting Shriek is cast, everyone moves to that marker. For subsequent casts of Shriek, puddles will be under that marker. That's okay. It's survivable. Keep the puddles as tight as possible. The red oval at the top is for dropping echolocation if you cannot get to the marked location. Again, control where the puddles go. There's the potential that on live the puddles will not despawn. If that's the case, you'll need to shift pillars as shown above, or shown below. Yeah, so that's... I think he means above. But anyway, this is just the same strategy that everybody's done. So, although this time they have the boss facing the side of the walls instead of in the middle, I don't think it matters. I think it would probably be easier this way, though. Having everything in the middle actually is probably the better way to do it. The problem is if the boss is running all around the side, you have less area to move. So we'll see how it plays out if some of these things aren't necessarily set in stone. Now here's another website that's a recent one. It's also got some stuff about Mythic Plus, although I will tell you a lot of this is not right. I don't know who is curating this information, but I've looked at all of these dungeons and they're not opinions, they're just false. Like, some of these things are inaccurate, but I'm sure it'll get better over time. But for raid, I haven't looked at it yet, so let's take a look. Oh, you can actually pick your role too, so that's very interesting. So if I pick tank, what does it say? Ah, very cool. Okay, sweet. So let's take a look at this. This will be interesting. We'll see it from the tank role. I will link this, but if you want to take a look at it from other roles, that's obviously on the table too. Okay, so phase 1. From 0 to 100 energy, the boss's tank next to a pillar. The raid has to hide at times and drop pools smartly in the room. Okay, so here's a piece of footage here. You should not need to hide during ear-splitting shriek, but position yourself for the blood pool dropping after cast. Heavy damage to all players in line of sight. Oh, that's cool. So this is showing me what it might look like from the tank perspective. Interesting. So you see the mechanic. Oh, it's actually a YouTube video. Interesting. But yeah, you see the mechanic and you run behind the pillar and then just get right back to the boss. Very good. And it drops that giant red puddle there. Here's Echoing Screech. Inflicts damage to players if hit and stuns them. The boss descends on them. Essentially a physical damage AoE hitting nearby allies. So spread out if you're hit. So let's take a look. Dodge the sonic AoE circles during Echoing Screech if hit. Spread out from the raid. Let's see what it says. Yeah, so you see he just faces a random person and you just have to dodge them. And there's these giant fucking red puddles everywhere. It's probably going to be more hectic than it sounds. Like, we've been talking about it now, but it's way more hectic from what I've seen than any of these descriptions have made it sound. So anyway, Exsanguinating Bite. This is the tank mechanic. Strong physical damage, decreases a stack every 1.5 seconds. So on the beta, when we tested this, you had to stand in the blood for it to decrease. And I don't know if that's still the case, but regardless, seems like it's just every second. Boss often performs a cleave on the tank, face it off the raid. Yeah, so that's the blind swipe. Phase 2 ends when energy is depleted. The boss teleports itself to the center, won't take damage anymore, and continue casting Ear-Splitting Shriek. So here is what phase 2 looks like. Let's take a look. So this is just everybody spread out, basically dodging the things together and not getting hit by the boss as it's running around. See that giant red circle around the boss is what it looks like. And if this mage got hit by this shit, he would probably be in good chance of dying because it would be so close. You know, the boss might run into him and he might get hit. So, and then here's murder prey, which is if you come too close, you get one shot. So we'll see that giant red circle. Actually, it looks like it's just not going to just showing the same footage we just saw, but the red circle is the indicator. So that's pretty good. That's a good little resource there. I like that a lot. So let's see it from. Oh wait. Oh yeah, and then there's a weak aura and all this other stuff. Don't feel like we would need a weak aura to dodge anything on this fight, but maybe some people will. So let's take a look at the other roles. What does it say? Anything different? DPS and heal. Hide and stack behind a pillar during ear-splitting shriek to reduce damage and drop pool. So what did it say for tank? It just says you should not need to hide during the shriek, but position yourself for the blood pool. Interesting. So it does kind of have a recommendation to change the fight, but you still end up doing the same strategy, so it doesn't really matter. The rest is the same, effectively. It's just one less mechanic because there's no tank mechanic. Okay, let's take one more look at this because this is that echolocation mechanic that we didn't get as a tank. And you see that person running out. 2 players are marked. After 8 seconds, the boss descends on them. Physical damage. So I'm not really sure where the descent thing happens. I don't see the boss going anywhere, but it's interesting. Spreads out from the raid. Yeah, okay, cool. So we've seen all that already. It's the same thing. Fight is not very dynamic for different roles, obviously. The rest is the exact same. Okay, cool. So that's it for this. Is a cool resource, though. I like that they have some things. Now, this last one is very interesting. I don't know how many people have seen this. Sarah actually sent me this while I was eating. It's like a little flash game that you could play to practice the mechanics. Okay, so we're going to give it a try here. I don't know. I'm always a little skeptical about shit like this because I don't really know what the purpose of making something is. So I'm just telling you right now, you know, check this out at your own risk. I don't see how there could be anything wrong with it. At first, I was thinking because it says you have to download it or some shit like that. I'm like, dude, I'm not downloading something like this. But since you can play it on your Oh, there's easy mode as well. What the fuck? Anyway, since you can play it on your browser, I guess we're good. But I was like, man, this is a little sketchy to me. Like, why would I download something like this? But anyway, let's take a look. So it's basically just kind of like to get you in the habit of dodging things, which I think is actually really genius because I don't think there's ever been a practice mode for the raids before. Usually you just read up and try to learn as much as you can, but this is like literally a practice mode. Although it's not the raid itself, they're trying to make it similar. So it's got music and shit. But yeah, you just basically slam them, dodge the donuts. So this is not, of course, how the mechanic is going to work. But then you have to hide behind the pillar every time he does that. And he's going to drop the blood, where you were. So try not to damage. So this is the echolocation mechanic. Showing you there that I probably did that wrong, actually. I probably should not have done that. Dodging the thing, hide behind the pillar. So we're just going to go back in this one again and drop it there again. As you see, the same puddle there. And then here's this mechanic again. So ideally, there shouldn't be anyone over here, but we would just go over here. Okay, phase 2, hide behind a pillar. There's only 2 pillars, so I'm not really sure. That's obviously not how the fight works, but I guess just tougher to design the extra pillars. But you have to keep predicting them and dodging them coming from all sides, and also dodging the boss. And you cannot let the boss get too close to you, because if you do, you're gonna get feared. This is tougher than it looks, actually. Okay, we're back to phase 1. So we gotta dodge. I guess the stuff is still out from phase 2. Interesting. That's actually the first time I've noticed that. No, the guides didn't mention that, but that's probably the case, right? Okay, we gotta burn him here, guys. It's taking forever. Our damage sucks. Drop that there. Yeah, these puddles haven't gone away, so I don't know if they're saying they're not gonna go away or if it's just an oversight. Took damage from an echo there. That would be a big issue. If I got hit by that, I'd be feared. We can also hide behind a pillar here. Okay, come on, let's go. DPS him. We're taking really long to kill this fight. This is phase 2 now, huh? It's tougher than it looks. Just like I'm sure this fight will be. But since the boss is immune, you don't have any real reason not to just play it safe, right? I got hit by that there. That's really bad. Can't actually attack him. Okay, we're back to phase 1. Oh, I'm dead. Heal me, Rusty. What the fuck, dude? Oh my god, Rusty. Jesus Christ. Anyway, more dots. Many hate. Cop, what's up? Just like back over, why are you playing Galaga? Galaga, what is that? I have no idea. I don't know. This guy's damage is shit, though. This must be Cops, huh? Sorry, Cop. Didn't know you weren't ranged. Metro hasn't yelled or hit his desk. This isn't real practice. Yeah, it doesn't count yet. It's just me and this boss, so who am I going to yell at? Imagine this with the mythic mechanic. Yeah, I can't even imagine. Ah, shit, I fucked it up. I got splattered. But anyway, I think we've seen the whole fight. So you just line of sight when he wants to echolocate you. Echolocate, I believe, is the mechanic there that hits others. I can't remember the names of them, unfortunately, but... Wait, did they slow this down? Am I doing normal mode now because I sucked and died to heroic? But you can't let him get within 12 yards of you. That'd be very bad. We would die. Getting hit by that is not good. You definitely do not want to get hit by that. It's tough though, because if this pattern is actually... Like, look at that. That's tough. Where are you going to go? I can't help but get hit by these. It's probably not this sporadic, honestly. But you never know. It might be. Got a pretty nice little window there where it's able to stand still. But yeah, for that mechanic, you want to just get as far away from the stack point as possible and make sure you don't hit others. If you had infinite range, this looks like how you do the mechanic. Just stand at the far end of the room because they can't bounce to you. I don't even care about... Why would I move from Rusty at this point? He's not healing me anyway. Just burn the boss, guys. Burn the boss, burn the boss, burn the boss. Nice! Good work. You are breathtaking. Oh, thanks for saying that, man. I appreciate that. Okay, so that's the first fight. This game is super fun for a simple Flash game. Yeah, no doubt, right? It's funny. Practicing mechanics. Yeah, you're right. Okay, cool. So that's that. So I would say for the summary, I think the best option here is this. They did a good job with these. I love these images. These are really well made. This is everything you need to see. Now, this is not the strategy that everyone else is recommending, but it is something to keep in mind. It can be done this way, presumably. You can hide along the stairs here. So we'll see. I don't know. I'm not sure which way we'll do it yet. You know, there's a lot of different options, and I'll probably do it the way Limit recommends it. No offense to these guys, but I'd imagine, you know, Limit's got a reason to do it that way. A lot of the times it might just be because that's how they plan on doing it in the Mythic version, and there might be a mechanic that we don't know about yet. So I should have linked it, didn't I? Yeah, I linked it. It's the last link I posted there. But yeah, so line of sight, they're using the stairs to line of sight, which I'm sure it's a viable option. But anyway, so that's that. So that's the first boss. I don't think there's really much to it, but I think numerically it's going to be pretty hectic. Like if this thing is any indication, that is going to be very hectic. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I think a lot of people will probably have trouble, especially if you can deal damage to the boss. But anyway, that is going to be it for the first boss. So any questions, or maybe we should we wait a minute? Any questions? Anybody have anything that they're confused on? Anybody need anything? Want to go over anything again? Otherwise, we're going to keep moving. Let's get the next fight up, and we'll give it a second. Let's make sure we have all these up. How hard are you and your guild going to push this raid? Going full prog on it, or taking it as a reasonable pace? Yeah, we only raid 2 nights a week, so you know we're gonna do it the best we can. But we're gonna start with normal. I think starting with normal is the best option for a guild like ours. Many people are not gonna have even heard of these fights, let alone seen them. So I think it's a good idea. It's almost like a practice run, and hopefully we'll have good. I think this is the best iteration our guild's ever had of a raid team. So I think we'll go in there and perform well on heroic or on normal, and then we can get right onto heroic. But that's the mini game. Sorry for the Discord link. Yeah, you can't actually post links yourself. So can you explain again? No problem, man. Okay, cool. So let's move on then. So we have the next boss here, which I think is actually considerably easier than the first boss. I did it on the beta a bunch when that normal session was open, and I would say this is definitely easier than the first boss, so I'd imagine this will probably echo over into Mythic. Jeremy asked a question quick. Suggestions for tank healers who can't make a guild schedule getting into these things. Find a guild that you can make the schedule for. You really don't want to pug raids. As much as I pug Mythic Plus, I would never pug raids. It's not worth it. There's too much organization that is required to succeed. So definitely trying to find a group that you can make the raid times on. But anyway, so let's get to it. So Altimor the Huntsman, which apparently is the mandatory dog boss, if you say so. The huntsman and his dogs have gotten bored of hunting animals, and they've set their sights on you. Handle the fight one dog's worth of mechanics at a time, taking care to utilize CC and personals. Feel free to live out all of your cleave fantasies, as this damage taken is shared. And healers, don't fall asleep at the wheel. You'll have to heal NPCs on this one. Plan each phase, and your raid will surely succeed at putting these rabid puppies down. So this is actually a really cool fight. I think this is probably going to be one of my favorite fights ever, and I hope it's not super, super easy on Mythic, but I have a feeling it's going to be. I really like Skitcher too, and it was really easy and nobody respected it, but I love this fight. This is probably one of my favorite fights ever. So let's go over the TLDR first. We'll read the comments. Something good about doing normal first, you can get legendary powers from it. Yeah, that's a good point too. There really is some sort of a dog boss in each raid, isn't there? Maybe. I never thought about it. Okay, so first phase is called Margor, which I don't know if that's actually his name based on the second one being called Barkgast, but I guess so. Okay, anyway, loosely spread to reduce players hit by spread shot. Hey, you know what? Let's start with these. I think it's better to read these first, and then we'll look at the kind of illustrations there. So here's all the abilities. Huntsman has an ability called Spread Shot. Faces random players and shoots a cone of damage. All right. Sin Seeker marks players with red arrow, hitting anyone in the path, leaving a dot. Huntsman's Bond. 100% of damage taken by boss and dog is also taken by the other. So that's just a big burn. Margor is the first dog you'll fight, and his tank mechanic is called Jagged Claws, which stacks a bleed on the tank, which would have been really good if we were dwarves, or Kyrian, which Jix is. Vicious Lunge targets random player and leaps, splitting damage with those nearby. On Heroic, it also leaves a 6-second bleed on all hit. Then the second dog is Barkghast. It's just Barghast, but I think that would be funny if it was Barkghast. Anyway, Rip Soul is the tank mechanic. Shadow damage to tank, spawning spirit that walks towards the boss. Spirit's health based on health of other tank after Rip Soul. This is like my favorite mechanic ever in the video game, I think. I cannot wait to show you more about this. This is my favorite mechanic ever in the game. Anyway, it says healer there. You have to heal the spirit. Healing soul to full makes it disappear. On Heroic, also pulses raid-wide damage while present. Oh, interesting. I didn't see that on normal, so wow, that's going to be very interesting. We'll talk about that more as we go. Devour soul. If soul hits boss, it increases the boss damage by 200%, and you wipe, okay? So you have to handle this right in multiple different ways. There's like 3 or 4 different ways that you optimize this, and I love the concept. Anyway, Shades of Barkghast. 2 clones appear, casting Deathly Bark, while CC'd gains stacks of Destabilize. At full energy, becomes immune to CC. So you can actually CC main elements of the encounter. It's actually encouraging CC. Really cool. But anyway, inflicts raid-wide damage and dot, interruptible by CC. So they're going to constantly try to cast this ability, and you're going to want to CC them, because while they're CC'd, they cast this thing called they're getting this thing called Destabilize, which is actually increasing the damage taken. Okay, so it's like, wow, I love the concept. I absolutely love the concept. You have to actually CC to kill things. If you don't, you're never going to kill it. Like if literally nobody CCs, the mob will not die. You will not have enough damage to do it, seemingly. Okay, Hecutus is dog 3. Crushing Stone. Stacking buff increases physical damage dealt by Hecutus, removed when moved. Okay, so that's interesting. So you move to drop that. Shattering Stone, when moved, deals raid-wide damage every few seconds. And Petrifying Howl, 8-second debuff applied to random players, slowing them and dropping permanent void zone. Permanent, interesting. Okay, cool. So now let's take a look at what they're saying for these different mechanics. Okay, so phase 1, you fight Margor. Now, when I did this on the beta, it was literally like 20 seconds. It was 100 to 70, and we lusted on the poll, and it was like that dog died mad quick. Like, I'm talking about crazy. Like, it was not even a mechanic. But I'm sure eventually you're going to have to care about it. Anyway, loosely spread to reduce players hit by spread shot. Move away if marked with red arrow for Sin Seeker. So you see that here. Cleave and multi-dot as the damage is shared. So there's going to be the boss and the dog. There's going to be one boss and one dog. Okay. That's going to be how it's always going to be. He's going to kind of like release the dogs, and it's going to be at percentages of the health. So you're going to cleave always. Soak Vicious Lunge. And that was because they were both stacked and we lusted, and they both are getting cleaves. 2 target, basically you double your DPS, right? So anyway, Soak Vicious Lunge with only a few players to limit the bleed damage after. And that is, again, not present on normal, but on Heroic, we'll have to have only a few people soak. Just enough. You want, I think it's like 3 or 4 to soak, and then there won't be that many bleeds out. So taunt after 3 to 4 stacks of Jagged Claws. And again, that is a bleed that could be removed. So Jix can probably solo tank that, considering how fast it's going to happen. Anyway, there's going to be like 4 cleave execute phases for classes like warriors and the dogs. Yeah, definitely. Anyway, Blizzard fired all the cool kids and replaced them with furries. That'd be cool. I like dogs. Anyway, phase 2 is when the boss gets 70 or 40%. And this is my favorite part of the fight, like by a mile. Stay healthy as a tank, taking Rip Soul to spawn a higher health spirit. So if you can't understand this, I wouldn't even really agree with this picture. But basically, the dog is going to... It is the dog. Yeah, the dog's tank mechanic is going to spawn... like he's gonna bite me so ferociously. Like, and he's going to rip my soul out of my body. And based on the health that I have after he bit me, the soul will have a proportion, or like inversely proportional amount of health. Okay, so if I'm at 99% health after the bite, the mob will have 1% health, or it's a really good thing. Let's put it that way. But if I'm at 1% health I guess it's not inversely proportional, but we don't kill it, we heal it. That's right. I had it backwards. You don't kill it, you heal it. So if I'm at 99% health, that means the ad's at 99% health too, and the healers just cast heals and it's over. You know what I mean? Hey Glenn, what's up? But Metro, the DK will use AMZ, Anti-Magic Shell, and ask for pain suppression, and he will dominate that part of the fight. That's what I'm saying. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait for this. Because I actually AMS this. I did it on normal. When we did it on the beta, I AMS'd it, and the ad was like full. It was awesome. But anyway, so yeah, you're going to have a spirit to deal with. It's going to run at the boss too. So you have to make sure they're on opposite sides of the room. When we did it, the boss was like up in this corner, and the dog... or maybe it was the opposite, but either way, we had them on very, very far ends of the room. So you needed some healers spread out. It was pretty difficult. But as long as you heal the tank properly, that part isn't as important because you just heal it before it reaches the boss and it's gone. Now there's also these shades. You're going to want to spam hard CC on them. So things like hunter traps, probably, I don't know about polymorph. I don't know if that's going to actually heal or how that's going to work. But yeah, any hard CC we have, it's going to make them take more damage. So you're just going to nuke them and make them continue to be hard CC'd, and they're going to take more and more damage. So that's really cool. This is probably my favorite phase of any fight ever. And then the final phase is move dog every 5 to 10 stacks to remove crushing stone buff. Careful not to wipe raid with shattering stone, which was when moved, deals raid-wide damage every few seconds. So you only want to move, basically every time you move the boss, he's going to do a ton of damage, but you have to, otherwise you're going to die. And if you die, then he's going to run, and everybody's going to die. So you have to be careful with this. And run out with the Howl, dropping void zones at the end of the edge of the arena. And this guy is going to die at around 10%, finish boss, and collect your loot. So I love this encounter. I think this is probably one of the coolest. There's like 2 or 3 encounters in here that are some of the most inspired encounters ever, and I think this is one of them. I love how many new active mechanics they introduced in this raid. To think that it's just the first of the expansion. I know, I can't wait to see what the rest of the expansion looks like. I heard the right timing to kill those CC ads is during the second Rip Soul. Might be a good idea. Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't know that much yet. We'll keep learning, but interesting. Now there's also, and then the boss is still active at the end where he doesn't do anything. So, okay, and then the mythic only. Each dog grants Sin Seeker a permanent enchant or enhancement. 1 must be split by players to reduce damage. Number 2, players must spawn tiny souls that need to be healed to full before reaching the boss. Oh, that's interesting. And 3, players deal damage 5 yards around them. So, interesting. So, this is a good fight to have extra healers on, it sounds like. Because healers are actually going to be damage dealers in some way. Especially on Mythic. So, okay. So, that's this group. Questionably epic. Sorry, I forgot to link it. But you guys should have that. So, that was that one. Now, we're going to move on to this one here. The Google Doc, which I think is very good as well. So, I'll link that too. We're on to Altimor on this group's recommendation. So, let's see. Fortunately, it looks like the webcam is going to be in the way of that, but honestly, you're probably not missing that much. That's fine. So, okay, so let's go over what they have to say. Huntsman Altimor will always be present during the encounter, and he will always be accompanied by one of his pets. Upon defeating a pet, the next pet will arrive. Orders Margor, Barkgast, and Heculus. Hectuus. I don't know. The boss and pets share damage taken, so you can focus whichever you want. You should stack them so you can cleave and multi-dot. So the first and the third time you'll stack them. The second time you'll have to split them up. But obviously you want to still be in range to multi-dot. We got a lot of warlocks, so that's going to work out. Anyway, when you have killed all pets, Altimor will take double damage. The raid should position themselves lightly spread out to reduce the damage by spread shot. Melees on one side of the boss and ranged on the other side. This will also help in dealing with Sin Seeker, as ranged won't have to move to avoid it. And melees will be on the other side. That's interesting. I didn't even think about that part. Healers will have to keep an eye on the targeted player over the next 30 seconds as they will take damage over time. The ability can be avoided with immunities. Interesting. Immunities. Didn't think about that. Here's what I'll do. I'll make it smaller so we could see. Or like not make it as tall, basically. There we go. We should be able to see it now without the webcam blocking it. Perfect. Okay, anyway, so Margor, when dealing with Margor, the tank should swap whenever Jagged Claws fades. Margor will cast Vicious Lunge, which requires 46 players to soak. Either have the targeted player move into melee or have a few close by players move on top of him. As the ability is physical damage, you can use Hand of the Protector or an immunity to negate this ability. Even big cooldowns in combination with shields can be enough. Interesting. So that's the thing that we're talking about soaking. People are saying that you could literally just do this with a bop as well, which is very useful. We have not anymore. We have one paladin, but yeah, we have plenty of options, I'm sure, for that. But we'll see how that is in normal. Apparently, it's going to be really easy in normal. But phase 1 is, like I'm telling you, unless something changes here, this is going to be burned through so fucking quick. It's not to go from 100 to 30 when the boss is effectively taking double damage because the stack is not going to be. That's going to be like 30 seconds total. So we have 0 paladins. Oh wow. Anyway, Barghast. When Barghast is active, healers and tanks need to deal with Rip Soul. Best way to do this is shortly before the cast, separate the boss and Barkor so the traveling distance is further, giving more time. Tanks should use a cooldown while healers can shield the tank to reduce damage taken by this ability. Also use cooldowns such as Pain Suppression and Iron Bark in the tank. The higher health the tank is after the cast of the ability, the higher health the soul will be, and as such you can deal with the mechanic very quickly. You can use raid cooldowns if needed to reduce triad damage while you focus on healing the soul. DPS can help heal it. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Especially paladins with lay on hands and druids with Heart of the Wild. That's very interesting. Barkghast also casts Shade of Barkghast. When it is cast, move the boss and Barkghast away and crowd control these ads. They will gain stacks of increased damage over time, making them easier to kill. When they reach a high number of stacks, depends on your DPS, probably over 20, you can quickly kill one of them before moving to the next. I see. So you don't want to keep breaking the CC over and over again. You want it to stack up a bunch. I get it. I see. I didn't understand that part. I thought you want to CC kill, CC kill, CC kills, but you want to just keep spamming the CC. That's very interesting. The Shades has an interruptible cast, so when killing them, make sure to CC the cast before it finishes. When they reach full energy, they are immune to CC, so kill them before this point. It's very interesting. See, I didn't realize that. From the first guide and from even doing it, I did not realize that. That's very interesting. Nobody wants to play it apparently in our guild. I did fix a paladin tank alt on my DK. Hopefully I never have to log it. Yeah, you never know. Freedom's pretty good too, right? Anyway, Hecutus is the final ad and will mark several players with Petrifying Howl. These players will drop a big pool with a debuff expires, and they should therefore drop the pools close to the edge of the encounter space. Keep in mind this debuff will slow you, so moving early will be the safer option. Freedom, Tiger's Lust, or similar abilities are useful here. Interesting. So that is the howl that you see in this picture. They're having it kind of dropped in the edges of the room, which it's a pretty big room. Very big room, actually. So I don't know how feasible that's going to be, but over time, Hecutus will deal increasingly high magic damage, and the only way to reduce it is by kiting him. This will cause raid-wide damage every second until the stacks are removed or the target is in range. When moving, Hecutus the raid can stack up and use raid cooldowns. However, as Sin Seeker and Spreadshot are still cast, you want to time the movements so they don't overlap. Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. See, that's why I'm so glad. Like, this first group did not mention this at all, right? So that's very interesting. I would assume this phase is the best place to use Bloodlust, as Hecutus seems to be the toughest to deal with over time. Interesting. So I was going to lust on the pull. But yeah, you might kind of be right. You might want to save it. Interesting. We'll see how that goes. Okay, so let's take a look now. We're looking at this picture. 3-phase fight with unique pets of Huntsman to deal with. It's like super TLDR. Whole fight, run out and spread with Sin Seeker. Loose spread to lower damage from Spreadshot. And that's because it's the main dude. Then his dogs are the phases. Phase 1, Group Soak, Vicious Lunge. Tank swap on 3 to 4 stacked. You won't need to swap. At least I don't think so. Phase 2, Barkghast. On Shades of Barkghast, use CC to lock them down. Kill Shades when you have over 20 stacks. That's very interesting. Tanks separate Barkghast from boss. Defensive CD on Ripsoul. Can't wait for that. Healers heal up Ripsoul adds before it reaches bosses. And also DPS could help with that because especially if you're not killing anything priority, like there's no priority, then you want to get that healed up as fast as possible just in case. And then Phase 3, run out if afflicted by Petrifying Howl. Tanks move Hecutus to remove Crushing Stone Stack. So that's very TLDR. Wow, they really went over nothing there. Okay, so let's see the images. These GIFs. I love this. Here, I'll link this again. No, yeah, I'll just link them. Might as well, just in case somebody's coming late. But this is a great resource. I would recommend checking this out for sure. Okay, so let's see. So this is phase 1. Spread shot. Everybody's kind of just spread out. There you go. Those couple people got sprayed there. Vicious Bolt. And that's mythic. Right? Yeah, that's not present in this. Vicious Lunge. Oh, he's taking it to melee. That's very interesting. Oh, that's a very, very, very interesting strategy. I like that a lot. Instead of making all the ranged run, take it to melee. That's a genius. That's excellent idea. 100%. That's a very good idea. See, another great strategy that I wouldn't have thought of. Very good idea. This is mythic only. It says actually, yeah, difficulty mythic. Interesting. I'm planning to let the druid tank take the final pet and let him go in a circle around the boss to drop the stacks if the raid is healthy. I think we're also going to use Bloodlust there. Yeah, we'll see. I kind of want to lust on the pole. Okay, so that's phase 1. So let's see phase 2. That's like very, very easy though. Phase 1, you'd be surprised how easy it is. Okay, let's see. Again, this is mythic only, so not relevant, but it's going to be interesting. And there's the spirits that you have to heal up, yeah. That's mythic only. That's like, man, that's pretty generous. Like, to move that little, I'm surprised by that. But I guess it's just a huge DPS increase, right? Huh. He spawns them just random places or what? I'm in love with that. Akuma just subscribed. Welcome. I'm going to stop. Thanks, man. All right, sounds good. Okay. I'm not in love with that. I think you should definitely move way further than that. But maybe if you just have really good coordination, you won't have to move at all. I guess maybe I just blink away at the last second. It's a 2.5 second cast, so I guess that's plenty of time to move as the ability happens. Okay, I'm not in love with that, but we'll see how it looks in the fight. Especially because I don't understand where those ads spawn, how that's realized. Okay, and here's the final phase, which I think I could imagine what's going to happen. So they have everybody in the same spot for all 3 phases, which I guess, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Oh, and it still spawns the ghosts in Mythic. Oh, wow. This is very interesting. But it also splashes damage. Interesting. This is going to be a great fight. And that's it. Just move out and stack back up. Provided the phase doesn't go too long, it shouldn't really be that much of an issue. It doesn't even mention moving the dog. What the hell? Well, that's bad. That's not very good at all. How's the raid planning going? So far, so good, man. I'm enjoying it. It's more of a review than a plan this time around. Last night's was a plan. This is more of a study session. But so it doesn't even mention moving the dog. That's not great. That's unfortunately not a very good illustration there. I guess it doesn't really matter. You just move them and heal through it. Wait, it says difficulty mythic. Is that actually not on heroic? Yeah, that's really fucking annoying. Sorry about that, guys. Anyway, all right, so that's it. That's all we got from that. So let's take a look at what Limit recommends for this fight, which is probably going to be the most useful one. Noam Bunder, thanks for the sub. Okay, let's see. We're not going to read all these mechanics again. We already got that down. Strategy. Here we go. Oh, good. This is really good. Last question, so I can stop disturbing you. Will you stream the raid? Yes, I will be streaming the raid. I'm literally going to be live all day, every day next week. So we'll stream the raid Tuesday and Wednesday. Usually I would only stream it Tuesday, but I've gotten pretty comfortable streaming the raid. Unfortunately, I won't really be able to interact with chat while we stream the raid, but we will be streaming the raid. Okay, anyway, phase 1. Tank Altimor near the middle of the room with Margor on top of him for cleave. Tanks will need to swap at 2 to 3 stacks of Jagged Claws on the Margor tank. It's interesting, so many people keep bringing that. Obviously, on Mythic, you're probably going to have that happen, but I'd imagine the first phase of this is going to go so quick that you're not going to need to swap. But anyway, the raid should be loosely spread around the room, except in the very front near where Altimor begins the encounter. Spreading helps reduce the total damage taken by spread shot. When Sin Seeker is cast, the targeted player should move towards the front of the room where the boss starts. These targets should spread slightly. Nobody but the target should get hit. Okay. When Margor casts Vicious Lunge, you'll want 3 to 4 people total being hit. You should have pre-assigned soakers and a set marked location for this. Yeah, I like the idea of just taking it to melee. That seems like the best option. It's a very good idea. Alternatively, the targeting player can simply stand in melee range if you have enough melee players. Yeah, doing this is certainly the easiest option, but could potentially pressure the healers a bit more due to dots. That's pretty much it for the phase. Cleave down the 2 until Margor dies. Excellent, I'll be there to watch since I got to raid lead my own guild. Oh, great, yeah, that's awesome, man. Okay, phase 2. Move Altimor slightly towards the northwest corner. Tank Barkghast near Altimor. The Barkghast tank needs to keep an extremely close eye on the Rip Soul timer. When Rip Soul is 4 seconds away from being cast, move Barkghast away from Altimor towards the northwest corner. Healers need to also really keep an eye on the Soul timer to ensure the tank is as close to full HP as possible. Keeping Barkghast relatively... During testing, the shades of Barkghast spawned within 10 yards or so of Barkghast consistently. Due to this, if your tank was already keeping Barkghast relatively close to the northwest corner, you could force the shades near that corner as well. Once the shades spawn, you should have assigned people to CC, Polymorph, Ice Trap, etc. Oh, Polymorph does work, okay. Do not touch these things until called by the raid leader. You want them to build up stacks. I see. Okay, cool. See, I thought we'd just keep attacking them the whole time. That's very interesting. So it spawns near the dog. Huh, interesting. Okay, so we'll have to figure out when and where that's going to be the best. But that seems pretty cool. Once the shades spawn, you will have people assigned to CC them. Do not touch them. Around 60 energy, they should be at 60, or they should be at 20 stacks. At this point, all DPS should hard swap and blow up both ads as possible. Thanks for the sub. Oh no, it's Malachus. Welcome. All the while dealing with souls and shades, you'll have the Sin Seeker and Spread Shot going out. Have preset locations for Sin Seeker targets to move towards so it doesn't hit the raid. Remain loosely spread for Spread Shot, or loosely spread for Spread Shot. These abilities are relatively dangerous in this phase. If you aren't spread out and too many people are hit by Spread Shot or Sin Seeker goes through the raid, you could end up accidentally forcing your healers to orange parse or wipe the raid, which honestly is more likely. You never want your healers to orange parse. That's for padding DPS. What the fuck kind of comment is that? What the hell? Anyway, no reason for a tank swap in this phase. Continue repeating this until Barkghast is dead. How about that? That's a weird comment. So now that it's brought that up, I want to be 100% sure of what the Sin Seeker thing is. Let's see how it was handled again in these pictures. I think it was just... I don't think they moved from it, right? This was a very different... This is a very different idea. That's the Spread Shot. Sin Seeker is actually something you have to soak in Mythic. That's why. Okay, that's the difference. It's interesting. What about these other groups? Did they mention anything? Just take it to the left, basically. The raid's going to be loosely spread in the center, and the boss's mechanics go to the left. Okay, I'm not in love with really any of these. They don't sound great. None of them sound great. We'll see. Okay, phase 3. Move Altimor back towards the center of the room. Raid loosely spread out still. Same positioning as phase 1. Tank holding Hicutus should allow Crushing Stone to stack up to 5 to 6 times or higher if you could survive it. Once at 5 to 6 stacks, the tank should just run away from Hicutus. This will deal raid-wide AoE, so you make sure to coordinate with your healers so they're ready. Helpful to pop a healer CD when Hicutus is doing the AoE, even though each tick isn't too huge, it does add up. Players affected by Petrifying Howl need to move towards the edge of the room or keep the gunk out of the middle. Yeah, that's the drop thing, the mechanic. Also try to not place puddles at the northern end, where the Sin Seeker's targets are supposed to move. Handle Sin Seeker and Spread Shot like you did in phase 1. When Hicutus dies, Altimor gets very sad and starts taking double damage. Melt the poor fella, put him out of his misery, and collect your purples. That is sad. Oh, that's quite sad. He has no dogs left. We've killed them all. Okay, so here's the positioning. Let's see. Let's take a look here. The blue circle at the northern end of the room is where you can use for the Sin Seeker. Not required, but having it shot that far away from the group, you reduce the risk of extra people being hit. I think the way we would probably handle it is just make sure nobody's in range of it, or nobody's in the way of it. That seems like the best way for a guild like ours. Phase 2, you have 2 options here. Being conservative with Barkghast or being aggressive. Conservative is just keeping him in the corner. Being aggressive is keeping him on Altimor and moving him to the corner when either Ripsoul or Shades are spawning. So that's the conservative, right? Well, you have him in the one corner and the boss is in the other. And then that's the aggressive where you just move them. Interesting. Yeah, I think the idea will be to be conservative. I'm going to split them up before that even happens. So no matter what, there's no mistake there. Because if it reaches, it's like super bad, right? Like it's GG, I'm pretty sure. But I'm not actually sure like what happens. I don't know if it was mentioned, honestly. Is any mention of it? Oh yeah, it hits and does 200% damage. Actually a wipe, effectively. So, interesting. Can't have that happen. It's just not worth it, right? Not to make it go slightly faster. How many days a week are you planning on raiding? 2, yeah, 2. Tuesday, Wednesday. And then phase 3, just same thing, just move side to side. And then the mechanics get dropped in the corners. Okay, cool. So that was a good one from Limit. I like that. Let's take a look at what these guys are saying now. Huntsman Altimor. Again, we'll look at it from the tank roll here. What to do? Cleave. Sounds good. Okay, phase ends when Margor dies around 70% of the boss's HP. Margor inflicts moderate damage. What to do? Taunt. Okay, Rip Soul. Let's watch this. This would be a good one. So as you see, Rip Soul happens. Here comes the ghost. It's going to run to the boss. And you could even move the boss further, but I think you probably just want to move beforehand and then you're good. And then healers are all spamming heals on this. So when I played a healer, this kind of mechanic was very difficult for me because I could not target things very well that weren't in my raid frames. So hopefully everybody's going to be aware of that. Like, I don't know who plays a healer out there, but I wonder if you have opinions on that. Do you feel like this is a tough mechanic to heal something that's not in your party? I feel like it is. I have a lot of trouble with that. But anyway, if you tank Barghast, take it far from the boss before Rip Soul and use defensives to stay at max HP. But yeah, as you see, you can't actually see the HP bar for some reason. But presumably the tank did a good job there. When I play my healer, I hate it when it isn't in my frames. Yeah, me too. I don't know if there's a more elegant solution to that now, but you'd hope by 2020 somebody's found a way. Okay, so there's the Shades. They've actually spawned very far away from Barghast. But you see, they keep spam CCing them. Look at that. And now it's time to kill. Oh, you can grip them as well. Holy shit. Oh my god. Alright, it's going to be a great fight. So just spam CC. Looks like Hibernate also works, so we got a lot of CC from Hunters. We're going to have multiple Hunters. That's very good. All of my heals are tied to my mouse overs. Yeah. Okay, anyway, phase 3, at 40% of the boss HP, Barghast dies and Hecutus joins the fight. Here's the Crushing Stone mechanic. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, it's quite big, huh? Holy fuck. Wow. Yeah, and that was some rest. Look at this motherfucker. Resto Shaman with Rock Ellie out. Oh, Hibernate is Druid. Oh, that's right. Yeah, good call, good call. I was thinking of a different ability. But yeah, this is a Resto. Look at this. Watch this. Resto Shaman with Rock Ellie out, but he has not done any damage to the boss, so the Rock Ellie is just trying to sit there and open trade with the Shaman. Who does that remind you of? Who do you think that? Who's gonna do that? Who's gonna emulate that on our kill? Nah. Anyway, all right, good. So let's see what from the perspective of DPS. Avoid players marked by Sinseeker. Yeah, so I think the player should. Like that bombkin there, that's fucking bombkin sucking each other's dick over there. I think they should move, right? This skilled warlock, he's not gonna move. This is a very skilled warlock, he's not gonna move. It should be their responsibility, stupid fucking bombkin. Okay, let's see this mechanic too. It's the spread shot. A little bit of a volley looking thing, kind of like a barrage. Maybe it looks a little bit like barrage. Resto Shaman with the Rock Elliot. Did he have a blacksmith hammer? Maybe I didn't see that part. I won't say. I didn't see that part. Okay, here's that lunge mechanic from phase 1. Very big. Taking it from melee to ranged. I don't think this is the strategy, honestly. But as you see, just a fucking flurry of AoE on top of the boss. Really good. That's how it's going to look. Okay, let's see this. This is the CC. I mean, we already saw this. Shades of Barghast. Very good. We already saw that one. And that's it. We've seen all that. So let's see maybe the healer mechanic. Oh, I bet it'll show the healing thing. It's that same mechanic, stupid fucking bombkin. Nope, it's just the same. Wait. Rip Soul, here we go. Let's see. I was hoping it would show the actual health bar to see, but okay, so that's not the best. Again, I'm not in love with these, but oh, there's different ones for normal. Or what? I think those people on beta had full heroic gear. No, they were scaled. When we tested it, we were 194 on normal. So that is slightly less than what you'll be when you probably down the whole place. Actually, I think it was 190. Yeah, I think it was 190. I don't know. The VOD's still there. I have to take a look. All right, guys. Back to Castle Pinaplia. Let's see what Altimor has for us. That's another player, I see. Split the damage with your allies. I could ice block though, so I don't have to. See how easy this phase is? There's only 2 pineapples. What's going on here? Supposed to have killed it faster. Okay, so here's... Don't stand on the lines. Use crowd control to prevent the cast? How do we do that? I don't. How would you do that? Can we hit both of them maybe? No. Spacebar? I thought I tried that. Okay, now it's time for Barkgast. Don't know why you can't shoot him. Okay, you don't want to do that. I don't get it. What do we have to... Oh, we have to run over to him and do it. That's not how it's going to work. Oh, we have to actually finish this, huh? Can we dodge that? Oh, wait, you can dodge this? What is this? What the fuck? Okay, this is obviously not meant to work this way. I don't think this is how the fight goes, by the way. But maybe. A little weird. Metro is a regime that you found successful with weight loss. I've never focused on weight loss. Fun game, now we need a tanking version. Yeah, it's a little too focused on not tank. Don't really agree with that, but it's a good way to look at it, I guess. Is there no way to, like, turn it? I don't really get it. You have to face it to hit it? That's not very realistic. And then at 4 stacks, it's going to go immune for some reason. Not how it's going to work. Is that really what the mechanic is? I'm not really sure what you're supposed to do in this. I feel like this doesn't work very well because this is definitely not what it's going to look like. I have tried 16 and 8 intermittent fasting, but I get hungry during the night. You'll get used to it. You'd be surprised how much of hunger is mental. I think you can still interrupt it. You're not supposed to be able to. Once he's immune, you're not supposed to be able to interrupt it. The notion of multitasking, shooting, movement, and interrupting is still a good exercise. Sort of, but you're not doing anything that's related to... I don't get this. This is not how the fight is going to go at all, so I'm not really sure. Okay, but at 4 stacks, we want to get over there and start attacking it. You're not supposed to have that cast go off, right? But I guess for the purpose of this, we can say it will. So this is more than spread. You want to move it to the edge of the room. It's not how you should handle that. It's an interesting premise. See, look at this. These are these do-nothing raiders that I was talking about. I'm moving it all the way to the edge, and these guys are like, what's this mechanic? Heroic leap on top of the boss with it. Okay, we don't need to move. It's over. We got the relic. Yes! Or the conduit. Yes! We got the conduit. Okay, that's good. Okay, so that was cool. Alright, so that's boss 2. Now, I think this is all, like, the order is completely random. Or completely, like, within your control. I don't think there is anything, like, specific about this order, but it's interesting. Anybody have any questions about that fight or anything they want to comment on before we move on? Let's take a look. Hungering Destroyers next on this list. Let's see if the others... Maybe this one is also mandatory, and then some of these are the ones that are optional. I'm not actually sure. This one has Sun King's Salvation next. Interesting. Hungering Destroyer is the big elemental looking dude. It's odd. I think it's wing based. Yeah, it's definitely... I think it's all optional. Like if you kill one, then you have access to another one. Is that right? I don't know, is it in the raid? Is it in the guild? In the guild. In the description? Show map. Yeah, okay. So here's the first 2... Oh yeah, Sledge Fist. Actually in the same room like we were saying. Huntsman, Altidore. Oh, maybe it is. The Grand Walk. Purloin Stores. Lady Darkvein and Inerva. Oh yeah, here's the way we went. We went to the right. So yeah, I think everything is actually optional, like legitimately. This is the way we went. Look at all these different areas. Holy shit. Feast of Arrogance. That's the Council of Blood. God damn, there's so many different areas in this raid. It's so crazy. Pride's Prison. Sun King's Salvation. Okay. Fuck, man. This is just going to be the best raid ever, man. The Grand Walk. I'm so excited to explore this raid. Okay, so... And then what? After you kill Sledge Fist, you can go this way? Night Cloak Sanctum. And that's where Stone Legion Generals and the Denathrius are. Okay, cool. I'm going to get lost in this place a lot. You are definitely, and so would Faldor. There's stairs everywhere. Like, look at just the pictures. Look at all the stairs on the pictures. Look at all the stairs. Stairs everywhere. Reminds me of when Kara came out. I was saying it's been reminding me of Kara for like 6 months now, honestly. I don't know if everybody's been saying that, or if people have just been copying it because I've been saying it, honestly, but it does feel like Karazhan. Like, it looks like Karazhan. This is not it. But yeah, anyway, we've seen that picture enough, I think. Okay, cool. So let's take a look at the next fight. That is going to be the Hungering Destroyer, I guess we'll look at next. So this one I did on beta as well. And this was a... This is actually the first boss we tested on beta. Hey, not every boss can get a full backstory. This guy eats anima and the castle is loaded with it, so he's here to feast. Yeah, yes, he's here to eat your AP. Kill him. It's true. Not every boss will have a full backstory. Okay, Hungering Destroyer. I'll link this again. Oh, that's not it. That's not the link. There you go. Sorry about that. Okay, so the boss is hangry, and the only thing that will satisfy him is you. 2 players will be debuffed, causing them to become unhealable. The only way to save them is to stack so they can leech life from you to survive. Don't stay stacked forever. Run away when the boss tries to suck you in, and spread out when you're about to poop an exploding orb. Make sure to pay attention to the boss's own leech abilities. The longer he is tanked by the same player, the more health he steals. Okay, let's take a look at the abilities now. Special notes. Soak rifts. Immunities. Oh, I didn't notice that in the previous. Hold on a second. There's nothing, that's why. Interesting. I didn't notice that. Okay, anyway. Gluttonous Miasma. 2 players are debuffed, reducing healing received by 100% and dealing ticking damage. Leeches health from nearby allies. Consume. At 100 energy, boss pulls players towards its location, leeching health based on how close players are positioned. Expunge. All players explode, dealing damage to nearby allies. Distance of explosion based on how much missing health they have. Obliterating Rift. An orb is dropped at the player's location after expunge, dealing damage to the player who touches it. And those last forever, if I remember. Volatile Ejection. Targets players and a few seconds later shoots damage in the direction. Getting hit increases damage taken by the ability by 500% for 24 seconds. Desolate periodically deals raid-wide damage. Desolate. Overwhelm is a tank mechanic. And current target is smashed with physical damage. Hungering Strike. Each melee attack leeches health from the target. Yeah, this was actually a problem. When we did this, we literally couldn't out-damage the tank mechanic. So I'd be interested in seeing how people feel like they're dealing with this now. Growing Hunger. Each consecutive melee against the same target increases the damage and leech of Hungering Strikes. Stacks until taunt swap. Maybe it was just bugged at the time. Slashroot says, this is very helpful to see and hear how you review and learn each fight. Doing great. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate you saying that. And Zach says, same. Very happy that you're streaming this. Awesome. Yeah, like I said, I would normally do this anyway, so I feel like I've learned, I feel like I now know everything about those first 2 fights. We didn't do them yet. I did them on the beta, but I haven't done them yet, but I've learned everything I can up until that point, right? Okay, so let's see what this is here. It's a 1-phase fight. There's no phase swaps or none. Stack a few players to each miasma buff to keep them healthy. Move away with volatile ejection to ensure you do not hit others. Taunt swap after each overwhelm to keep boss leech low. Getting hit by 2 at the same time risks immediate death. That's the volatile ejections. Run far away from the boss during consume to limit his leeching. I remember that. Spread out to drop expunge, explosion, and orb away from others. Yeah, so there's going to be orbs all over the room. Heal players before or during expunge to lower the explosion radius, and soak rift orbs with immunities or as an off tank to clean up space. I did that on the beta testing. I just ran around and soaked them all with AMS, and it was very easy, for me at least. But that's it. That's the whole thing. The mythic mechanic. Players who stack on miasma debuffs gain essence sap, a stacking debuff that increases the damage they take from sharing their health for 20 seconds. This will require the raid to rotate who is keeping the debuffed player alive. Okay. Interesting. That's not going to be present for a while, but interesting encounter. So really, it's just this hasn't really taught me anything. I don't feel like this is a very good one. Doesn't really talk about, because even though there's only 1 phase, it's a bit of a misnomer to call this a 1-phase fight. It's like the mechanics don't change, but they alternate in such a distinct way that you really need to know exactly what you're doing at every given moment. So let's see what this one recommends again. Okay, you can in theory position the raid stacked up for this encounter and just move slightly away with gluttonous miasma, volatile ejection, and spread completely with expunge. That, however, seems like too much trouble for it to be worth it. The safer strategy is to just spread slightly in a semi or full circle around the boss. If you place the boss towards the center, you will have to move him before consume. If you decide to place him towards the edge, melees may need to move a little extra for expunge. I suggest a thing in between. The tanks will have to swap as often as possible, as tanking the boss for a longer period of time will cause him to leech an ever-increasing amount. Depending on how often Overwhelm is cast, you could potentially use that to swap. However, you want to taunt often to reduce damage and shorten the encounter. This is actually a really big deal. Like I said on the beta, we actually could not outdamage the tank mechanic. Like, we were not dealing damage to the boss. His health was effectively not going down. We fought him for minutes, and he was still at like 90% health. So, I don't know. We'll see how that plays out. Gluttonous Miasma is similar to the mechanic we saw in Unot from BFA. It makes you immune to healing, so the only way to heal is by allies standing close to you so you can leech health from them. In theory, you would only need 1.1 or 2 players to not lose health, I guess. Or 1.2 players. However, there are other mechanics happening, so a safe bet is that you need 2 to 3 allies helping you out. The goal is to keep the players suffering from Gluttonous Miasma healthy so they can survive the other abilities cast in this fight. Absorbs bypass the healing immunity. Putting Absorb on affected player before volatile ejection or expunge will greatly reduce the risk of sudden death. That's great. Good idea. Very good tip there. For Disc Priest, we're going to have 2, hopefully, so that's very good. Volatile ejection will mark several players, and 5 seconds fire in their, after 5 seconds, fire in their direction. If you are stacked due to Gluttonous Miasma, you need to move away from the group to make sure nobody gets hit. Other players need to identify whether they are in line with any of these players, and if so, move out of the way to avoid getting hit. Get hit by one isn't bad, but if you get hit by multiple, you will die. Melees especially need to be aware, as it can be harder to identify players targeted at range. However, as tanks are facing the boss to the raid, melees can just stand behind the boss. That's a good tip, actually. If a player with Gluttonous Miasma gets targeted, the others should move away until the cast is finished before stacking back up. In this case, a defensive cooldown is advisable. You can also choose to take the hit as a group, however, that will be a lot of extra healing that needs to be done. Expunge causes all players to erupt after 5 seconds, and the size of the eruption depends on their missing health when the ability is applied. As such, healers should try to top off people before this ability is applied. Other players need to help Gluttonous Miasma targets to make sure they are healthy before the ability is applied. The higher health, the smaller distance you have to move. After the ability is applied, everyone must quickly spread out to avoid getting hit by other circles than your own. When Expunge detonates, everyone will spawn an orb at their location. If you place them out of the way, you can ignore them, but most likely they'll be in a bad position and need to be soaked. If you're healthy after the detonate, you can quickly soak your own orb. Otherwise, you can assign the off-tank or a player with a magic immunity cooldown to soak as many as possible. Roughly every minute, the boss will cast Desolate, which deals moderate shadow damage to all players. By itself, this is fairly easy to heal. However, in combination with other abilities, it can be troublesome. This was a really good time for AMZ. On the beta, we had everybody stack up for that, and I throw AMZ down, and then they spread back out. Whenever the boss gains full energy, he will do a 4-second cast Consume, which then channels for 6 seconds. Players close to the boss takes massive damage every 2 seconds, and as such are very likely to die. You therefore need to create distance to the boss during the cast to try to stay away during the channel. I suggest you place a gateway for the melee so they can quickly get away, and if you have them available, use a raid speed increase like Stampeding Roar or Windrush Totem. You will definitely want to assign raid cooldowns for every consume. During this time, Gluttonous Miasma targets may also need additional healing to help with healing. Additional players to help. Just don't all stack up because that can cause a wipe. So here's what it recommends. By positioning boss slightly from the wall, melee will have room for expunge, and tanks won't have to move boss before consume is cast. Spread for volatile ejection when needed, and move boss away when consume is cast. So, pretty complicated, but not that bad. Pug tanks will make him taunt immune. That's actually what we did on the beta. We literally just taunted him until he was taunt immune. And just kept spamming taunt every cooldown. That's actually how we did it on the beta. And it was not a problem, because he's taunt immune for such a small period of time that it almost worked out. But we'll see. That's probably why we didn't do any damage to the fight. Okay. We also tried kiting him. I'm not sure how many people saw that video, but we also tried kiting him. We kited him from one boss, like, end of the room to the other over and over again, so he never meleeed us, but that didn't work either. Anyway, one phase fight with a variety of spread and stack mechanics. Whole fight, spread out 10 yards to avoid extra AoE damage. Dodge volatile miasma, random frontal. Stack on 2 teammates for Gluttonous Miasma to be healed. Run away from boss for expunge. Healers. Allies with Gluttonous Miasma cannot be healed, so healers are going to need to notice that. Tank swaps on Growing Hunger around 5 stacks. 5 stacks, interesting. We were literally swapping every stack. And soak blue orbs on ground while not tanking. I agree with that. I think this is probably the right way to do it. Okay, so let's see how this group has recommended it. Part 1. Good. I'm glad that they at least recognize that it's effectively 2 fights. Or 2 phases. Okay, so that's the whole stack thing. That's weird. What the fuck is even going on in this picture? Wow, this is really not great info in this fight, I feel like. Okay, that's the big circle mechanic. Everybody spread out. Then back in. And you see it spawns these orbs after you do it. And then the tank can go around and collect them. Okay, I mean, I like that part at least, but this part doesn't make any sense to me. Gluttonous miasma. So they just have people stacked up at range for some reason, not in melee. I don't know what that is. Why are they dancing in and out? It's only, they only need to do it, like they only do it when they need to do it, I guess is what the point of that is. What about this arrow mechanic? Maybe that's a mythic thing where you can't. That's why. Yeah. We read the mythic mechanic. So again, this is another one of those things that's only going to happen on mythic. You need to alternate who is soaking it. That's why. I forgot about that. This doesn't seem to be any different. And then probably tank clears one segment of them at a time. I really like this 4 stack point thing, though. This is how you have to do it on Mythic, I'd imagine, and I like it for normal and Heroic, too. Okay, so let's see what they say Phase 2 looks like. So this is going to be what? The arrows and the... Yeah. Volatile ejection. We just need to make sure that doesn't hit anyone. Easier said than done. And there's the consume caster. Basically just run away. But this is also assuming that every set of all the orbs are gone. See, when we did this, it was very difficult to have all the orbs. Like, when we ran out from that mechanic, the orbs were all over the place. It was hard not to get hit by them. But you need to make sure that you don't hit each other with one and that you don't get hit by more than one as well. So it's very interesting, though. I like this kind of cross-shaped area that's safe. And I also like the fact that they have the orbs in quadrants of the room. I like that a lot. That's very interesting. Okay, so let's... Oop, jeez, man, that fucking ad is so annoying. Anyway, okay, so let's see what Limit is recommending here. So I'm going to read a little bit more here. Volatile ejection marks a few target players. After 5 seconds, shoot blue missiles at the marked player. Deals damage, and anyone else hit. Also causes damage, take 500% increased damage. So that was the problem we had, was 2 people with the arrow would hit each other as well, and they would kill each other. That's going to be a pretty hard part of the fight, I think. Honestly, I think a lot of people are going to do that by accident. But past that, strategy seems very simple. This boss is relatively straightforward, as long as you handle Gluttonous Miasma properly and have good positioning. Have the boss slightly off-center, a bit towards the southern end of the room. Put 3 markers down between where you'll hold the boss and the southern wall. These markers will be for volatile ejection. You only have about 5 seconds from the time the marks go out until the missiles fire. If a player can't reach the marker, that's okay. Just call it out and make sure nobody extra gets hit. Everyone should be relatively close to the boss. There isn't really a reason to spread out significantly for most of the encounter. This will help handling volatile ejections easier. When Expunge goes out, Everyone should spread about 8 yards from each other. Healers need to get everyone as close to full as possible to minimize the size of the explosion. Oh, is that what that's about? Interesting. Wait, is that mentioned? Did I just overlook that? Circle size is based on the player's missing health. Oh, wow. Very interesting. This is going to be a cool fight, too. Yeah, it's going to be a crazy healing raid, isn't it? That's very interesting. Wait, as long as nobody gets hit by both injections, you can survive one hit. Oh, yeah, definitely. Okay, but I've seen it happen where a lot of people are like overlapping and they're just killing each other. Where was I? When expunge goes out, everyone should spread. Read that. Move away from your orbs. If you are high health, you can run back over your orb to clear it, but certainly don't have to. Gluttonous miasma players should move a bit out of the group so they aren't leeching from everyone. With the current tuning, one player can feed someone else or someone affected with gluttonous miasma by themselves. You should pre-assign 3 people as the feeders and 2 backups in case a feeder gets the debuff. You can put markers down to have set locations for the miasma as well, so they don't get overlapped. Interesting. It can also be possible to have 2 or more miasma targets leeching off the same person. To do this, you need to Venn diagram the circle. It's risky, but certainly doable. Anyway, tanks should taunt every 5 to 8 stacks. Wow, 5 to 8. It really won't be dangerous by that point, but it'll keep the leech amount the boss gaining fairly low. Current off tanks should be running around the room, clearing as many of the orbs from expunge as possible. They only deal 9k damage each, so it shouldn't be too difficult for the off tank to clear most, if not all of them. When the boss is at 90% energy, the tank should move him closer to the wall. At 100%, he'll cast Consume. Everyone should run to the opposite side of the room during this. Use movement cooldowns here to get as far away as possible. Remember, the further away you are, the less he'll leech. As such, prioritize everyone in the raid being as far as possible. Ah, now that's interesting. I like this a lot better than the original strategy. I think we'd use probably something in between, where you have everybody spread out in sections of 4. Instead, Limit is saying everybody should be on one side of the room, and the boss should be moved to the opposite side of the room, and then everybody continues to move to that same side. So that is actually really smart. I like that a lot. Instead of everybody kind of spread out around the room. I like that a lot. Once Consume ends, just go back to the boss, rinse and repeat until there's purple. I assigned 5 people in melee to soak 1 leech on his left foot and the other melee right foot, and 5 people assigned on the range one. Hopefully that works out. Gotcha. Okay, positioning. In general, keep the boss nearest the edge of the room. In the pictures below, star and circle are for volatile ejections. The raid is positioned on the other side of the boss. Triangle and diamond are locations for gluttonous miasma. Those are just examples. You don't need this preset spots for miasma. Just wanted to provide an example location. Nobody should be too far from the boss. Don't forget to spread out heavily for the expunge. I think it's just the names of the mechanics that are tripping me up. I have one more look at these mechanics, because I'm a little confused here. Volatile ejection is the arrow, right? Yes, this is just a damage. These things are just not related to the fight, really, strategy-wise. Gluttonous miasma is applied to few raid members. Players cannot be healed. Okay, so that's that healing thing. And expunge is the circle mechanic. Okay, so this is the healing. Miasma is the healing mechanic. Expunge is the circle mechanic, which needs to be healed up. And ejection is the arrow that you can't overlap. So one more time. The raid is positioned. Triangle and diamond are for gluttonous miasma. So these are the recommendations to heal, and somebody would come in and stack with that person, I guess, there. You don't need preset spots for miasma. Just wanted to provide an example. Don't forget to spread out heavily for the expunge. Yeah, that's the giant circle. So then everybody just runs to the edge of the room and drops their things. So I quite like that. I quite like how they handled this. Let's have one more look at this. Now again, this is how it's going to be handled in Mythic, because you have to have different people soaking it. But I quite like this concept. I think this is a very do-nothing mechanic. Like, you can just have people do that, especially on normal and heroic. Probably just have people just stand there. Now they're alternating. That's why they're doing that. They're going out when they don't need healing and back in when they do, so they don't keep applying stacks to people. And then now the expunge is going to happen. There it is. And that tank who's pretty low has a big circle, otherwise everybody else is low. They drop their orbs, come back. I like that. And then the arrow mechanic is showed in the next group, the next shot. And that's basically just kind of split up. Just make sure you don't hit each other. I think that's the better way to do it. But maybe the only thing I could see about that is that arrow mechanic is not going to work out if people don't notice they have it. But hopefully that won't be a problem. And then the consume mechanic, yeah, he pulls them even further to the side. This one's straightforward. Boss does giant AoE. Kills anyone within a circle. Oh, he also kills them. Okay. And then that's it. Okay, cool. And then you return. So, yeah, pretty straightforward mechanic. Just the names are kind of weird. I guess it's just me, but the names are a bit weird. All right, so let's see what is going on with the Hungering Destroyer tank. This is going to be really straightforward. There's the expunge. Yeah, so that's that mechanic. You see a blue circle on every single player. Wow, they're doing this very differently. I mean, I guess obviously this is, nobody knew what the strategy was at the time when they recorded this, but this is kind of what we did, honestly. And just had everybody soak their own, right? And that's really not recommended at all. I understand that they can't get any other footage, but that's really a bad example. And there's that consume, giant blue circle around him. As you can see, you got to get as far away from it as possible. So you want to predict that. And that is it. That's actually it. What does it say for DPS? Gluttonous miasma. There you go. So you can see the blue circles. So yeah, if you had one person in the center here, you could actually have that person soak both of these, which isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world, but it is possible. Social distancing is dead. Wow, that's clever. Clever. Volatile ejection. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay, so here's the arrows. Yeah. Oh, that's a much bigger arrow than it looks like, too. And those two guys just overlapped it, and thanks for stopping by, random troll warrior or some shit with terrible-ass transmog. That's how it's supposed to be. Does a lot of damage regardless, though, it looks like. Oh, that guy's fucked, man. That guy's an idiot. Okay, let's see. Expunge again. This is that same clip, yeah. Alright, we've already seen the rest. Okay, cool. So now it's time for our favorite pineapple-based game. Tropical Destroyer, I guess, is the one. Yeah, okay. So what is it going to be? Stand near teammates to leech their HP? But how? I can't fight them. Okay, miasma's next. Or that is the miasma. The arrows are next. Don't stand. Yeah, that's the arrow there. Good. We would have killed those guys if we did. Killed ourselves probably as well. Okay, here's the circle mechanic. See, now that's not how that mechanic works. Oh, shit. Get as far away as possible for this mechanic. Then obviously you get back to the center. Stand near teammates. Why would your teammates be this far away? Not the best. They tried. I'll give them that. This is very ingenious. This is really not how the fight's going to work at all. You stay in the center the whole time. So let's see what happens if I hit this guy with this. Yeah, we die. Okay, cool. That's how that part's going to work at least. That's pretty realistic. So what is your prediction? Your predications on the tank. What does that mean? Predications. I did make a video comparing all 6 tank specs though. It's on the channel. Check it out. Maybe because the 2 teammates are noobs and are standing too far. I guess so, yeah. Maybe on like LFR or some shit. But see, these guys are also noobs. Look at these fucking noobs. Just standing in the middle of the room and they didn't even drop an orb. What are they doing? Predictions. Ah, yeah, fair enough. I have a video on all that stuff, so check it out. Is he immune to damage here? Like, why wouldn't you continue damaging him? You get closer. You want to get closer. These fucking idiots are back here. I have to go stack with them, though, because they're noobs. They won't come to me. Otherwise, just keep burning them, guys. As you see, the tank's not... He's doing a perfect job. There's no leech concerns at all. Try raid lead this minigame. You can do it. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. I don't know what I would even say. I don't have timers, so I can't call anything out. Okay, this is kind of stupid. Alright, guys. Lust, here we go. Burn him. Okay, Diabolical, get to Sarah. Good, good, good. Okay, Sarah's dead. Get her up. What? Okay. Here comes arrows, guys. Get ready. Make sure you don't hit each other. Move, 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 move. Do not hit each other. Good, 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 good. Alright, great. Res cop. Very good. We're out of reses already. Fuck. Alright, keep burning, guys. Next is going to be... Yep, okay. Go to your areas of the room. Drop the circles. Jix, go ahead and taunt. Alright, great. I'm going to go grab these. AMS. I got AMS. Okay, run, 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 run. Run, come on. Give us a stampeding roar. Okay, sir, good. Rick, you got to take the fucking speed talent, dude. I know you never want to take it. Okay, keep burning, guys. Here we go. Just keep shooting from a pineapple. Alright, get close. Make sure you're soaking. We don't have people spread out all around the room, so we're not as bad as this weird game with pineapples. You won't even have to do that, honestly. Okay, make sure you're spread out. Make sure the lines don't hit each other, guys. Good. Don't heroic leap on top of the fucking grave. What are you doing? No, I'm just kidding. Okay, good. Keep burning. This fight's a joke. Mechanically, honestly. But I think it's going to be very difficult numerically. Run! Come on! You slacked off at the end and you died. Okay, anyway, that's good. I don't, oops. I don't really care to see the end of that. Okay, cool. So that's it for that fight. Very simple mechanically, but honestly, I think it's kind of confusing, the names of everything. So hopefully it'll be more obvious when we do it, but... Help! Use roar, druids, damn it. This fight seemed more simple in the pineapple version. I agree. It's pretty not indicative. Like, that's not how the fight's gonna go, honestly. Damn, priest, you're supposed to life grip me away, not to the boss. For fuck's sake, priest. Okay, anyway, so next up. Let's make sure we don't DC here. Didn't miss anything, it looks like. Alright, so next up, we're only 3 bosses in, so 2 hours in already. Looks like a healer fight, to be honest. Yeah, velocity, ... Yo, why'd you grip him, bro? And he's not even in the same region as you. Why the fuck did you grip him? Actually, I kind of need to get water. There's no way I'm going to be able to do the rest of the stream with this little water that I have left. I'm talking so much and I'm so thirsty. Let's go. Maybe it'll go quicker from now on. Okay, Inerva Darkvein. Now, this is another one. You remember on the second boss, I was like, there's a few fights in here that are just the most unique fights ever. Like, most inspired fights ever. This is the second one I was talking about. Absolutely spectacular encounter. I cannot wait to see this play out. Utilizing the power of Anima, Inerva fills up 1 of 4 containers at a time to empower 1 of her 4 abilities. So I can't, like... words don't do this justice. But there's 4 containers of Anima that are like... I mean, first of all, it's such a great visual thing. Like, the fact that there's these giant containers. But also, they're, like, imperative for the success of the encounter. It's awesome. As the fight continues, you must drain each container to prevent its empowerment from overwhelming your raid, while dealing with a rotation of increasingly more difficult mechanics. Learn each container's ability, one at a time, and you are sure to finish her off before she grows too powerful. Sounds like Metro needs an innervate. Yeah, seriously. Alright, lose Anima. Containers can be interacted with to deplete their Anima levels, causing raid-wide damage for every second drain. So yeah, you have to keep these containers, like the contents of the containers, you have to keep them managed properly. Container breach. While at max capacity, containers pulse heavy raid-wide damage. So it's effectively a wipe, I believe. Focus Anima. Lady focuses 1 container, preventing it from being drained and increasing the rate it receives Anima. And this is like the containers. Yeah, container of desire. It means desire. What the fuck does that mean? Anyway, expose desires. Default ability. Applies a dot to the active tank. Default ability. Interesting. And then at 33%, it's shared cognition. Damage dealt to tank with dot is copied to random players. And Change of Heart, 66%. When tank debuff expires, deals damage to raid based on distance away. Okay. Interesting. Then 2, Container of Bottled Anima. Bottled Anima, red circles must be soaked to prevent raid-wide damage. Lingering Anima, so these like are empowered at every stage of the container is how this works. After being soaked, leaves a void zone, and then after being soaked, splits into one more void zone to be soaked. So it bounces basically. Probably shoot it out like on Xanish or whatever the fuck that fight was called. Have you seen the Flash game that was made to teach the fight mechanics? No. Okay, Container of Sin. Lesser Sins and Suffering. Default ability. Spawns 3 red orbs that pulse damage to nearby players and connects 3 players with a red line that deals damage to anyone in contact with them. Connects beams to orbs to despawn them. Anima Web, that's 33%. The red orbs are connected by a beam that deals damage when touched. And 66 is the Anima Web rotates around the red orbs. Now that's probably the most nuts part of this, honestly. You have to soak these orbs, and then there's going to be beams, and then there's also going to be like this crazy rotating shit like on Hexos and the fucking Brawlers Guild. But Container of Concentrated Anima, Unleash Shadow is the default ability. Debuffs players with 10-second dot upon expiration, damages nearby players, and spawns an ad. 33%. The debuff players rooted immediately. And 66 upon expiration. The debuff player shoots out avoidable void fragments, dealing damage to anyone hit. And there's the ads. Conjured Manifestation ad is a small one. Cast Condemn, dealing damage to raid if not interrupted. And then there's the Harness Scepter ads, which is the big one. A mobile ad that will spam Condemn damage to raid if not tanked. Deals increasing damage to its active tank, including Exposed Desires. And from what I can tell, you need more than 2 tanks for that. I think you're going to need 4 people in range. So the Flash thing, yeah, we'll get back to that, Morris. I'll link it when we get to it. Anyway, so Lesser Sins and Suffering, you're running together like Mother Straz and Black Temple. Maybe, I don't know that fight. Okay, so let's take a look at what they recommend here. Container of Desire is probably, yeah, it's the far left one. Taunt swap around 2 stacks. Tanks try to reduce damage taken due to the copy effect. That's interesting. And tanks must run away before their dot falls off. Okay, I've seen that one. Container of Bottled Anima. Spread to ensure all void zones are soaked. Avoid standing in the void zone after soaking. Make sure to catch the second bounce after soaking. That's the entire mechanic for that. Container of Sin. Run to the orbs if debuffed to link beam and despawn them. So you could see that happening here. Move away from orbs, from beam between orbs. So you have to stand on the outside. You can't be on the inside. And then dodge the rotating beams. It's going to be spinning all around. It's crazy. Container of Concentrated Anima. Spawns ads near boss. Tank big ad. Interrupt condemn. Use root removal. Be near boss to spawn ads. And dodge the fragments that eject from debuffed player. After Lady is done focusing a container, drain it. Heal through the resulting raid-wide damage. So that's basically how you do it. At least on this difficulty, you want to just stay 1 jar ahead, I feel. So if she's channeling on this one, you can't do anything about that. So you would deal with this one, and then when it gets there, it's going to be as low as possible, and then you go back to dealing with this one until that's clean, and then you keep pushing ahead. So you never have one that ever gets filled. If it ever gets filled 100%, you wipe. So let's see. Mythic only. Release Anima is put into closed containers instead of being drained. Hidden Desires. Tanks must correctly face images when they spawn to avoid taking extra damage. And Sins and Suffering spawns 1 additional red orb to be dealt with. So that's interesting. Okay, so let's see what the other groups are saying. Inerva. Look in with this here. Okay, you can call this a 1-phase encounter or a 4-phase encounter, but for this particular guide, I will split it up into 4 phases, as I feel like that makes more sense. All phases can, in theory, be active at the same time, but that will only happen if you do this fight incorrectly or try to complete it on some uber-duper okay, very hard mode, let's say that. You want to tank the boss around the corner of the room for most of the fight, as that will make it easier to deal with a lot of the mechanics in this fight. Oh, I'm sorry, around the center of the room, of course. The basics of this fight is that Lady Inerva has 4 anima containers that will fill up over time. 33, 66%, they gain empowered abilities, so the goal is to keep them below 33 at all times. Okay, interesting. However, she will focus anima into them one at a time and then swap to the next container after having lost 25% health or 1 minute 40 seconds have passed, whichever comes first. In Mythic, those containers probably just add up on top of the other mechanics. Yeah, probably. Those mechanics, you mean, probably. Players can open the valve, which causes damage to the raid, but drains the anima container. This should be done before she is about to focus anima into it. This is to ensure that the container will be empty when you start using it. Whenever she swaps container, you should immediately drain the container she was focusing before to get rid of the empowered abilities. If a container reaches full energy, it will cause a burst dealing very high shadow damage, which will continue until the container has been drained. It is therefore important to manage the containers very well. The 4 basic abilities, Exposed Desire, Bottled Anima, Lesser Sins, and Suffering, and Lightly Concentrated Anima will always be present unless they are empowered. Exposed Desires is a tank debuff that will function as tank swap. Simply swap on 1 or 2 stacks and the debuff will be manageable. Bottled Anima will be marked on the floor and all of them must be soaked, as you will otherwise risk wiping. Lesser Sins and Suffering will spawn orbs around the room that deal damage to the closest player. The only way to despawn these orbs are the players linked by shared suffering to connect the beam through each other. This is done by having the beam, the players with the shared suffering stand on top or close to an orb and aim beam through the orb. Once a beam is connected through all the orbs, they will despawn and the link is broken. I see. I misunderstood that at first, but that's interesting. Lightly Concentrated Anima applies a damage debuff on random players and upon expiration causes an explosion in an 8-yard radius. Targeted players should move 8 yards away but try to stay close to the boss and each other without hitting others, as the explosion will spawn a harness, specter, and conjured manifestations. Targeted players... Read that. The boss should be moved on top of these adds when they spawn to optimize cleave damage. Conjured manifestations won't need to be tanked, but needs to be interrupted before their cast finishes. The harness specter must be, however, tanked. Focus add while they are alive as priority. These are the basic abilities you will see in every phase, and the things you must do to keep it manageable throughout the encounter. Below will be the empowered phase, so that's how it looks. Bottled Anima. That's the... Okay, interesting. Just tuning in. Hey, James, what's up? How's it going? Okay, Container of Desire. 100 to 75% or 100 seconds. Exposed. So, like, no matter what, it's going to get to 60%, 66% in this phase, right? There's no way to stop that, I assume. It's just if you don't do it well, it's going to be a wipe as well, I presume. Upgraded version of Exposed Desires. Damage dealt to targets with Warp Desires is copied to allies with shared cognition every 8 seconds. Over 8 seconds. So that's the tank mechanic. So the first one is actually going to be the easiest. Very straightforward, it sounds like. I don't know how many times she's going to cycle through these. Probably only once. Upgraded version of Exposed Desires. Damage dealt to targets. Copied to allies. In addition, with Warp Desires. When it expires, the target will explode with Change of Heart, dealing high shadow damage to all players. Damage is reduced by distance. So that's, yeah, I saw that mechanic. So that's the tank mechanic I saw people run. Pretty far away, actually. On the Fat Boss video I saw, they didn't even think you needed to run that far away, as it didn't seem like it was truly drop-off. It was just, if you're in it, you die, and if you're not, you take way less damage. So we'll see how that plays out. Lady Inerva will activate this container at the start of the fight and focus anima into it until to reach the 75% health or 100 seconds have passed. When the container reaches 33% energy, the Exposed Desire ability is upgraded, and allies will be afflicted by shared cognition, which copies the damage the tank takes onto the target. Tanks must make sure not to go above 2 stacks, and healers will have to do some heavy spot healing on the victims of shared cognition. Players afflicted by this debuff should attempt to minimize damage taken, so don't help soaking any of the bottled anima, or use a personal cooldown if necessary. Cooldowns and mitigation can be used on the tank, which I assume will reduce the damage taken on the victims. Uncertain. Yeah, that's what the other group said as well. I mean, the boss changed to another container after he lost 25% health. And since you're going to Bloodlust one, I guess you can almost skip one container. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, when the container reaches 66 energy, the ability is upgraded again. Whenever Warp Desires expires, the tank will explode, dealing damage to the raid reduced by distance. Yeah, that's the tank mechanic specifically. The tank must move away from the raid before the debuff expires, as this will significantly reduce the raid damage. For less mobile tanks, you can place a gateway so they can get quickly back. By itself, this seems rather harmless, but harness specters could complicate this, as the other tank will have to tank this add while the tank is making distance to the raid. If you don't want the tank to tank 2 or melee DPS to tank for a little period, you can move the boss slightly away and focus the boss for a few seconds or use a raid cooldown to reduce the damage from the blast. I don't get that. Yeah, see, it does say a melee DPS will have to tank at times, which I've seen a few different times. I have to tank this ad while the tank is making distance to the raid. But where's the second tank? I don't get it. Oh, that's what it's saying. The other tank will have to tank this ad as well. Right, that's normal though. I get it. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a concern, honestly, but... When the phase ends, a player must open the valve to reduce the container below 33% energy and keep it below that threshold. The raid will suffer damage over time, so try to stack up for AoE healing. That's something I hadn't properly considered. But yeah, basically every, whatever it is, 70, what's it, 70? So every 30% health or something? Yeah, every 25% health, it's going to, we're going to have to heal a ton, basically. Very interesting. Okay, so then the next one is Bottled Anima. This is, here, let's just read the mechanic from the previous one. Bottled Anima, spread to ensure all void zones are soaked. This is the void zone one. Avoid standing in the void zone after soaking, and then make sure to catch the second bounce after soaking. That's this one. Okay. Before Lady Inerva starts focusing Anima into the Bottled Anima container, make sure you have drained it down to 0. The container will be activated when the boss reaches 75% and continue until she has reaches 50% health or 100 seconds have passed. When the container reaches 33% energy, the bottled anima is upgraded and causes a lingering anima pool to spawn from it. This means the room will get covered over time and make other abilities hard to deal with. If a bottled anima is cast in a pool location, the soaking player should use a personal cooldown and must be healed. Players dealing with sins and suffering beams and orbs should try to pass the beam through the orb without standing in the pools, which will be a bit harder, but very possible. When the container reaches 66, the energy will bounce back up and mark a new impact location. The same player or a different player needs to soak this bottle to avoid the explosion. Players soaking 2 bottles need to be spot healed in between the soaks to avoid the risk of fatality. This will also spawn an additional pool and the room will get covered quickly. Oh, that's interesting. So if you miss it, you're really fucked. When this phase ends, a player must open the valve to reduce the container below 33% energy and keep it below that threshold. It's very interesting. You don't have to go to 0, I don't think, but you definitely got to go below 33. Otherwise, you're dealing with the overlap of the mechanics. Definitely listing third container here. I have a bad feeling about those rotating beams. It does sound a bit awkward, right? It's just like, how realistic is it to do 25% of this boss's health every 100 seconds? Like, if you don't do that, you're going to have 5 phases, right? I don't know about that. It feels like maybe you should just lost on the pole so that first phase is done as fast as possible. And if it comes back around again, that would be good, right? It's almost like if you can push the boss from 100 to 75, but then you failed to push the boss from 75 to 50 in 100 seconds, that would be better. Because then you'd get the phase that you skipped at the end instead of the hard phase at the end, right? Like, think about that. But that would also mean that the fight's longer, so I don't know if that's a good thing. Okay, so this is the Container of Sin. This is the hard one. Run to orbs if debuffed to link beam and despawn them. Then you have to move away from the beam between the orbs and then dodge the rotating beams. So let's see what it says. Make sure you've drained it to 0. When the boss reaches 50 and continue until 25%. Okay, great. Container reaches 30. The energy is upgraded to Sins and Suffering. This causes an anima web to form between the orbs, causing high damage to anyone passes through it. So you can see it here. It's probably the best way to look at it. If you're in the middle, I don't know how you get out, but anyway, the linked players will have to move around the orbs to not get hit. This could also make it more difficult to soak the bottled animas. The boss should be tanked a decent distance away from the orbs. I assume the bottles are thrown in a short distance away from the boss. If the bottles get inside the anima, you would need players to go through the web and soak it. Preferably a mage with blink. When the container reaches 66% energy, the anima webs will start rotating around, giving the raid even less space to maneuver around. This will also make it significantly harder for the linked players. They will have to stand further away from the orbs while aiming their beams to avoid getting hit by the anima webs. In addition, there will be pools around the room, which can be problematic if they are placed in bad position. It's better to be slow and steady with this mechanic, as many errors will likely lead to deaths. When this phase ends, the player must open the valve. Great, we did that already. Anyone else starting to feel overwhelmed? No, that's why we're going over it now, yeah. It's going to be a long stream, but by the end of this, I believe I will have learned every fight, start to finish. Obviously, then executing will be the hard part. But that's why I like this Panoplia thing. Okay, anyway. Final container, which should be the end of the fight, right? Unless you take really long to do the fight, which honestly, like I'm saying, I think that might not be a problem. But anyway, 4 spawns adds near boss, tank big ad, interrupt condemn. Use root removal / be near boss to spawn adds. Dodge the fragments that eject from debuff players. I keep clicking the wrong ones. Okay. Inerva starts focusing anima into the container of concentrated anima. Drain. Okay, read that same thing every time. Okay, so at 33%, this causes the victim to be rooted. Make sure you are within a reasonable distance of the boss, so you won't have to drag the boss around the entire room. Move the boss on top of the adds after the explosion. That's just to cleave it down better. At this point, it may be better to move slightly away from... That's now at 66%. Send fragments of shadows in all directions. At this point, it will be better to move slightly away from the rooted player so you'll have more time to react to the fragments. Getting hit is a lot of damage. If you have to soak bottled anima and a fragment is coming to you, pop up personal CD and take the hit. The fragment may kill you. However, the bottle hitting the ground will likely wipe the raid. Interesting. Worth noting is that multiple players are targeted by the concentrated anima ability, and as such, when they are empowered, multiple players will be rooted. If you're completely stacked as a raid, 3 players will be rooted on top of each other and are very likely to die. You should therefore spread loosely around the boss. In the previous phases, you could have the adds relatively close to each other, but in this phase, it's almost impossible. Start by focusing down the conjured manifestations when you interrupt their cast before moving into Harness Spectre. Keep killing adds while cleaving on a boss until adds are dead. Okay, cool. So this says, tank the boss where there is limited pools, spread around the boss before concentrated anima, but try to stay close. Daniel says, my god, your hair is so beautiful. Thanks, man. Metro is helping reduce the overwhelming. Yeah, I'm trying my best anyway. No, you can stack if you want, but you have to spread before concentrated anima. Yeah, I don't think we'll be spreading. Okay, so let's see what this TLDR version has to say. This looks like it's a lot. Oh my god, that's not very TLDR. Fuck. Okay, multi-phase boss based on focus anima ability. Prevent anima levels of 4 containers in the room from hitting 100% to prevent a raid wipe. Boss will cast focus anima on containers, increasing how fast they fill. Release anima on container before and after its focus anima, and anytime it goes above 33% otherwise. Okay, container of desire. Tank swap on 2 to 3 stacks of exposed. See, none of these have explained who's going to do that. Like, none of these have explained who's going to do that. That's the most important part that I wanted to see. Who is going to do that part? Somebody has to run over and do it, don't they? We don't deserve you. Yeah, you do. You're here hanging out. You deserve it. Okay, I don't know who's going to do that, though. Anyway, release anima of container before it's focused. Okay, so there's the 4 containers again. Honestly, I don't think we're going to learn from... Let's just go through it quick. Tank swap on 2 to 3 stacks of expose, 0 to 33. Then it's 1 to 2 stacks of expose, and that's to limit the stack. Because every time you take damage from it, it splits. So you don't want it to split a 3 stack, I guess. Anyway, then run out the 3rd time. So that's very, very easy. That's a joke. That's so much easier than the other ones. So then at 0 to 33. So all of these are going to be happening the whole time. So we're going to be tank swapping. We're going to be soaking red circles. We're going to be having marked players soak blood orbs. And we're going to have people run out with concentrated anima to spawn adds. This is going to happen the whole fight. But then these other ones are only going to happen when the actual boss is channeling on each of these bottles. Okay? So the rest I think we've read, honestly. There's nothing to be learned by reading it again. I would assign 2 players to click this in case one got a problem with something. Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know how you're going to do it because like we literally are going to have people soaking and doing all these mechanics and being rooted and all this shit. It's like, who the fuck is going to do this? So it literally could be anyone, I feel like. Okay, so let's see these things now. These are always good. So there's that first one there. It's the really, really easy one. There's nothing to even really show, yeah. They're not even trying with this one. What the fuck? Metro, if I knew your hair looked like this when you had it short, I would cry. Wait, why? I mean, yeah, basically as soon as the boss swaps to another container, literally anyone can just go click the old one. Yeah, it's just like, I feel like it's going to be difficult to assign a single person to it because you never know what mechanics are happening. And they might get the mechanics while they're running over and doing it, right? So I feel like we should probably tanker right here kind of thing. Keep them close. You probably have to assign a full group or something. Otherwise, we might have people with the attitude someone else is going to go and do it. Yeah, maybe. Somebody's going to have to make a play during all the chaos. No doubt. Yeah, that's my point. Okay, so there's the bottled anima. So you're going to go and soak that. Now the bottled anima is going to leave a void zone. That's right. And then the final one is going to bounce another time. So you're going to soak it and then move to the second one and soak it again. Somebody else can just go. That fucking range, that stupid hunter can go and do that. See the guy with the bow? He can go handle that. Okay, so let's watch that again. So this is phase 2. And this is like the mechanics of phase 2, but the first mechanic is always going to be present. So I kind of hope that I don't know how Limit's going to handle it, but so you're always going to have to soak this. This is going to be part of the fight. Just need anyone to do it. Doesn't matter who. Somebody has to do it. Now that's going to soak and lead a void zone. That's actually probably the easiest 33% one, I feel like, out of all of them. It's really easy. And then this is soak, a void zone, but also Hunter has to run out there and soak it again because it's going to bounce. I wonder if it shoots where you're facing. A lot of mechanics in the past have done that, so we'll see. Okay, so that's that. It's pretty straightforward. Container 3. Again, the first mechanic that happens is going to happen all the time anyway. So those are the orbs that you have to soak. Oh, what the fuck? Is that how it works? Oh my god, that's crazy. I didn't realize that that's how that worked. Holy shit. So 3 players are marked. Oh my god, this is... Yo, did you ever see that, It's like an old IQ... Where did I get... It's from a film or something, isn't it? Training Day. Isn't it in Training Day? I can't remember. But this looks exactly like... Look at that. Oh my god, that is freaky. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they're like rotating around the room. Let me see if I could get that up real quick. IQ test. 9 dots. 4 lines. It's like the same principle, yeah. You ever see this? Oh no, maybe it was the other Denzel Washington film. I can't remember. But anyway, you're meant to draw 4 lines and hit all 9 dots. And in order to do it, you have to go outside of the 9 dots. So most people only see the dots. They don't think they can go up and past it. You know what I'm saying? Most people don't think about it that way. But in order to do it, you have to go outside the box. So it's literally thinking outside the box. And that's going to be this mechanic. Yeah. This is why I said bloodlust there. I feel like that's going to be chaos. It's definitely going to be chaos. Let's watch it again. This is going to happen regardless, though. I think this mechanic is the hardest part of it, besides the fact that the beams are going to oscillate. Pretty wild, honestly. 3 people have to form a line around. It's going to be tough, like, legitimately. This is like a concept from a thinking test. Look at that. Oh, stupid. It's like not easy to figure out exactly where you have to go with that. People couldn't grasp the idea of having to back to get back to their bodies on the Zothic Ruptor. How are they going to understand this? That's the part where you cross your fingers and hope the 3 people getting it are not brain dead. It's more than brain dead, though, right? Like, because you have to not only have the orientation right, but you have to be sure that you're lining it up, which I think is definitely going to be difficult. And I bet there's going to be random customizations of the orbs, too. Like, it's not always going to be this exact... Maybe it will be, but I don't think so. Elto, oh, it's effective. Elto got the amber suit. Wipe it up. Yeah, no doubt. It's going to be like that, I'm sure. That's funny. Poor guy. Still eating shit for that fucking 10 years later, man. Oh, wow. Okay, anyway, let's keep going. This is the 3rd one now. I know, that was the 3rd one. It's the 4th one next. Okay, so this is just stack up to have ads near the boss, basically. Not stack, but keep them close. Kill those. See those additional targets? You're going to kill them. We're going to interrupt the small ones. It's going to happen the whole fight. The big one can't be interrupted. We just need to tank it. If we don't tank it, it's going to cast and we're going to wipe. So sometimes the melee is going to have to soak it. Okay, now we're rooted. That's right. So if we don't have freedoms and stuff, we just have to go to them. And then the small ads hopefully get funneled in, I believe. But if not, we have to go to the big one. And then this is an explosion that's going to shoot everything out too. Yeah, so not only are they rooted, but when they explode, they're going to shoot out these things all over the place. And we have to dodge that and then get on top of the ad. Okay, so that's that. That's the whole fight. Provided it only happens once each, I think this is going to be a very interesting encounter. But if you have to go, I think you're going to end up having to go through it a second time. At least one a second time. And I think that's going to be a really big deal. Because it means more damage from the containers as well. They should pre-run into melee before the roots come. You can't really guarantee it though, right? But I guess they should definitely not be super spread out. Do you think people should have their legendaries before raid? I would recommend it, yeah. For a guild like ours, I'd say it would be really nice if everyone did. Slightly more health, definitely more power, and just, you know, we got to hedge out like the best we can out of the gate. Like, but if there's like no good legendary from non-raid content, then whatever. I'm not that worried about it. But certainly the second week, if people still don't have a legendary on, we have some trouble. Trying to do like heroic Denathrius with no legendaries is not. For a guild like ours, I'm sure that's not going to work out. Yeah, no, I know not everybody has that luxury, unfortunately, so it's no big deal. I don't really care one way or the other, but ideally everybody would have as much as they can. We're going to start the raid with 30 people in our guild. What about yours? Yeah, we used to do that, but this time we're not doing that. This time I'm going with only people I want in the Mythic raid team. So that's like 23-ish. We're going to have like 23-ish. That's the most we're taking. I'm not taking any casuals. I'm not taking any... Maybe if Jesse's online, I'll invite him just because he is who he is. But past that, I'm not taking anybody who's not raiding with us. But yeah, we're going in. This is the best iteration of our group I've ever seen. I'm really, really confident about this, and I want to go in and hit it hard. I want to knock down each boss. And this is the first time I've ever spent this much time learning these fights, too. Like, I feel like those 4 fights, I know everything about them already. But anyway, let's keep looking at this one. Darkvein. Okay, so let's see what Limit has to say here. Are you going to be streaming it? Yeah, I'll be streaming Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm going to be streaming all day, every day for the next 7 days. Well, not tomorrow, but Tuesday through Tuesday. Okay, so, yeah, we're not reading all this again, but I think the strategy is going to be just as long. Yeah, let's see. Okay, so, list of mechanics seems to be intimidating. Yeah, you're right. But the fight is not as complicated as it seems. You're also right. Tank the boss near the middle of the room with the group separated around the encounter area. Lust on the pole. I agree. I like that. All level 1 abilities are active the entire encounter. This means Expose Desire, Bottle Anima, Lesser Sins, and Lightly Concentrated Anima regularly occur. The base versions are pretty simple to deal with. Expose Desires necessitates a tank swap 2 to 3 stacks. Bottled mechanic is traditional Soak the Circle. This is a large reason why spreading is important. In testing, these could land just about anywhere in the room. Oh, see, I didn't realize that part. So spreading helps ensure at least someone is close to each circle. That's very interesting. Lesser Sins and Suffering is a bit tricky to get down the first couple tries, but really you're just putting 3 orbs inside a triangle. It's probably going to be worse than that. Oh, man. In testing, we found the most consistent way was for each of the shared suffering players to stand near an orb just outside from it. From there, all three walk slowly in towards their orbs until it triggers them despawning. Okay, interesting. That's a little bit better way to deal with it. You don't have to line it up perfectly, is what it sounds like. And then this is just a dot that eventually explodes and results in some adds. This one is probably the most difficult base ability, as the conjured manifestations just chain cast a massive AoE, so you'll need an interrupt rotation. Recommend 3 to 4 people assigned to each manifestation. In testing, Condemn was a 7-second cast, so 2 melee or 3 range were needed. Unfortunately, Rusty's not going to interrupt. So, anyway, what are you doing now? What you are doing now, I did already, but I am here to check it again with you in case I missed something. That's awesome. That's great. Okay, have the melee interrupt assigned to one ad, 4 range to another if you can. As long as the container stays level 1, the affected player should move to the boss, but not overlapping their circles. This will keep the ads near the boss for cleave and easier interrupting. Sweet. The focus container ordered is Exposed Desire. Okay, we know that. You as a raid have the choice to drain whichever container you want, as long as it's not the currently focused one. Your choice is pretty simple. Would you rather deal with a level 3 ability or 10 seconds of raid-wide damage? Remember, opening a container deals raid-wide damage for 10 seconds, so you'll want to be a bit careful. On Heroic, or Normal, there isn't anything stopping you from immediately opening a container as soon as it's no longer being focused. By doing this, you'll minimize the uptime of level 3 abilities, which will help keep things relatively easy to deal with. Important note, if you're planning on progressing Mythic within the first couple weeks, we recommend you actually don't do this. There's a Mythic-only mechanic making this impossible to do. It'll probably be a while, so I'm not worried about that. Only empty whichever container you feel is most dangerous at level 3 to your own raid. Likely going to be Sins and Suffering, but that's up to you. Huh, interesting. That's how it's done on Mythic. Or maybe this is how they recommend to not do it on Mythic. If you're not expecting to get Inerva on Mythic within the first month of the raid, disregard this warning until you're prepping for her on Mythic. Okay. Yeah, anyway. Handling higher levels. Exposed Desire. Level 2 is pretty straightforward. Several people take copy damage for the tanks. Just a healer thing. Make sure you do that. Okay, I feel like that's pretty straightforward. Tank with Exposed Desire needs to ensure they have active mitigation up for the shared cognition. Yeah, because you don't want to do any more damage than you have to. Level 3 is simple to deal with. You just jump away, basically. Whenever your Wicked Desire debuff 5 seconds duration, yeet the hell out of the group towards an edge. Gotcha. Bottled Anima. You don't really have control over this. The circles spawn in random locations, so the puddles will just be random. Don't stand in the bad things. And level 3, soak the set of circles. Don't stand in bad things. So that's actually pretty straightforward, too. Then the third container. Running through the room makes it more difficult and dangerous. There'll be a giant red triangle with the orbs as the corners. Running through the beams really freaking hurts, so just don't do it. I know it's tempting and the beams look really cool, but just don't, okay? Sure. Level 3 is horrifying. Those beams hurt really bad? Yeah, they spin now. They freaking spin. You can be safe 1 second and have Burning Crusade Fell Reaver flashbacks the next as the beam sneaks up behind you. Oh. Anyway, this also makes the job of the shared suffering players much more difficult, as the orbs aren't stationary. Try to get your orbs and clear this as quickly as possible, before the rotating beams start silently sneaking up on people and wrecking them from behind. This is the container we recommend always draining immediately after its focus ends, after getting it lower than level 3. So basically they're saying that in Mythic, provided it's not, I don't know, I guess this is how it works. You can just leave them at 3 for a while. It's not even a problem. And honestly, these first two, it's like, I think it might not be a bad idea at all. Like, depending on how fast this fight goes, you could probably just leave these first two at 3. Like, it doesn't really seem to be a problem. Sam, what's up, buddy? Is there at least one boss that is just tank and spank? There is. I'm going to talk about that one in a bit. That one's coming up. It's actually the third to last boss, I think. Anyway, level 2 makes this container suck. The easy way to handle the ads is have them near each other, which you cannot do if the affected players are rooted. The current offering needs to book it to the Spectre to prevent it from chain casting Condemn. The assigned melee interrupter should go to the manifestation closest to the boss. The ranged interrupter should be on the other one further away. Oh, okay, so the ads don't move? I see. Don't let these caskets off. It's bad news. Move the boss to whatever ad you're currently killing for some extra cleave damage. Level 3 doesn't really add up much, just dodge the orbs. They're big, they're mean, they'll knock you on your ass and have you face down on the floor. You don't want to be face down on the floor. Don't take a ball to the face. But they have a sense of humor. And honestly, that's it. This encounter is a series of fairly easy to handle mechanics that periodically get more difficult. You can proactively choose to remove the most difficult versions of the mechanics from the raid. Maybe there's an enrage timer, huh? Maybe it's 400 seconds is the enrage timer. Because they don't even mention the fact that you'd have to do it all over again. Let's see. Anyway, tank the boss near the middle of the room. Circle marker below is for the players affected by a concentrated anima to get near when that canister is still level 1. Circle marker. Star is the drop-off point for tanks with Wicked Despires expiring when the Exposed Desires canister is level 3. The canister marked Skull is the Sin and Suffering one, which we recommend draining out of level 3 as soon as it's no longer focused. The group should be loosely spread throughout the room. So what are they saying? Like literally don't drain the other ones? That's interesting. When concentrated anima is level 2 or higher, idea here is for the tank to just move the boss to the adds for cleave damage. You do not need to do this, but it's a way to pump a little extra damage into Darkvein and get through the fight a little more quickly. Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. Especially since Jix will be hopefully able to jump around and stuff. That'll make it a lot easier. But yeah, anyway, I don't know. This fight I feel like could be extremely difficult or extremely easy based on 1, the length of the fight. 2, what happens if you get the rotation a second time, if that's possible. And 3, how difficult it is to get random players who have never done this fight to deal with these mechanics. If all of that goes well, I think this fight's pretty straightforward. But if not, this is going to be a really difficult fight. I think that is because in Mythic, the anima does not go away. It just spreads. Therefore, if all containers are full, there are too many mechanics. That's probably right, actually. I think that's what it said earlier, honestly. Okay, so that's it for that. Let's go take a look at this real quick. I think we've seen everything we're going to see from that fight, though, honestly. We are kind of 9:30 already, jeez. Let's just see these videos. Okay, that's the tank mechanic, the phase 3 of the first jar. 66% jar. Just person's just running away, nothing special. Let's see this. This is phase 2 of the second mechanic, just drops a little blood circle. As long as it doesn't spawn right under the boss, which I guess it could, I don't know. Anima web, okay, so this is that. It actually looks like it's the exact same. Oh my god, look at this one. Holy shit. What to do? Dodge. What to do? Dodge even more. Dude, look at that. That is fucking scary, honestly. That looks like something from a horror film. Holy fuck, man. God damn, that's scary. And this is that mechanic. Yeah, so they're stacking up for this. And 3, 2, 1. Get some reses out. Dead. Okay, that's it. I think we've seen everything we're going to see for this fight. Oh, I just didn't mean to close that. Free loot, bro. Yeah. Bruh, it's just free loot. Artificer Pineapple. I get it. Sun King's Caramelization. Lady Pinerva Darkfruit. That's the name of it, yeah. Oh, I'm being logged out. Not anymore. I got back in just at the right time. Okay, let's see what happens for this. How did we go back? Way too loud. I forgot that I had turned the music down. Okay, let's try it. Interact with the containers to prevent them from overflowing. Damage gets stronger every time you drain a container, so we should be up here. Well, we can't. This one can't be drained, can it? What's going to happen if I don't do it? Because this is actually supposed to catch it, right? Yeah, okay. So that's the second mechanic. Stand in the remaining orbs. Yeah, so there we go. Wait, what is that? Well, you're not supposed to stand in them. That's not how it works. Well, yeah, we didn't. Okay, well, I don't know. This is a bit weird because you're not gonna have one person doing all of these mechanics at the same time, right? Should be these ones that we're clearing. Can't do everything now. I'm just gonna do this and not worry about it. Unless maybe on normal that doesn't happen. You want to clear that one. And then as soon as it's done draining, we want to clear this one. That doesn't look like that's going to happen for some reason. Okay, now the second one's draining. I don't know what this is. This isn't how that mechanic works either. We want to clear all of these. This is like not the fight at all. Yeah, I don't know. This is a cool concept, but really does not have anything to do with the fight. There's not dodgeable orbs, is there? So now we're on to the third one. Yeah, it's not actually changing the mechanics, so. Okay, good effort. I like the concept, but it's just not yeah, I'm really able to learn most of this. And it's certainly not how the mechanic works. You don't just die because of that, right? Okay, anyway, interesting. Okay, so I think we've seen everything we're going to see from that fight. A very complicated fight to talk about, but I think in terms of execution, it's going to depend a lot on the concentration of the abilities. Okay, so next up, we got two of my favorite fights ever, I think. Sun King's Salvation we'll do next. I'm really interested in this fight. This is the Kael'thas encounter. If you guys haven't seen this, Kael'thas is a major character this expansion, or at least a major side character, kind of like Zool in Shadowlands, or in BFA, although he's a good guy this time, sort of. Okay, while fighting for his own redemption, Kael'thas has been drained of anima and risks eternal damnation. We must heal him actively throughout the fight, using pedestals to feed him our own life force. It won't be as simple as spamming flash heal. There are plenty of ads to manage to keep our raid busy, all while incentivizing or increasing amounts of fire patches to fill the room. Hold on to your fire extinguishers and get your off heals ready. This fight is going to be lit, literally. They have changed it so many times. Oh, really? Okay, let's see all the mechanics. Soul Pedestal. So this is basically how you might heal him. Click Channel Pedestal to heal Kael'thas while taking increasing ticking damage, receiving debuff preventing clicking in for 2 minutes. So basically, you want to click it until you can't anymore, and then you're done. And then there's tons of ads, tons and tons of ads. This is all phase 1 stuff. Concussive Smash, raid-wide damage plus stacking buff increasing next smash. And then this is like a tank fight, or tank ad. Vanquishing Strike stacks bleed on a tank. This is like 100 ads. This is like literally the reason they added an AoE cap, honestly. Bleakwind Assassin, Crimson Flurry. Marks random players and applies bleeds in an area around them. Return to stone upon reaching 30% health, 8-second cast that fully heals them until they die. Unless they die. Okay, that's interesting. Vile Occultist. Vulgar Brand, interruptible spell, applying 35% damage taken debuff to all players, but it's dispellable. Scornful Blast, interruptible damage. Door of Shadows, randomly ports around the room. Essence Font, dropped upon death. Will heal Kale if healed to full. Interesting. AoE cap was because fun was detected. No, it was not. I could promise you that. Anyway, wipe, kick, replace, repeat until boss is dead. I see. Okay, anyway, Pestering Fiend. Shattered Ruby deals low damage to a player and anyone near them. Fragmentation explodes on death. Soul Infuser. Soul Infusion fixates towards Kale. Upon reaching him will drain 1% life. honestly, it's just a ton of ads. Like, reading all these things, kind of pointless, but we'll see how they're implemented in the strategy. Phase 2 is the Shade of Kale. Fiery Strike, Frontal Smash aimed at tank, leading Burning Remain Dot. Blazing Surge at 100 energy, casts Cone directed at random player. Ember Blast, marked player takes damage and Dot stacks. Split between nearby players, drops a Fire Patch. And then there's a Phoenix as well, of course. Kael'thas could not be seen without his Phoenix. Smoldering Plumage fixates a player, pulsing fire damage and dropping fire zones every 2.5 seconds. And then Reborn, after dying, will regenerate health and revive at full health. Disappears when Shade leaves. So that's the fight. And then that's a phase 2 thing. So let's see ads in phase 1. Here's an ad priority. Infusers, use CC to prevent them from reaching Kale. Occultists, interrupt vulgar brandcasts. Vanquishers, kill before AoE becomes too strong. Assassins, spread out to avoid splashing damage. Kill before their heal goes off. Fiends, move away from their death explosion. And then this is like a dude who's present on the pole but dies extremely fast. So literally doesn't do anything. Denathrius. Okay, so tank aggros has to get Assassin and Vanquishers. So that's pretty low in the priority. Tank swaps the Vanquishers to drop the bleed. And then heal Essence Fonts dropped by Occultists to fully heal Kale. Collect orbs dropped by infusers to receive healing buff and focus on healing Kale. So the infusers, there's the main thing you have to deal with. They are here. Soul infusers fixates towards Kale. Upon reaching him will drain 1% life over 2 seconds. So it's basically healing the boss under a normal circumstance. But then in this case, it also helps you heal the boss. Also helps you damage the boss. Red orb dropped upon death, buffing healing done by 50% for 14 seconds. So that's going to be great, especially for a character that already has heals out, probably like Resto Druid. It'll get some nice value out of that. So that's just swell. But anyway, phase 1 seemingly ends at 45 and 90% health, ideally timed with no ads alive. Interesting. What I took from that is to have some healers healing people that are using containers to heal Kale DPS. Take care of targets of heal, very important. Paladin, Moon King, and Priestess DPS. Okay. All right, phase 2 at 45 and 90. There's going to be a Shade of Kale that's coming around for 10% of its health. Damage to Shade to 10% of its health, or of 10% for 10% of its health. Anyway, face Shade away from the raid due to Frontal Smash. And all the ads are still out, or is that not the case? Maybe not. Dodge the damaging cone targeted at a random player. Soak red circles around the players to split the damage and dot. Drop it near fire patches as it also drops fire. Soaking red circles, okay? Kite Phoenix ad to drop fire away from raids, CC and slow it. And avoid focusing Phoenix ad. They'll revive 20 seconds after dying. So that's, yeah, you don't really need to kill it directly. Finishing the second phase 2 heals Kale to full and ends the fight. Oh, cool. So at 90% health, the fight is effectively over. -1 mechanic. Phoenix ads will exist permanently after the first phase 2. Cloaks of Fame. Okay, let's not worry about Mythic. There's enough going on tonight that we don't need to be complicating our discussions. Okay, so another big block of text here. This fight is similar to Nathria Dreamwalker, of course, from ICC and the final boss of Temple of Sathralis, where you have to heal Kale to enter phase 2 and finish the fight. The fight will start with High Torturer Denathrius and a couple of other ads to his sides. Throughout the phase, ads will storm in from all of the directions and the tanks must pick them up. Make sure to use misdirections to help the tanks, and healers should position so the ads will go towards them and the tank. No excuse to have died without having had used Healthstone and Health Potion first. Agreed. Anyway, Hybrid class can assist in healing Kale during down periods, especially Druid with Heart of the Wild or Paladins with Lay on Hands can be useful, efficient cooldowns. Great. Ads. High Torturer Denathrius is very low priority as he doesn't really do much other than forcing you to spread out, which is the case for most ads. The Vanquisher, while not high priority, do need to be killed within a reasonable time, as it will otherwise start dealing massive damage with the concussive smash. If marked by a Bleakwing assassin with an arrow above your head, you should attempt to get away from other players to reduce raid damage, so healers can focus on healing Kael'thas. When Bleakwing assassin starts channeling Return to Stone, you must ensure they die before the cast finishes or they will heal to full. Okay, that I feel like that part is going to suck, honestly. That's probably going to be the worst part of this fight, because they're probably going to constantly not die. People are going to be just crazy AoEing and not killing individual ones. Vile Occultist's Vulgar Brand must be interrupted, as will increase the raid damage taken by 35%. Also have an additional cast that can be interrupted to help get the ad into the middle of the room. I feel like Gorfiends and Single Grip is going to be very, very good for this fight. Pestering Fiends, very low priority. Their Shattering Rubies can be interrupted, but it won't lock out the cast. Additionally, when it's about to die, melee could move away to avoid the damage. It seems the damage of Death Explosion is very low, but any damage avoided is healing that can be channeled to the Kael'thas instead. That's a good point. Man, I'm like... I don't have the lung capacity to read for 4 straight hours. Okay, the final ad is Soul Infusers, which can't be aggroed and will simply walk towards Kael'thas, and upon reaching him will start dealing damage to him. That was the ad that I found was the most useful when I did this on the beta. I was able to Gorfiends and Single Grip these. This was like so good, I feel like, because I'm able to grip these away, so it's even easier to deal with them. A good first tier raid via boss variations and mechanics. It's the healer's fault, Glenn. We'll vote to kick. All right, cool. Anyway, so the final ad, they spawn on both sides of the room, and you can either CC one side, possibly with pre-placed traps, while killing the other side, or you can simply split the raid up. These ads are the highest priority when they're alive. Yeah, cool. Good call. I'll have to make a weak aura to automatically mark them. I still have the weak aura from, what was the name of that mechanic? Drone? I have a weak aura that should automatically mark a certain mob type, and I just have to change what mob type it marks, right? Raid mark name. Wait, no, that's not it. Just want to make sure I still have that. Darter, that's them. And the way you do it is something. Actions. Oh, you just put the name of it. Okay, that's interesting. So what's the name of it? We'll do it right now. Soul Infuser. What's the worst that happens, right? Let's give it a try. We have to have it in a certain fight too. That's a problem. It is the 2402. Okay, so we just made a raid weak aura before the raid even opens. Hopefully it'll work. I don't know what this even is, but that's the rest of the code. Not for me to worry about. As long as that's actually the name, I suppose it works. Ravager, what's that? Okay. Anyway, okay, so that's it for the ads. Let's see essences. The soul pedestals appear to be all available at all times, and players can interact with these during downtime to channel health into the boss. Be aware channeling players will require healing, as they otherwise will die. It is currently not known whether it is more efficient to just heal the boss or channeling the pedestal. Yeah, so what I had seen was this was actually, like, not even a good idea. Like, literally, you do more damage to the raid than you do heal him. So unless you absolutely need to, you don't do this. Like, the guy that's channeling it is going to need more healing than it would have been to just heal Kale directly. So I think the only time you do this is when you're about to finish it. So you have healers heal him, and then DPS don't need their health increased anyway, so they all just pick one and put even more healing into him. But if it's during the proper part of the fight, it's just a waste of time. But I don't know about that for sure. Anyway, when Vile Occultists die, they drop an Essence Font, which decays health over time. If you manage to heal it to full health, it will heal Kale for 1% of his health. That was another thing that it was actually like not worth it numerically. Like, don't do that. You can just heal him directly. And I don't know. This is a very mana efficient way to heal Kale, and healers should try to heal these up as soon as they spawn. So now it seems to be the opposite. The final essence is dropped by Soul Infusers. Upon clicking this as a healer, will be granted 50% increased healing for 14 seconds, and this stacks. If you choose to kill one side first, the healer can click the orb, and then when is it about to expire, click the next. When the ads on the other side of the room have died, the healer can move over there, alternatively clicking a gateway for efficiency, and click the next essence before his debuff is about to expire. When the ads on the other side, we read that. Fuck. When the final orb is clicked, you should use an Innervate on the healer so he can use the strongest single heals to heal Kael'thas. So that's good. That's a good tip. Very good tip. The alternative strategy is to kill both sides unless 2 healers take 2 orbs each. This will grant 2 players 14 seconds of 50% increase and 14 seconds of 100% increased healing. Huh. Whereas the first message strategy will give 1 healer 14 seconds of 50%, 14 seconds of 100%, 14 seconds of 150, and 14 seconds of 200%. I think I would rather 2 healers. 2 heals, 2 healed, 2 mask. Anyway, have they released leaks for loot drops? It's in the game already. No leaks needed. You can just check it whenever you want. Okay, so that's phase 1. Then phase 2 is like that alternating cycle phase. When you manage to heal Kale to 45 or 90, phase will trigger and make Kael'thas immune to healing until the Shade of Kael'thas has been defeated. I'm not certain whether the ads from phase 1 will continue to spawn during this phase. However, any ads still alive should be killed before moving on to the Shade. All players should quickly stack behind the Shade, which will make it easier to deal with the mechanics in this phase. You want to try and place Smoldering Remnants pool in low traffic areas, so placing them close to the walls would probably be the wisest. They last for around a minute, so they will despawn shortly into phase 1. The Shade will cast Fiery Strike on the tank, which functions as the tank swap mechanic of this phase. The raid must ensure to stay behind the boss to avoid this damage. Blazing Surge is a 2.5 second cast that will target the random non-tank, similar to the snake in Sethralis. The boss should be turned towards the center of the room, from the raid standing towards the whatever that says, because it's blocked. When this ability is cast, the raid should quickly move to completely avoid this mechanic. This will lead behind a Smoldering Remnant pool, and you should reposition the boss afterwards. At the start of phase 2, Phoenixes will spawn next to the Shade. They will all fixate random players and deal damage to everyone within 6 yards. They will also leave behind Smoldering Remnants. As I see it, you can deal with these in 2 ways. First is simply ignore them while slowing them. Possible Warlock Corruption Legendary, okay, and stunning them. This strategy may, however, end up filling the room with fire if the phase lasts too long, making it very risky. I therefore recommend that you have range focus them down very quickly. Depending on how long the phase lasts, you can either kill them when they respawn or finish off the Shade of Kael'thas. This will ensure the room is clean when going into phase 1. The final ability in this phase is Ember Blast, which is cast on a random member. If this happens to be a player with an immunity, the player can move away from the raid and immune this ability. Otherwise, the raid can simply soak this together. Everybody soaking it will cause it to deal low damage to all players and apply a debuff to 6 of these players. Afterwards, move away from the pool. When you have enough damage to the Shade, you will re-enter phase 1. Okay. Man, it's tough to read this much. I didn't think these were going to be this much reading. Okay, Kael'thas, where is he? Two-phase heavy ad fight. Fight ends when Kael'thas is 100% healed. Apparently it doesn't, but anyway. Infusers, so that's the priority. Run out with Crimson Flurry. Burst Assassins at 30% health. Kick Vulgar Brand, and loosely spread during Fiends. Tank Vanquishers on swap on 3 stacks of Reverberation. Healers heal up Essence Fonts on the ground on Occultist Death. So there's like multiple mechanics that like healers are going to have to heal non-raid members. That's going to be tough. At least for me, it always was. Pick up Infusers, Boon Orbs for 50% healing and heal Kael'thas. Phase 2. Loose stacks behind Shade of Kael'thas. Dodge Blazing Surge frontal at 100 energy. Run out and Group Soak Ember Blast to split damage. And then stun and kill Phoenix or add. Tank Shade of Kael'thas at edge of room and slowly kite. Swap on 3 stacks. Okay. So let's see. Oh my god, really? There's no image. There's no image for Kael'thas. May create at a later date. Great. I will probably do a Shadowman macro. Yeah, it's going to be tough. Okay, so let's see what Limit has to say. Kael'thas. Heroic Kael'thas. It's not the name of it, but okay. Holy shit. Oh my god. Another giant block of text. Alright, anyway, the whole idea of this encounter is to heal Kael'thas to full as quickly as possible. At the beginning of the encounter, you want to group up all the adds on top of Darathos and AoE everything down. While fighting Darathos, the raid should be loosely spread to not overlap greater castigation on too many people. If you don't spread, this will just blow up your raid near instantly, resulting in either good laughs or angry yells. Alright, also remember that there are 2 assassins at the start, and these guys teleport and deal AoE damage within 8 yards. 100% want to annihilate these guys before they reach full energy, or you're going to have a bad time. Make sure to interrupt Occultist's Vulgar Brandcast. Ideally, you want to blow up all little ads in Darathos as quickly as possible. The faster you nuke him, the more downtime you'll have before the next ad spawn. This is important because you can use the downtime to have players channel all 4 pedestals and pump some health into KT. Once the occultists are dead, healers should bomb healing into the essence fonts. Your DPS should be prioritizing channeling the pedestals anytime there aren't ads to hit, and even when there are only 2 to 3 ads left alive. These are very efficient at healing KT, so channeling whenever possible helps dramatically. Once ads spawn again, just deal with each wave as they come. Tanks will want to stay below 3 stacks of Vanquishing Strike. Make sure you move away from fiends when they're about to die. The explosion is quite dangerous. Oh, if you're a Blood DK or Vengeance Demon Hunter, you control someone by AoE gripping the fiends on top of someone when they're low. Oh, that's great. That's a nice little tip there. Time it correctly and the explosion will kill your intended target. Feel free to tag me on Twitter with videos of this. Sweet. Oh, we'll definitely take a look at that. When soul infusers spawn, they're absolutely #1 target priority. All DPS should hard focus the infusers as quickly as possible. These guys aren't really dangerous to you, but the fact that they drain KT's HP is really bad. They can set you back very quickly. That's not nice. I think it's pretty nice. Rip Rusty. Yeah, that dude's getting fucking yanked, huh? Side note, rumors say that the first weekly affixes will be Fortified Bursting Storming. Well, nobody knows for sure. Unless it's the first week that was gotten on beta. Nobody knows which week it's going to be. Okay, anyway, let's see. Okay, so when 45% comes, we have the Shade. You get the first Shade. During the most recent testing, ads did not spawn while Shade was active. Because of this, you want to time pushing KT to 45 in between ad spawns. In the most recent test, there were ad spawns at 2 and 3 minutes. Ideally pushed at 2:45 to 2:50 or 3:10 to 3:15. This gives you time to kill the most recent wave, but beat the next wave so you can deal with the Shade itself. Interesting. Dealing with the Shade is relatively straightforward. The people fixated by the Phoenixes need to obviously run away from them. Try to drag them around the room towards the edges. Due to the pulsing AoE, dragging them through the raid means they're going to have a bad time. Blow up the Phoenix. This will help minimize the number of fire puddles on the ground, giving you more room to work with. You'll want 4 to 6 people helping soak the Ember Blast. If you're near the person targeted by Blazing Surge, try to move out of it. The damage from this isn't lethal, but give your healers a break. They're carrying this shit. Yeah, to be honest, right? This is going to be a great raid to have extra healers, honestly. We're kind of carrying extra healers by accident, and it's like going to look like it's going to work out really well. Anyway, tanks should swap at 3 to 4 stacks of Fiery Strike. Don't stand in the fire puddles. It's fire, it's hot, and it hurts. Keep pumping into the Shade. When he reaches 45% HP, he'll despawn, and you'll go back to fighting the ads. So that's it. From here, it's basically rinse and repeat. Manage the packs of ads. Heal Kael'thas. Keep your raid alive. When Kael'thas reaches 90%, the final Shade will spawn. Works like the first Shade. When the second Shade dies, you win. GG. Collect your loots. Great. Okay, cool. So that's it for limit. This one I think is actually going to be very useful, so let's see what they have to say here. Provided they actually have pictures. Have more info on all the ads. What do you think lust timing will look like on this? I don't know. That's a great question. I didn't even hear anybody mention that. Okay, so what's going on here? That's the shade of, we're in phase 2 already. Yeah, I see. Don't face the boss towards the raid to avoid unnecessary damage. I assume we'd probably be lusting on the last shade, maybe? Lusting on the pull just doesn't really seem... I don't know, maybe. Maybe it's a good idea. Never face the boss towards the raid. Yeah, I would say that. I would agree with Glenn. Okay, I don't... This picture doesn't really show you much. Blazing Surge. Ultimately, ability, cast at 100 energy. Cast on tank and normal. On a random player in heroic, locks the direction, so player must dodge it once the cast starts. Yeah, that's that mechanic. That's it. That's everything they have for this. So, I don't know, this fight, was this not tested a lot or something? I feel like people are really light on the info here for some reason. Oh, there's more about the different mechanics, at least spread out when targeted with that mechanic. I feel like when I tested this, at least, all of this shit was so obvious. I didn't know what any of it did, but it didn't matter. Like, it was obvious. Like, you just... Oh, there's a red circle around you. Okay, well, I know what to do with that. Okay. Well, that fight, I think, is going to be pretty easy, honestly, on normal. It's probably going to be quickly, like, over-geared. Because there's so many targets. So I think that fight will be pretty straightforward. Let's see what our famous Pinaplia has to say about this. Sun King's caramelization. DBM or Bigwigs probably called... Yeah, it's got like all kinds of obvious stuff. The goal is to fully heal the boss. How would you do that? Why is this... Well, this is not even a mechanic, right? I don't know. Is this just like, oh, dodge stuff from the ads? Because this is not what actually happens. You don't just stand still and dodge things over and over again. There's too many fucking ads. I can't kill them fast enough. Oh my god, there's a lot of ads. Ideally, they wouldn't all be channeling on me, right? This is like not how the fight's gonna go at all, right? I like the effort, I guess. I just don't really see the point of it. Oh, I didn't realize you could actually move while doing damage. That makes a lot more sense. How would you do it? You have to put your other hand in the keyboard? Oh, it's like something like that. Like I've seen these games where you're just constantly dodging shit. Attack Kilthos. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense at least. It's not really how the fight's gonna go, but I guess in theory it's just dodge ads, do things with ads, then heal. Do things with ads, then heal. Do things with ads, then heal. Let's see what the other phase looks like. Bullet hell, yeah, that's it. Come on, heal him up. Okay, there we go. Defeat the shade. But you see, we failed to kill the previous ad, so we have to get rid of that first. Phoenix has come to annoy you. We're supposed to kill that, aren't we? No, you don't really kill it. You just kind of cleave it down. This fight looks easy, bro. I'm attacking the Phoenix still. What the fuck? He's not even doing anything. There's gonna be a lot more mechanics than this. Okay. It's stupid. I like the concept, but it's just kind of... It's very basic. There's not a lot going on. Okay, so that's it for that. That fight, I think, will be... There's probably a lot more to learn about that fight, but I think once we get good gear, it's going to be a really easy encounter. Alright, so what's next? We have 2 more bosses that I think I understand well, and then the last 2 bosses I do not understand well. Well, actually, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, where's the other fight? This fight doesn't have the... This guide doesn't have the one fight on it. Which weapon transmog is that? It's the new weapon from... It's the same weapon as the Nax weapon. The I can't remember the name of it. Face shade away, blast and heal. Yeah, shooting does seem to make you move slower. It's true. This only has 9 fights on it though. What the fuck's that about? Council of Blood. That's the fight. Okay, so this one doesn't even have this on it for some reason. I don't know if that's just a bug or... Like bug with the menu? Yeah, there's Council of Blood. Okay. It's not on the drop down for some reason. Oh, yes it is. Oh, Denathrius is not on the drop down. Oh. Yikes. Okay. Alright, anyway, let's Council of Blood next. So this is a really cool fight. Another fight that I think is like, yo, probably one of the most inventive fights ever. One of the most, like, creative fights ever made. Okay. Time for a quick raid break to get your groove on. We'll be facing off against a 3-man dance crew, and to win this battle, we'll need to properly execute moves every time a boss hits 50%. Our reward is a Rockin' Haste buff. Make sure to focus one boss at a time as they heal to full when a partner goes down. Choose wisely, as the remaining boss will gain new, more challenging abilities. Hope you brought your dancing shoes. So yeah, TLDR here is you have to dance, and it's like the daily quest out in Kyran, in Bastion, where you have to do things as they're telling you to do them, and if you don't, you die. So it's very interesting. Party foul intermission. Each player sees an illuminated spotlight square. Stand in it or die after 8 seconds. Then follow the movement of the NPC's dancers by stepping into the correct square. Fancy footwork. For every correct dance move during intermission, will receive 3% haste for 20 seconds. Stacking wrong moves removes fancy footwork and deals damage if incorrect step is taken. Yeah, so you don't actually straight up die, I guess. If you fail the dance, you straight up die if you fail to participate in the dance. But if you don't do the dance right multiple times, you're dead, I guess. Okay, oppressive atmosphere. Oh, that's going to be... Raid-wide stacking debuff, dealing shadow damage, reset by entering intermission or killing a boss. Oh, that's interesting. So the longer you fail to deal with the intermission, the harder the fight gets. Very interesting. Okay, Baroness Frida, great name. Death Bolt Volley, interruptible cast that deals large 12-second dot to the raid, dispellable. Drain Essence, damage to random players. Prideful Eruption, first boss dead, causes raid to pulse damage 6 yards around them at the end of cast. Oh, I see. So when you kill one of these bosses, do they mean first boss as is like the sequential order? Or first boss as in any of the first bosses die? I don't know. Anyway, channeled stacking tank damage that reflects on the raid. Twisted Pain. Players spawn pools when they take damage. Lord Stravos. Evasive Lunge. Teleports behind tank, charges through them, hitting anyone in the path, increasing damage taken by lunge. Dark Recital. Players paired up will take damage if not together while spawning void zones under their feet. Waltz of Blood is when the first boss waltzing Venthyr move across the floor. Touching them stuns you for 1 second and deals damage. Dancing Fools adds fill the room and explode. Violent Uproar. In 13 seconds, only 1 ad is killable. Oh, wow, that's a cool mechanic. And then 2 left feet. Stacking slow debuff every time a player moves. Deteriorates by standing still. Huh, that's crazy. That'd be nice for Bloody K. Hey, Kyle, what's up, buddy? Castellan Nicholas. Duelist Riposte, Tank Smash, increasing damage taken by up to 100% for 25 seconds by 100%. Unyielding Shield, add that shield's lowest health boss must be killed to remove shield. Dredge Servant, CCable ads spawn and thrown food. Oh yeah, I've seen that. They throw food all over the place. Castellan's Cadre, 2 bosses dead. Summons Veteran Stone Guard, add that hits tanks hard, I guess, and increases damage done by 50% for every Sin Touch blade cast. Okay, so I think I understand what's happening here. It doesn't matter which one you kill. It just matters how many have died. So if there's 3 bosses. So if one boss is dead, then the other 2 have this one mechanic added. It doesn't matter which one actually died. And if 2 bosses are dead, and there's only 1 alive. I don't know why it says last boss alive. Is there a 4th boss on Huruk? I don't get that. Alright, anyway, let's see what they recommend here. Recommended boss kill order. Lord Stavros first. Kill first to get rid of heavy movement awareness mechanics. That's not a bad idea. Sounds good to me. Baroness Frida, kill first if unable to manage the interrupt rotation of 2 14-second interrupts. And kill first for Castellan Nicholas if lacking cleave or ad control. I don't think we're going to lack that part. When any boss reaches 50%, find your spotlight and stand in it or be instantly killed. Follow the movement of the dancers and move to the correct tile to gain a stacking haste buff. Also, when any other boss dies, the others heal to full. The remainder of the guide will focus on the recommended order at the point of writing. In a more recent video, I saw they had to kill Frida first, though. Oh, really? Well, we'll see what the other guilds recommend. I'm not sure how much it's going to matter. I assume the last boss. If the last boss was Frida, then it'd be completely fucked, but it seems like a lot like that Legion plant boss, whatever that was. High Botanist. Assign interrupts for Baroness. Paired players stand together and run from swirlies under feet. Kill the shield ad to remove the shield. Tank. Face away from raid for lunge. Taunt swap Lord Castellan after second lunge. So what's the interrupt from? Dreadbolt Volley. Interruptible cast that deals large 12-second dot to raid. Dispellable. So really can't miss the interrupt there. Damage to random players. It does seem like that wouldn't be a bad one to kick or kill. I think I like that. I think I like Frida first, then Stavros. Based on what I've read, very little. Anyway, continue phase 1 mechanics minus Lord. Spread out during Prideful Eruption to avoid splashing onto raid, and CC group adds together to AoE them down. So if we did, let's say we're going to do that. We're going to kill Frida first. Then this guy's going to do Waltz of Blood, which is going to have vampires running around. Touching them stuns for 1 second. Oh, I see what it means. If this guy is one of the 2 last bosses alive, he gets another mechanic. Is that right? On top of this. I see how this works. I'm sure both work as long as you can keep interrupting Frida. I'm going Frida first here with my guild. Yeah, I kind of like that, honestly. We'll have to see what the other groups recommend. This is like the easiest one though, right? Killing this ad can't be that difficult. Okay, anyway. CC group adds together to AoE them down. Where's the ads coming from? That's if you killed... Right, because then she would summon these ads. Causes raid to pulse damage 6 yards around them. Where are the ads from? Ah, this guy's... Yeah, this is the guy who summons the ads. Okay. They're just little dudes who come out. Honestly, this fight looks very simple. It's just going to be how difficult, like, understanding these mechanics are. Because there's no mechanics. Very simple mechanics. Oh, come on. Why do you write fucking long-ass paragraphs, man? Honestly, this is way too much. Like, this is a lot. This can't be this complicated. Kill order during the initial version of the beta was Baroness Frida, Castellan Nicholas, Lord Stavros. Wow, that's completely different than the other group. I suggest you use this kill order. You can save Nicholas for last if you prefer. There won't be an illustration for this fight as it depends on kill order. However, I'll give these short guidelines. Tank Stavros while facing away from the raid. Spread slightly. Less risk involving the eruption from Dark Recital and easier to identify the line to your partner. Okay, let's just skip. I'll make a short version for you. Just dance and kill. Throughout the fight, the oppressive atmosphere will keep increasing the damage over time the raid takes. This will, however, reset when a boss is reduced to 50% or killed. Bosses don't share health, but whenever a boss dies, the other will heal to full. So cleaving the other boss is pointless unless you gain single target. Initially, each boss has access to 2 abilities. They will gain an additional ability when you defeat the first boss and an additional 2 abilities when you defeat the second. Whenever a boss reaches 50% health, the intermission phase will start. Nicholas and Stavros have a tank swapping ability each, Duelist Riposte and Evasive Lunge. Duelist Riposte doesn't have to be handled in any particular way as it's just a hard-hitting, damaging, and stacking ability. Evasive Lunge, however, will cause Stavros to teleport behind the current tank and deal damage to everyone in 20-yard line. The tank has to position himself so he never faces any member of the raid. Tank should swap around 2 stacks or whenever the stack has reset to keep damage low. Nicholas will summon a Dutiful Attendant, which will essentially make the target you are killing immune. This should be killed as fast as possible. Stavros will link players in pairs with Dark Recital. Final boss is Frida, which has an interruptible cast called Dreadbolt Volley. If left interrupted, the entire raid will take a lot of damage. You can choose to assign an interrupt rotation of 2 to 3 players or just have it free for all. Whatever works for you as long as the ability is interrupted. So who tanks what? Let's hear about the intermission. I'm interested in hearing about this. Okay. Every time a boss reaches 50%, every player will have to take part in a dance. In a dance macabre. Every player will have a spot on the dance floor marked by a spotlight. This location is unique for each player, and each player will have around 8 seconds to get into position. Oh, so you don't actually know about it beforehand. That's interesting. Once in position, you will be told to perform a move which involves moving forward, left, right, or backwards. The Dredger ads will show you the dance moves. The dance is done correctly by moving in the same direction as them. If you perform the dance moves correctly, you will gain a stacking haste buff. Failing to do so, and you will lose all the stacks and take damage. Make sure to never push a boss below 50%, so that you don't intend to kill, as that will trigger an unnecessary intermission phase. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Fuck. Yeah, so multi-dotting could actually wipe us. You need to be careful with when you push a boss to 50. While I can't confirm it, I don't think ads will disappear when the intermission begins. So try to finish these off before pushing. From a tank point of view, you just want to tank Stavros slightly away from the melee while they nuke Frida, since she's charging around. Oh, so you don't actually tank her? That's what I was wondering, yeah. Okay, let's see this fight. Council of Blood. So, oh my god. So they're recommending Stavros first as well. Fuck. It's everybody's got different orders, huh? Anyway, every time a boss hits 50, the entire raid has to dance. Stand in your dance spot marked by light beam. Move according to boss's dance instructions. Tank swap on 2 stacks of Duelist Riposte. Okay, what was that noise? Oh, adventure. All bosses alive. Kill Stavros. Kick Frida's Dreadbolt Volley. Focus and nuke Dutiful Attendant. Run out with your partner on Dark Recital. They're killing Stavros, so that's over then. Tank Stavros. Stavros tank face Stavros towards edge of room for evasive lunge. Kill Frida, all of phase 1 mechanics, plus spread out for Prideful Eruption. Oh, Frida is just standing still and casting. So it's almost stupid to kill her second? Or not, well... It's almost stupid to not kill her first. Because then what does the second tank do? Right? You would just be standing there attacking nothing. I don't know. Stavros, yeah, I don't know. It's just pointless because they're doing a completely different strategy. Let's see what they have. Council of Blood. Okay, here's the dance. Let's see the dance. This would be a good place to start. Okay, so that's the only place you can go. So you go there. It's lit up or whatever. Oh, and I see then they do something that you emulate. Oh, that's cool, actually. Holy shit. Wow, that's fucking cool. Wow, that's kind of neat, actually. Holy fuck. This is going to be a cool fight. Is this the order they want us to kill them in? Nicholas first. Taunt swap for that. Lowest health boss will be immune. No, they're just going over the... I'm not a big fan of this. The first two were like so well done, and now these ones are like really low effort. I guess it's really hard to plan out the fight if you don't actually have a plan for it, right? Rita's gonna cast this Ice Scythe, so this is gonna be difficult, isn't it? Gonna have to keep rolling. I spend hours on those 10 bosses to prepare and assign CDs, yeah. Okay, let's move on. These aren't very useful. Let's see what... I'm gonna look at this first. Council of Blood. These fights are really complicated, though. So, like, you gotta give... Like, that's why this is so complicated to make videos about, because it's complicated as fight. So these guys are recommending Stavros, Frida, and Castellan as well. So there's the dance thing. It shows you exactly what to do, pretty much. And the fight returns. Dude, Glenn, the opposite happened at one point. It's such a funny story. People in the guild will remember it. I had spent, like, this is, I feel like this is like way before these types of resources came out, but maybe I just missed them. I'd spent like an hour and a half writing up a strategy for the first raid boss in Firelands. And I thought like I had everything laid out. Yeah, Shanix. I had like this 500 word essay written about Shanox. And at some point on the beta, they had changed, or the PTR, they had changed the fight from being able to be taunt swapped. Like, all of it was dealing with the idea of taunt swapping between these two ads. And then they changed it so you can't taunt them anymore. And it literally invalidated every element of the strategy I laid out. So I was reading it out, and somebody, like, about 50% of the way through the discussion told me, like, you can't swap. I'm like, wait, what? So after that, I'm like, okay, I'm never trying to make my own strategies ever again. It's just a complete waste of time. Like, if you're wrong and you did all of that work, it's like, oh, wow. Okay, that's great. Some super smart rogue was like, can't we just use Bop? Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, you figured it out. But I'll never forget that. I spent so much time the night before because I was like, I don't need to do it for every fight. We just need to go in with a good plan for the first raid fight, and we're going to have a really good like morale boost there. And it was the opposite. I wasted my time preparing ENR. That was such a complete joke fight. Oh, really? I don't remember it being that easy. Okay, well, that's the dance. So what else? To our knowledge, he is the ideal one to kill first. This could change when we actually test the boss ourselves. Oh, I see. Huh. That's a weird mechanic. What is this from? I see why people would be worried about that. That's Waltzing Venthyr. Oh wait, why are they showing that if they're saying you should kill him first? That's not even a mechanic that would be present if you killed him first. They're just showing all the mechanics anyway. See, I think that's very flawed. I think if you're going to try to suggest a kill order, then you should not include, you should reinforce that, right? Maybe that's not the best idea. What the fuck is that nameplate? Holy shit. Chinese people are so weird. What the hell is that nameplate? Is that even like legal? What is that? It's got like crosshairs on it and doesn't even have a bar. It just has a name or something. That's fucking bizarre. Okay, that's when 2 bosses are dead. Ghostly dancers are summoned. They'll cast a 3-second explosion. Yeah, I see. So you have to find the one that's clean, huh? Or what? That's not what this guide said. That's not what this guide said at all. Okay. Evasive lunge. Yeah, you want him to face away. Okay, that's that mechanic. That is his main mechanic. Okay, Frida. No pictures. Nothing at all. Okay, so a lot of these are just not really ready for viewing. I think that dance is going to be the hardest part for people, though, honestly. There's the mechanic that you have to kick. And there's the spread out thing. Prideful Eruption. This is Frida's mechanic. Oh, wow. Is that... Wait, what? People really want to do that mechanic? That looks like the worst mechanic on the fight. Causes rate... I didn't realize it was going to be like that. It definitely looks like the worst mechanic on the fight. That is definitely the worst mechanic on the fight, right? Fuck. Huh. Having to constantly have all melee. That's like a mythic. That's like a mythic end boss mechanic right there. That's like on Carapace, right? That's like actually the mechanic from Carapace. Let's just do that on a normal mode fight. Are you kidding me? It does not seem like the right play. Have to do that a lot too, I'd imagine. He might be the easiest to kill last. He's the tank swap boss and ad spawner of the band. Oh yeah, there's the shields. Okay. It looks like you can keep them all stacked up too, so that's... Oh, it's pointless, but you could do it. You don't want to cleave. Not necessarily. Alright, see you, buddy. We'll see you, we'll see you on the next stream, which will be Tuesday. Okay, anyway, let's go through these last few, because I have a feeling we're going to have, we're running out of time here, and we're going to be here all night otherwise. The last 2 are going to be very complicated. Let's take a look at what it just recommends here really quick. What they think is the best order. Yeah, okay. So Limit recommends Frida. I think that's what we'll do. You'll be fighting all 3 at the start of the fight. All 3 bosses have their base abilities. We read all that. At 50%, you'll enter the dance. Just follow the little green bros and get an 18% haste buff. Use that haste buff to put Frida down and move into phase 2. So that's going to be a long fight, because unless these mobs have very little health, you're going to be doing this a lot, and there's going to be a lot of killing. Dancing Fools is an extremely easy ability to die to. There will always be a safe spot, but it'll be hard to see. After a few seconds, each Ventir will have a giant red swirly surround them. After a few more seconds, all the swirlies explode. If you're in one, you die. Find the safe spot. This may take you and your guild several tries to figure out and get used to. Here's a screenshot of what the swirlies look like. Oh, what the fuck? That just closed the tab. Phase 1 and 2, if you plan on trying to have Stavros just completely away from the group, the positioning below will work. Idea is to just move Stavros away so his lunge cannot hit anyone other than the tank holding him. The rest of the raid will be moving fairly regularly, so don't expect to have your feet set for long. In Phase 1, you'll need to move around with your partner for Dark Recital. Phase 2, you'll need to also dodge the waltzing Venthirs. When you get to Phase 3, fighting Stavros alone, move him to the middle so you can more easily adjust around the room. Okay. All right. Let's see if there's any interesting. I doubt it, though. Probably going to be a waste of time. Fruit Legion Generals. Jesus Christ. Vitamin Council. Let's see it. Guess we're going to kill this one first. It's probably not going to have any of the phase mechanics. Get near the boss to interrupt the cast. Good. Tenant protects the boss from damage. Oh, that's funny. I just realized that. Like, yeah, if nobody's killing the interrupt target, then who the fuck's going to interrupt? Don't move too far from the teammates. Come on. Which one's Frida? This one, right? That's way too far away, but okay. I'm basically playing a really shitty ranged. I don't know what that is. That's actually pretty good. This one's probably the best one so far. I don't see why it would be over there. I guess that's just a flaw. Oh shit. Servant is throwing sausages at you. That's not good. There's gonna be more than one though, right? This is crazy. This is actually what the fight's like. This is gonna be nuts. This is certainly not happening at this time. I'm not gonna make it. Fuck. You don't die from that. Okay, that's not good. I honestly don't want to push her until this is over. Okay, then we're gonna kill the one on the left, I think. I don't know what the pictures are supposed to represent. How the fuck are you supposed to... This is, again, not part of the fight. Like, that's not part of the fight. I don't know why the fuck. You're not going to be dodging skill shot sausages for 5 minutes, are you? Okay, we killed that. What mechanic is that that's linking us? I don't actually know. Okay, this is insane. Can you actually beat this? This is insane. I guess you're just meant to dodge it in this. You're not actually meant to kill that guy. Pretty sure you're meant to kill that guy in the actual encounter. It's not just one guy. It's going to be all kinds of dudes. Okay, you know, that's unfair. Who made this? They're a sadist. Now there's 2 sausages. It's actually not any harder though, because it's just 2. It's like impossible to stand close enough to hit him for any like long period of time. Now there's 3. Just kill him. Oh my god, the shield. I assume this continues to happen. Okay, we killed them all. This is wild. Alright, we killed the fight, I think, because this doesn't even do anything. This is the hardest part of the fight, and they don't even have any mechanics for it. Oh, the servant is throwing sausages at you. Stop it. Stop throwing sausages. Hey. Yeah, I'm not in love with it. It's not very realistic. These are definitely not how the fights are going to look. What the fuck is going on now? Dude, I'm getting destroyed by these sausages. Okay, I've killed all... Oh, they're back, the sausages. Stop spawning the ads. Kill it. Burn it, burn it, burn it. Rusty, burn it. Oh, okay, we did it. I think it's good to make the ADHD people understand. Yeah, the problem is, like, this isn't what any of the mechanics look like. But it's cool, I guess. It's neat. Okay, anyway, we wasted a lot of time with that. Alright, that fight's too complicated. The next one is the next 2 are very straightforward. I think I understand them very well, so let's go over these quickly. Artifer's Zymox. Very cool fight. I think this is the final fight that I would say is one of the most well-designed encounters I've ever seen. Honestly, I think it's excellent. So we'll see exactly how it's played out, but I think it's going to be really, really, really cool encounter. Speaking of basic, hi Sarah. Okay, let's take a look. We must utilize portals to jump around the room, making otherwise impossible mechanics easier to handle. Placement of portals resets often, so your entire raid team needs to be aware of where to go if they get debuffed with the next portal drop. Artificer changes what relic he is wielding adjusting the encounter slightly with each advancing phase. Use all tools wisely, and you will surely defeat the clever relic collector at his own game. Alright, let's take a look. So this is like, there's like one mechanic and it influences everything else, and that's this portal thing. Okay, it's really cool. Dimensional Terror, 2 players are marked and will spawn the connected portal shortly after. Walking onto the portal teleports you to the other. Glyph of Destruction, tanks explode after 4 seconds, raid-wide damage reduced by distance, debuffs tanks, increasing damage taken by it. So you could use the portal for that. Rift Blast, white beams appear on the ground, exploding shortly after to deal large damage, which is basically just a 5-man mechanic from the other side boss. Raid-wide unavoidable damage, Hyper Light Spark, Stasis Trap, traps spawn under random players. If touched, traps a player until destroyed. Relic 1, Crystal of Phantasms, Fleeting Spirit, add spawn and fixate random players. If reached, they mind control until damage to 50%. And I think on Mythic, you can't be killed, or you are always mind controlled, so that's a big problem. Relic 2, Root of Extinction, Withered Touch, large dot on a random player, lasts 21 seconds. Seed of Extinction, 4 seeds spawn around the room and explode 20 seconds later, dealing lethal damage, reduced by distance. Interacting with the seed picks it up. Pushing action buttons drops it. This is like a huge deal, putting these seeds in the right place. And then Relic 3, Aura of Dread, raid damage every 3 seconds. Edge of Annihilation, sword in middle of room, pulls players towards it, exploding in a 25-yard radius for massive damage. Okay, so let's quickly see what they say. So phase 1, kite spirits when fixated by taking the portals. Tank run away with debuff to explode from raid, so you take the portals. Dodge white beams, don't think you need the portal for that, but you could. Break out mind control players if they are touched by spirits, hopefully that won't happen. Okay, phase 2, assign players pick up seeds and drop off at far end of arena. So this is like the coolest part of the fight. There's these seeds that are going to be all around the room, and you have to quickly stack them up and put them on the opposite side of the room, because it's like probably 70% of the room, this giant circle. So if you just left them in the middle, the whole room would be filled, but if you put them on the far end, only like 70% of it would be filled. So then we have plenty of room to stand and not die. Utilize portal to escape seed explosion. So yeah, you run from one side of the room to the other with them, drop them there, and then take the portal and go back. Continue running out with tank bomb and dodging white beams. And then phase 3 apparently is utilize portal to escape sword explosion. Continue running out with tank bombs and dodging white beams. Well, when you put it that way, it sounds extremely simple. So that's interesting. Let's see what others recommend. Where's that? Oh, this is at Zymox. Oh my god, another fucking giant paragraph. The abilities mentioned above are all present in all phases, and this will be the general way to deal with them. Whenever players are marked with Dimensional Terror, they need to coordinate where to position the wormholes. One should generally be placed close to the raid, and one should be positioned far away. So yeah, actually, this is probably like the first, like if somebody just doesn't do this, it's just like a white 5 seconds into the fight. The precise position will be described under each individual phase. You should place a gateway in the direction you want the second terror placed, and other than that, use some movement speed increasing abilities to get it to the desired location. Glyph of Destruction targets the current tank. This tank has 4 seconds to move as far away as possible from the raid to reduce the damage taken. The easiest way to do this is to use movement abilities and quickly get to the wormhole to travel through it to create the biggest distance possible to the raid. This also functions as a tank swap. When this ability overlaps with the other abilities, it is advisable to sign raid cooldowns. Stasis traps are placed on random players, and it doesn't seem to disappear. Try to place them close to the wall or places you generally won't need for the encounter. The worst thing you can do is place them between the raid and the wormhole. When a lot of traps are present, or if some are in a bad location, they can have a raid member use magic immunity and remove them all. This is similar to how rogues, paladins, or hunters would pop their immunity and remove all spiders on the final boss in a tall. Stasis traps are placed on random. I read that. Rift Blast will open several rifts that target a random player, and after a small period, damage anyone in a line. This ability is pretty telegraphic, so simply move out of the line. Hyper Light Spark is the final ability. It simply jumps between all players and deals moderate damage. It can be tricky when it overlaps with Glyph of Destruction or other abilities. As such, you should be ready with the personal cooldown. Okay, so this is phase 1. In this phase, you should place a wormhole close to the raid and another wormhole on the opposite side. This makes kiting the fleeting spirits extremely easy, as you can let them get close to you, take the wormhole to the opposite side, and when they get close, disappear, take the wormhole back. I'm not entirely sure if you want to have the range stacked or loosely spread. Being stacked has the risk of causing a death to Rift Blast if you fail to move. However, traps would be placed in the same location. I don't think you need to worry too much about positioning as long as you place traps out of the way and make sure all players are relatively close. The only other unique ability in this phase is Soul Singe. It doesn't deal a lot of damage, however, in combination with Glyph of Destruction or Hyperlight Spark, it can create some burst damage. When the boss reaches 70%, phase 2 will begin. However, the phase is locked while fleeting spirits are active, so don't worry about pushing at a bad time. Oh. Wow, so you could theoretically push him even below 70 and you wouldn't be fucked. That's interesting. In this phase, it is extremely important that you position the wormholes correctly. One should be placed close to the raid and the other as far away as you possibly can, similar to phase 1 positions. Raid can position similarly to phase 1 as it doesn't matter too much as long as traps are placed out of the way. Either on both sides of the boss will work. Either or both sides of the boss will work. 8 seeds will spawn and they will be placed north, south, east, and west, and the locations between 4 directions. You will need to move 5 of these to be safe. Best way is to place raid markers and assign players to a specific seed location. They need to pick them up and move them to the side of the room, to the other side of the room. 3 of them are relatively close to the boss, so you can pick those up, go into the wormhole, drop the seed, and take the wormhole back to safety. For the remaining 2 seeds, 2 players can pre-position themselves, and as soon as they spawn, pick them up and drop them near the wormhole, which they can then take back to safety. Anyone still within 50 yards when the seed explode will die. The assigned players should probably be classes with high mobility, such as hunters and mages. You can use gateway and raid-wide speed buffs if necessary. Withering Touch is a debuff applied to random players. These players will need to be spot healed as it deals a solid amount of damage. These players may need to use a personal cooldown if it overlaps with the Glyph of Destruction. Glyph of Destruction happens when the tank... This is too much reading, honestly. I'm not reading all this. In this phase, you should position 1 wormhole at the wall. I like these. This is just like, honestly, it's just way too much words. Literally, they're not even trying to be summarily descriptive. So let's see what the ERT notes say for this fight. Way too much words for this fight. This is a very, very straightforward encounter. I was hoping for a more succinct thing. Okay, here we go. This will be a very good fight for this. 3-phase fight, unique mechanics for each fight to survive the fight. Dodge, stasis, that's the whole time. Dodging stasis traps. Drop Dimensional Tear wormhole away from the other target. I wonder how people are going to handle that. Like, if 2, I guess 1 person just has to take the portal. But what happens if 2 people take the portal? Then it's a wipe. Tank swap on Glyph of Destruction and run bomb debuff out. Phase 1. Use wormhole and run from your fixated adds. This is like very, very easy. The first phase is very, very easy. Phase 2, carry and drop off blue seeds on opposite side of the room. Use wormhole to travel quickly as the seed detonates. I think the whole fight is pretty straightforward. Damn, this site is sick. Which one? But yeah. Basically just grab seeds, run all the way to the other side of the room and use the portal. Very, very important to do that. Otherwise, you literally just won't, like, you have to stand in it then otherwise. And then phase 3, Edge of Annihilation pulls raid in and deals lethal damage. To prevent this, drop wormholes between the raid and in front of the boss, making a loop. Yeah, so literally for that one, you get pulled, you get, like, the center is there, and then you put one right in front of the center. So you get pulled into it, and then go behind, and you get pulled into it, and it keeps, yeah. It's like, this is such a fucking cool fight, honestly. Probably the best fight they ever made. I'm telling you, like, this raid has some of the best fights ever made. So let's see what this group says. Okay, so that's the portals. The only real mechanic is the traps. There's the traps. Just don't stand on them. There's nothing you can do about that. That's the ads. Don't let them get to you. If they get to you, they mind control you. Very bad idea. So just keep going in the portals over and over again. I think they're way slower than that too. And then there's that Rift Blast ability. It's just like the fight in the other side. Same mechanic. Okay, so that's it for that. That's very easy. Phase 1, very straightforward. Phase 2. This is the cool phase. It's like really cool phase. 8 seeds. So now you have to clear out all the ones on this side of the room, basically. So you get them all over here, or at least to a place where you should be safe. And then you see they expand and blow up, and you have all of this side. Now, it's complicated by the traps, which they haven't even mentioned in this, which is kind of unfortunate. But obviously, as long as you get all the ones on this half of the room, which I think is, yeah, 5. As long as you get these 5 to the other side of the room, you're pretty good. I guess they're not even moving these ones, which is interesting. Which ones did they actually move? They only moved 3. That's probably not going to work. Yeah, Heroic Leap's good ability. Just need the fastest players to do it, basically. And then just let's quickly see what they say for 3. But this is like probably the easiest part of the fight mechanically. I mean, they're not showing the rest of the mechanics, so it's kind of stupid. Wait, what the hell? They're not even using the portals. What? This is. I don't know. This was a cool idea at first. They did such a good a job with the first ones. That's just 0 effort. That's clearly not how you're going to do that. Unless there's something about Mythic that I don't understand. And they're planning for Mythic only. Let's see what this website recommends. Let's just have no filter. Let's see what it says. Okay, Dimensional Terror. 2 players are marked. So here's the portals. See, they're giant white swirling portals. You just need to put them on opposite sides of the room. See how they just move to opposite sides of the room? Very easy. There's that mechanic, like I said, from the 5-mans. And then there's the 2 portals. Okay, very good. Glyph of Destruction. That's a tank mechanic. Where's the tank going? There's the dude. He's just running to the corner. The other tank picks it up as far away as you can get. And then you can portal back. There's all the traps on the ground as well. You can see those. Rift Blast. That's literally just the exact mechanic from the 5-man. It's kind of weird. I guess all the candlestick people do the same mechanics, huh? There's the traps. The traps are there for good. And you could clean them up if you have an immunity. So I'll have to try AMS. I don't know if it'll work. Wait, if you get hit by it... Oh, you get stunned for 2 seconds and rooted until the trap is destroyed. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that was the case. Okay. Yeah, what is this? This is the phase 2 part now. Oh, no. This is just the main mechanic from phase 1 still, yeah. So these ads are really fast. I don't think they're this fast. But if you get caught, you get mind controlled. So really bad. I don't think they're this fast. I think this is probably from a really old beta test or something, because there's no way they're that fast. At least not on normal. Maybe that's Mythic or something. Okay, so here's phase 2. So you're going to see these giant seeds. You just run over, click them, and then you run them all to one area of the room. See, they're actually getting all of them right on top of each other. And then quickly take the portal, and then you see, if they did that right, there would be very little space available to survive, but that's a really bad example. Holy fuck. And here's the last phase. So you see, this is exactly what I was talking about. You just put it right at the edge, so you keep running into it. You don't even have to resist it. Like, why would you? Just keep letting it run you. Keep doing your full damage if you can. Tank mechanics still going on, though, so that's kind of important to realize. Cool. I think this fight's going to be great. Really looking to this fight. Let's quickly see what... Where is it? Let's quickly see what Limit recommends. For starters, keep the boss near where he starts in phase 1. Okay, this is definitely a female. If you're calling the first boss a female, gotta be, right? The tank affected by Glyph of Destruction needs to yeet the hell out of the group. Why can't you just speak English? Go to a far side of the room so you don't blow up the raid. As soon as the glyph is applied, other tanks should taunt. Don't stand in Rift Blasts. They appear as these white lines on the floor. Really cool looking, but don't let that fool you. They hurt. Hyperlight Spark just needs to be healed through. Not really anything you can do about it. You'll want to have your raid leader call out when to trigger stasis traps. Ideally, do this in between whatever the phase specific mechanic is. This way your DPS can focus on just blowing them up ASAP. You'll need to place your wormholes from Dimensional Terrors as phase 1. 50 to 60 yards apart in this phase. Best option is far east and far west. See positioning. Put the marker down in each worm location. When the fleeting spirits spawn, the affected players need to use their wormhole to keep away the spirits. If you get targeted, run next to the wormhole you're closest to. As the spirits get close, run over the wormhole. Wait for the spirit to run across the room and get close to you again. And very easy. This fight is honestly really straightforward. It's just such a cool concept because it all hinges on these portals, and if they're done well, it's very, very, very interesting. 3 distinct phases all hinging on the portals, and if they're done poorly, you have no hope of doing the fight. Idea here is to have the Dimensional Terrors on opposite end of the room. You'll use them to stay away from the fleeting spirits. Keep the boss near the middle of the room. So yeah, as far apart as possible, really. Well, actually, I don't know. Like, I feel like, why would you want to have them so far away from the boss, too? I don't really get that part. I feel like you'd want to have one near the boss and then one on the opposite side of the room, right? I don't know. I guess that's because if there's those stasis traps all over the area where you're using the portal, then it's impossible, I guess. So I'd probably like tank the boss over here and have a portal here and then the other one on the opposite side of the room. I think that's how I would do it. You want to shift the boss here towards the eastern wall. Place one wormhole right at the wall and then the other in the middle of the room. So that's phase 3. And then phase 2. You'll want the same position dimension 2. Light blue circles represent where the seeds spawn. They should all be moved to the orange marker and the whole raid should move to the yellow marker. You can use the terrace to bounce back and forth to get to the proper side. Yeah. So you basically all stack them up just north of the orange, like that wormhole thing. You'd stack all 5 of these up near that wormhole. Actually, not those 5, of course. All these 5, my bad. All these 5 up near that wormhole and then use the portal and just come back. And that's the mechanic. It's so cool. I love the concept. I think that's going to be one we go to pretty early in the raid. And then the next fight that isn't one of the last 2 fights is just a straight up tank and spank. Like literally, it's a patchwork. So this patchwork style boss is Sludgefist. Patchwork style boss was easy to follow mechanics, but extremely tight DPS check that will require you to maximize crucial movement while conserving space. As the fight continues, more rubble will fall from the ceiling as the boss smashes his way through each of the 4 pillars, keeping it up. Don't forget to stay with your partner if linked by a chain. Make sure to shower. Separating will result in near lethal damage. Good joke. Okay, so 2 players are marked chain link and shortly after tied together by a chain. Moving 10 yards away will break the chain and cause lethal damage. Boss melees. Giant fist. Hit the tank plus nearest target. Yeah, so the tank needs to be stacked. Both tanks need to be stacked. Destructive stomp. A 20-yard AoE smash around the boss. Knocking back players will destroy the pillars. Yeah, so you don't want to hit the pillars, right? Or no, is that the mechanic that automatically kills one? Raid-wide damage with pushback is Colossal Roar, Falling Rubble, damage to anyone within the swirly, leaves a void zone, Stonequake, Chain Slam, roots a random range player, then drags them and nearby players in, dealing damage split between all affected players. Hateful Gaze, at full energy, boss charges towards active tank until he hits a pillar or a wall. Wall causes wipe, damaging anyone in the path, destroys hit pillars and stuns boss, increasing his damage taken by 100% for 12 seconds. Okay. Yeah, so that's like part of the DPS race, basically. You have to figure out what you're doing with that. Crumbling Foundation. Every destroyed pillar results in a permanent stacking dot on the raid. So yeah, it gets harder as we go. Very, very patchwork-esque. I love the concept. And then Gruesome Rage. Boss enrages at 20%, increasing damage and attack speed by 20%. Right out of the old days, right? Haven't seen a fight like this in a long time. So, very simple. 1 phase, pure burn. Run out of boss smashes and swirlies. Chain players must stay within 10 yards of each other. Tanks must stack at all times. Tank must aim Hateful Gaze towards pillar. So yeah, the boss is facing one of these. Tanks are here, raids over there. Prep healing and defensives for 20% in rage. Kill the boss before he casts 5 hateful charges. Yeah, if he runs into the wall, it's a wipe. So if at any point we face him the wrong direction, it's a wipe. Wonder how often he does this Hateful Gaze. It's every 25, whatever, however long you have to kill it. Bait falling rubble against the wall and rotate around the room for every pillar. I see we're rotating in this direction. Interesting. Okay, I don't think we need to see this guy's over explanation. Where is it though? Sludge Fist. Very, very, very straightforward encounter, honestly. Let's see what they have to say. I'm interested in seeing the GIF. Wow, look at that. One paragraph. One phase DPS check boss. Kill before 5th charge or raid wipes. Stack within yards of your partner or die instantly. I think that's heroic only as well. Melee, run away during destructive stomp. Range, stand near edge of room as much as possible. Dodging falling rubble. 3 to 4 range, soak, chain slam, AoE circle. Tanks stack within 5 yards due to giant fists. Tank boss at least 20 yards from pillars to prevent early destruction. Oh yeah, that's a good point. His tank mechanic will break the statues, or the... If you stand them too close to the pillars, he'll break them by accident. At 100 energy, boss will charge active tank, run behind pillar to destroy. Sweet. Okay, so let's see what we have for this phase 1 and phase 2. What's that mean? So this is the same room we fought the first boss in, by the way. We literally go back here and do this boss in this room. I think it's pretty cool. Yeah, that's stomp mechanic. So let's just move out of that, I guess. Colossal Roar. Pushing them away. Is that a mythic only mechanic? I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter one way or the other. Seismic Shift. That's just the... Yeah, that's that earthquake looking ability. People are very concerned that this fight is going to be like Fetid Devourer was, which was also basically a patchwork DPS race, the only one of the expansion. And it was extremely overtuned for the World First race. Like, they had no hope of killing it. It was the only fight that was like very, very, very... I guess maybe Gahun too, I don't remember it very well, but... Like, all the other fights were a complete joke, and then that fight was just impossible. A lot of people are worried about this, and I can see why. So what does phase 2 mean? That's just part 2. I don't know what that means. This is showing the tank mechanic and stuff, I guess. Yeah, if you shatter the chain, they die. This is mythic only, though. On heroic, not everybody is chained. On heroic, only some people are chained, I believe. Yeah, and there's the charge, so he's facing... Yeah, and the tanks just run there. And he runs through the thing, takes a ton of damage extra now, and that is the fight. When you have to soak something? What is that? Must be mythic only. Huh, wow, that's odd. Yeah, it must be mythic only. Okay, so that's it, really. I mean, what else is there? Let's see what they have to say. Very straightforward encounter. This has got to be every fight, every mechanic. Yeah, see, it's only... Not everybody... Well, maybe they are, actually. This is heroic, right? Yeah. What's it say for normal? Is it different? Yeah, so if you get too far away, you break the chain and you die. Hateful Gaze, this is the tank mechanic. So if for some reason you don't make it, you die. He'll hit the wall and wipe you effectively. Wish he really doesn't like hitting the wall for some reason. Okay, that's same mechanic. And I guess apparently if you get hit, you die too. So you make sure you don't get hit by him. Destructive Stomp. This is big AoE. Looks extremely straightforward. I wonder what the Castle Pinaplia is going to have for this fight. I should check it out. Oh yeah, you can bait the rubble, huh? Interesting. That knockback, is that actually part? Chain link will apply to all 20 members at the same time. Seismic shift causes players to splash damage. Chain slam applies a bleed. Yeah, no, okay. So yeah, that knockback is part of the fight. That's strange. I don't remember seeing that. Raid-wide damage with knockback. Pushback. Interesting. I don't remember seeing that when I was checking it out. Quickly, let's see if they have any weird strategies that I wouldn't think of. I'm sure it's not the case. Where's it gone? Stone Fist. Sludge Fist. I thought it was Stone Fist, but it's Sludge Fist. Tanks will need to be stacked on top of each other and keep the boss 20 yards away from any pillar. If you tank too close to a pillar, Destructive Stomp will blow one up and you'll likely end up wiping later in the fight. If tanks aren't stacked, melee are going to be face down on the floor. Yeah, so it's like Hateful Strike, right? Exactly. The range should be loosely spread and try to be near walls to bait falling rubble. The boss casts Chain Slam and Destructive Stomp back to back. Make sure you get out of the giant circle around him for Destructive Stomp. Colossal Roar just needs to be healed through. It's really only dangerous to the chain-linked players. Throughout the fight, the most important abilities to manage properly are Chain Link and Chain Slam. Improper management of either will cause wipes pretty quickly. Chain Link, the linked players need to stay within 12 yards of each other no matter what. When Colossal Roar happens, make sure you're stacked on top of each other so you don't get knocked out of range. Yeah, that's a good point. Chain Slam, you want 3 players helping soak this. In testing, it was possible for a Chain Link target to get Chain Slam. If this happens, the connected person obviously has to be one of the soakers. Since this is immediately followed by Destructive Stomp, make sure you get out of it ASAP. You pre-assign 3 to 4 soakers for this, so the same people can handle it each time. When the boss hits 100 energy, he casts Hateful Gaze, hitting the pillar. Less one of the times the boss is stunned. A great time is the 3rd pillar, and this occurred at about 10 minutes into the fight. That means 3 minute CDs were back up. That's a great point. I'm really glad. I never would have thought of that. The second time we lust, that's a really good idea. Because he should be like near the enraged there anyway. So you'd want to push him down as hard as you can at that point. Very interesting. What is this Chain Slam? Roots a random ranged player that drags them and nearby players in, dealing split damage between all affected players. I didn't recognize that was also on the fight. It's weird. There's mechanics that I didn't feel like I saw. Let's say anything about that. 3 to 4 range, soak Chain Slam AoE circle. Let's see what that looks like one more time. That's the stomp. Out of water now, as I predicted. That's the knockback. There's the puddles on the ground thing. What is that? That's a different mechanic? Okay, I guess it's in the second part. Oh, I just got logged out. Anyway, we probably should just close the game at this point. Been online for 4 hours without moving. That's probably not a good idea. Chain Slam. So there it is. Immobilizes a player with heavy chains. Pulls that player and allies within 7 yards towards them, inflicting damage divided evenly between players. So you just want to have 4 people kind of pulled together. I see. And then go back to where you were. Okay, cool. So this, yeah, very, very, very. I mean, I think these last 2 fights we looked at are probably the easiest fights in here, numerically or mechanically. We'll just see how they are numerically. So the last 2 fights. This isn't as much as, I mean, some of these other fights have had more. What about Denathrius? What is he at for this one? Okay, I'm going to take a good look at these. What about here? Let's see. This one doesn't even have Denathrius. Stone Legion General. I want to see what they actually have for these fights before we get started. It's a pretty long TLDR there. But only 2 fights left. Sire Denathrius actually has stuff. That's cool. Usually these ones do not. And Stone Legion Generals does not have an image. What about this website? Looks like it's got a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's got everything. What the hell is this? There's a cat. I know you guys like your cats. Let's see this one. Oh, yeah, there's also, this is a really good, I'm going to link this too before I forget. This is also a really good, like this is what we're actually going to use for the raid. It's literally just a TLDR of everything we've been looking at from this website. So it's pretty good. Let's see what it says for the final fight. Stone Legion. Oh, that's a big TLDR. And then there's nothing for Denathrius because they probably haven't thought the fight was easy enough to summarize yet. It's usually how it goes. Denathrius, last boss. Oh, there's literally nothing. Oh, wow. Crazy. Okay, let's check this out too before I forget. Stand near your ally if you want to live. This is a chain. Yeah, you're gonna have to come over here, boss. Is this just Dark Souls music? Like what? Is this actually gonna be in the game? Or is this just, this is the music they're using, right? Hide behind a pillar? No. Wrong mechanic. That does not happen for DPS. I guess. What's going on now? Well, that's an easy one. Let's see what it said for the other one. Let's just kill it, I guess. This stupid looking pineapple is like, oh, I'm fine. I'm in this rubble. That was stupid. What the fuck? That's not a mechanic. Oh yeah, we have to run over here. Okay, that's pretty close though. Holy shit. Yeah, that's pretty close. Oh, we got hit by it. It's not a wipe though. You don't even have to use the portal if you don't want. Okay, phase 2. And why are we doing it again? Where's the seeds? How are they going to show the seeds? Oh shit, we're really slowed? Wait, what? Is that actually how it works? This is not right. This isn't how this works. To my knowledge. There we go. That's stupid. That's not how that fight works at all. What does it even have for Denathrius and shit? Does it not? It doesn't probably. Oh, Sire Denathrius. Stand in the cleave to clear stacks. Yeah, then it summons ads. I remember that. Okay, anyway. Cool concept, but... Alright. I'm going to run to the bathroom, and then we'll take a look, get some water too. We'll take a look at these last two fights, which I think are going to be, obviously, the fights I understand the least. So, I'll be right back. Okay, so you just filled the cup, save some time. Should be all we need. All right, so we got the last boss here. Last two bosses. It's going to be the hardest fights, obviously. Oh, good God, the bleed damage. If only we could run 20 dwarves. If only stone form still worked on this boss. Okay, these BFF generals take turns assaulting us from the ground and from the air. Rotating abilities that we will face. Okay, anyway. When they tag out at 50%, we must dance through their minions' bombs while feeding our friend Prince Renethel to replenish his mana enough that he helps stop their bombardment. Finally, in the last phase, we face them both at the same time as they show us that 2 is better than 1, but hopefully we can prove 20 is better still. Okay, it's a lot of mechanics. Light damage throughout the fight to random players. I don't think we're going to read the mechanics. There's just too many. It's just going to confuse me, I feel like. Let's look at the tank mechanics. Phase 1 General Call. Serrated Swipe applies permanent stacking bleed, increasing damage taken by next swipe. There's also a healing mechanic. Dot on random players when dispelled or expired leaves an additional shorter dot. And then phase 2, Stone Fist, frontal knockback aimed at tank, increasing damage taken by future fists. Okay. So now let's just read the summaries of each phase. Phase 1, call 100 to 50. Move to side of boss with Crystalline Burst. Stand inside Crystalline Burst to remove bleeds. Soak Pulverizing Meteor after burst goes off to split damage. Dispel and single target healing Heart Rend target. So that's the healer mechanic. Tank remove bleed by standing Crystalline Burst. So what is Crystalline Burst? We obviously need to read that. Stonebreaker combo. Cast every 1 minute a sequence of abilities. Crystalline Burst. Random player is debuffed and explodes 5 seconds later in an 8-yard AoE, removing all bleeds and stunning any nearby players for 4 seconds. Oh my god. Wow. Pulverizing Meteor. After the stun is over, that same player is hit by a meteor, split between any players. So it says move to the side of boss with Crystalline Burst. Stand inside Crystalline Burst to remove bleeds. So you want to get stunned for 4 seconds on purpose. Wow. That's odd. Remove Pulverizing Meteor. Soak Pulverizing Meteor after burst goes off to split damage. Tank remove bleed by standing in Crystalline Burst. Run away with Wicked Blade. Wicked Blade. Boomerang thrown at 2 marked players, splashing AoE damage and applying permanent bleed to anyone nearby or at in the blade's path. Return to boss after. Okay. That's the tank mechanic. So it looks like you go this way. At 50% health, call takes 95% reduced damage, beginning the intermission. In the intermission, there's Stone Legion commandos bombard the raid with swirlies and anima orbs dropped from defeating adds during intermission. Click and bring to Prince Renethel to grant him mana. At 100%, he deals a raid-wide knockback and removes boss's stone form. Interesting. So he's a big part of the fight. Nuke adds to drop anima orbs. Click orbs and bring to Prince. Dodge the bombardment and continue doing boss mechanics. At full mana, Prince knocks raid back and breaks stone form, triggering next phase. Then phase 2. Continue handling Crystalline Burst, Wicked Blades, and Goliaths. Wait, what are Goliaths? Stone Legion Goliath. At 20% health, channels Soul Taint Effigy. Reducing healing received by 10%, stacking. Removed when killed. Okay, so you have to kill that ad. Run out. So this is now we're fighting Grash Hall. Run out with reverberating eruptions. Do not stand in existing unstable ground. Soak existing unstable ground void zones if not debuffed to prevent raid-wide damage. Tank boss facing away and taunt after every frontal knockback. Loosely spread and dodge seismic upheaval underneath your feet. Really get it. Run out with reverberating eruption. Do not stand in existing unstable ground. But then it says soak existing unstable ground if not debuffed. Debuffed with what? Reverberating eruption? Let's have another look at phase 2. Seismic upheaval. Ground underneath players erupts a few seconds later. Reverberating eruption. Random players explode after 5 seconds, dropping unstable ground. Okay, unstable ground zones will explode every eruption, dealing raid-wide damage unless soaked by 1 player. Reverberating vulnerability applies to any player hit by an eruption explosion, increasing damage by these things for 6 seconds. Okay, so if you get hit by 1, it's either eruption or echo. So that's the eruption. So random players get hit by it, and then somebody has to soak it. So the random player or the intentional player cannot get hit by it again for 6 seconds or they will die. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, and then phase 3, 50 to 0 with both of them. Both generals land. Continue dealing with all mechanics at the same time. No more adds will spawn. Kill at the same time. When one general dies, the others increase damage by 200%. Wow. Pretty nasty. Okay, let's see some of these TLDRs then. I don't think... This is pretty good. There's some good info here, but I think it's I don't know. Maybe we should. No, I'd like to preface this by saying there was very limited testing to this boss. Many things may have changed, which could change Burden of Sin strategy completely. Yeah, let's just go with the short versions for now. I have a feeling I will not feel confident with reading only this, though. 3-phase encounter with intermissions between phases. Fight both bosses individually, then together. Manage bleeds and AoE soaking. Run out with Wicked Blade. Bouncing glaive with your ally. Soak crystallize to remove bleed left by Wicked Blade. Group soak. Pulverizing meteor AoE on allies who soaked crystallize. It's interesting. Cleave down Stone Legion Goliath. Focus kill it at 20% health. Tanks clear stacks of serrated swipe with crystallize around 3 stacks. I see. So it's only a few people who have to get hit by that, huh? It's not everyone. Then Intermission 1. Dodge swirlies, kill gargoyle ads, collect anima orbs, and deliver to Prince Renethel. Great. Okay, phase 2. General Grashal. Dodge seismic upheaval, AoE circles. Continue to run out with Wicked Blade, bouncing glaive with your ally. What does that mean with your ally? I don't get that. 2 marked players. Oh, okay, so wait, it's not the tank? I thought it would be the tank. Boomerang thrown at 2 marked players, splashing AoE damage and applying permanent bleed to anyone nearby or in the blade's path. I see. So, oh, I see. The 2 players are here, and the blade goes to the first, then it goes to the second, and then it goes back to the boss. I see. So you cannot be in the way of this. The raid has to be on the other side. That's interesting. Okay, that makes sense now. Run out with Reverberating Eruption, dropping off AoE circle at edge of the room. For each Reverberating Eruption cast, 1 player's soak each AoE to prevent raid-wide damage. So the person who gets the mechanic cannot soak the mechanic. Is that right? Interesting. This is a crazy fight. Tank swap on 1 to 2 stacks of Stone Fist. Face boss away from edge to prevent being knocked off. Same as Intermission 1, Intermission 2. And then phase 3, all the mechanics simultaneously. Huh. So you have to soak the pulverizing meteor at the same time as these circles. That's hard to believe. Sounds intense. There's not even a thing for Stone Legion generals on that. Okay, so let's see what they have here. You will fight 2 bosses in this encounter. Warning, this fight has changed a lot and since the PTR. Yeah, it's true. I saw videos of it. They were literally different. Like, one video from like 4 months ago and one video from like 2 months ago, and they're an entirely different encounter. So I don't know what we can learn here, but I assume we'll see something. So that's the combo. Crystallize is channeled by Grashal on a player inflicting moderate damage. The player needs to run in melee of call as well as any player wanting to clear their bleeds. It's after 5 seconds the AoE explode and damage and stun for 4 seconds everyone in the zone and remove any bleeds or wicked serrated tear or wicked lacerations. When targeted by crystallize, rush into melee to reset bleeds on the tank and any other players. Yeah, so the tank get serrated tear is the tank mechanic, right? I believe so. Yeah, serrated swipe it's called, but or maybe that's what it used to be called. I don't know. Pulverizing meteor. Right after the explosion of the combo, the player is hit by a meteor. That must hurt. That will need to be soaked to split the damage amongst players hit. So wait, that's not the meteor? That's the crystallize. Bring AoE to melee. That's the crystallized thing? This is the meteor. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's the meteor. Giant stone come falling from the sky. This will stun you. Okay. Right after the explosion of the combo, the player is hit. That must hurt. We read that. And this is Wicked Blade. When targeted, spread out from the raid to mark locations. Avoid Blade's path if not marked. Yeah, so there you go. It looks easy enough, but it happens quite quickly, it seems. Okay, that's good. Hardened stone form. That was not explained at all. I wonder why. I think some of this is just not the case anymore. Find it quite difficult to prepare for the fight if that's the case. I trust that Limit will know what is and isn't the case, though. Let's see. Generals. Okay, fair amount of stuff here. Let's read it all. We'll just start with the actual phases. Phase 1, you'll be fighting General Call in Phase 1, which lasts until she hits 50% HP. While you do this, Grishal will be flying above, throwing bad things at you. Yeah, so you see in this website, it shows them both there. See this? They're both present. That's not the case. There used to be it seems like there used to be a mechanic where you had to do something with Renenthal and he would break the other one out, and when you did that, then you'd swap which one you're attacking. But now it's just like they're separate, which is a bit weirder mechanically, but it's probably a lot more interesting for the player. Okay, you'll be fighting. Okay, that's great. With that General Call, Heartrend puts a 36-second dot on 4 people. When removed, whether dispelled or expires, applies Heart Hemorrhage. More potent dot deals 6k. You want to time the dispelling on expiration of this so it does not coincide with Crystallize. You'll just need to keep an eye on these people to keep them up. What the hell? Was that even mentioned? Heartrend? Oh yeah, that's the healing mechanic. Okay, it was mentioned. Huh, that's pretty interesting. On 4 people. And you want to only dispel it when you need to, I guess, or when you have a good time to dispel it. Time the dispelling or expiration of this so it does not coincide with Crystallize. This is going to be interesting. Serrated Swipe. Frontal at the current tank. Deals a lot. What the fuck? 37k physical damage? Okay, and applies a stack of Serrated Terror. Permanent dot deals 150 physical per 1 second. 150. 1,500. Also increases damage from Serrated Swipe. Stacks. Will eventually force a tank swap, so the one with stacks can stand and crystallize. Okay, Hardened Stone Form reduces damage taken by 95%. Activate when Call hits 50% HP. Oh no, this is the same. This is slightly different, but that is still what they mentioned. Activates when Call hits 50%. Starts the Prince Renethil event. Okay. While you fight Call, Grashal is flying around. He periodically casts a Stonebreaker combo that you'll need to deal with. Also throws out Stone Spikes, just deals damage and reduces movement speed. Unavoidable, just heal through it. Add periodically spawns to fight you. Stone Legion Goliath will periodically spawn while you fight Call. During the Prince Renethil event, Stone Legion Commandos also spawn. Stone Legion Goliath. Ravenous Feast leaps at a random target and stunning them. After landing, immediately does a Blade Flurry thing. Healers need to keep this person up. Okay. Ravenous Hunger. Dude buffs himself, deals 75% more damage, seems to cast 30 seconds after spawning. And Soul Taint Effigy. A 20% transform into an effigy, debuffing the whole raid with a stack of Soul Taint, decreasing healing received by 10% every 1 second. Stacks up to 8 charges. And the debuff disappears when the ad dies. So basically, like, kind of AoE down the ad and then quickly switch to it. When this dies, he drops a massive anima orb that lasts 15 seconds. Used for the Renenthal event. Running over the orb causes you to pick it up. Infinite duration, so make sure someone picks up the orb. Stone Legion Commando. Cluster Bombardments. This is like the in-between phase. Throws red swirlies at the ground. Just dodge them. Deals 20k shadow damage if you get hit. When these die, they drop an anima orb that lasts 15 seconds. Also used for Prince Renethil event. Also unlimited duration. You only directly fight and need to kill these during the Prince Renethil event. Interesting. Okay, so Prince Renethil event. Still part of phase 1, but it's like a transition. Begins in phase 1 when Call hits 50% HP. And in phase 2 when Grashal hits 50% HP. Starts at 0 mana and you need to get him to full mana. I assume it's meant to be anima, not mana, but yeah. You do this by bringing the anima orbs to him. He has a red circle around him. Going inside the circle with an anima orb transfers it to Renethil. Smaller anima orbs from the commandos regen 10%. Massive from the Goliaths regen 30%. If you picked up the massive orb from the Goliaths you got early, they can be dropped off on Renathal here. When he reaches full anima, he pops and does 9k shadow damage to the whole raid, knocks everyone back. Oh yeah, this is how you get knocked off, right? When you're doing this part of the fight, Call and Grashal continue functioning as they did the rest of the phase. All the abilities are still fully active. Need to manage everything and fill Renathal's mana. Oh my god, this is going to be insane. I'm really worried about these fights on normal, honestly, these last two. This time you fight Grashal while Call flies around. While Call is in the air, she still casts Wicked Blade. Also throws a small shuriken at people, dealing 2,800 physical and bounces up to 3 more players. Grashal continues using Stonebreaker's combo like in Phase 1. Also gets a few new abilities. Okay. Stone Fist, smash on tank, knocks them back and deals 31k. Also applies a debuff, increasing damage taken by Stone Fist, stacks up to 5 times. Seismic Upheaval, marks several players. Every 2 to 4 seconds, the marked player will have swirlies appear under them. Swirlies explode for a short amount of time, with a giant rock pillar erupting from the ground, then disappearing. Getting hit deals 7.7k physical damage. Okay, Reverberating Eruption, marks random players, then sends a shockwave to them. Deals 12k nature damage when hit, also applies Reverberating Vulnerability, and leaves a puddle of unstable ground where the player was hit. Reverberating Vulnerability causes Reverberating Eruption and Echoing Annihilation to deal 500% increased damage. So that's what we were talking about before. So it's like 2 people have to deal with each mechanic. Old unstable ground puddles explode when Reverberation Eruption is cast. Explosion is called Echoing Annihilation, deals 12k nature damage and applies Reverberating Vulnerability. Any explosion not soaked deals 12k to the whole raid. Add spawn and work the same ways in Phase 1. Like Call, when Grashal hits 50% HP, he goes into Hardened Stone form. Takes 95% less damage. Like before, this starts the Prince Renathal event. Get Renathal to full mana and you move to Phase 3. Then at this point, Unified, you do it all together. But they also have the extra ability from each. So basically, you fight both of them together anyway, but they don't have their main ability. The one doesn't have its main ability. In the end, you're doing the same fight, but there's just both main abilities. And the main ability for Call is this Heartrend, I guess. Well, it's also the Serrated Sweep, which I don't know how the fuck you're going to do that. So you're going to take 2 different tank breakers, 1 tank each, and you're going to swap them, I guess. So as long as you don't get hit by the other one, you should be okay, but that's going to be nuts. Instead of one tank taking all the damage, it's going to be 2 tanks taking tons of damage, but they shouldn't die as long as they keep alternating. And for this dude, it's the giant knockback, but also the AoE soak thing, this mechanic on the ground thing. Okay. So what's the strategy? Have markers set up going into the fight. Boss markers near the middle of the room. 2 markers to the left-hand side, looking towards where the bosses start, and 1 to the right-hand side. The left markers are for Wicked Blade targets to stand. Right marker is for Crystallize. Crystallize is cast at 40 seconds, then every minute. Targets of Wicked Blade should go stand on the left marker. Everyone else in the raid needs to make sure they aren't in the way of the blade. We've seen that, okay. In general, anyone with the bleed should be in Crystallize. For the Pulverizing Meteor, you'll want to ensure at least 4 to 6 people soak to split the damage. More is not a bad thing. Anyone who gets hit by Crystallize will also be hit by the Meteor. Healer CDs help the Meteor soaks a lot, since it's a lot of damage on the affected people in a short amount of time. So that'd be a great time for, I assume it's probably physical damage. Let's see if there's any way to confirm that. Oh, maybe it's probably in-game. We can probably see it, right? I want to load up the game real quick. I want to see if that's physical damage. Because that is going to happen a lot. That would be great for AMS if it's nature. I think we've kind of alternated over the years, right? These like giant rock abilities. Sometimes they're physical, sometimes they're nature. I assume it's physical, though. If that's the case, we'll have to rely on barriers. Or just healing in general, I guess. Doesn't say on that sheet. Maybe it says on this one? Doesn't say. Castle Nathria, Stone Legion Generals. Stonebreaker combo. Ah, it's nature. Yes. Alright, man. I'm so fucking excited for this raid, man. I'll tell you what. Blood Decays, ready to rock. It's going to happen a lot, so we're not going to get many of them, but that's going to be pretty fucking badass, man. That's kind of a big deal. Honestly, having like a major defensive CD as a tank for the second to last boss, and I'm pretty sure there's another great case for it on the Denathrius too. This is kind of a big deal, honestly. I'm pretty excited about this. Never been this excited to tank a raid before. Usually I hate tanking raids. Okay, so anyway. Strategy. Phase 1. Tank call near the middle of the room. Tanks will need to swap as Crystallize is cast. Serrated Swipe is cast about every 20-ish seconds. It's a lower ranking ability in the boss's priority, so it can get pushed back a bit. That's the tank mechanic. Make sure to AM for the first serrated swipe you take and an actual cooldown for the second. If you take a third, use another CD or call for an external. Interesting. I mean, that's a lot of damage, but I guess by the time this is probably the heroic number. So I assume by the time we're at heroic, it's going to be pretty easy to survive that. Anyway, range plus healers should be loosely spread, not too far, but loosely spread will help prevent multiple people from being hit by Goliath's Ravenous Feast at the same time. About 10 seconds after the encounter begins, a Goliath spawns. They seem to cast Ravenous Hunger on themselves after 30 seconds. Goliaths will continue spawning about every minute and 15. Healers need to spot heal the target of the feast plus flurry so they don't die. Just deals a ton of damage quickly, especially after the Goliath is buffed with Ravenous Hunger. You'll likely want to try and kill the Goliaths before the hunger is cast. When the Goliath hits 20 and casts Soul Taint Effigy, all DPS should hard swap and blow it up. Healers need to be keenly aware of the Heart Rend. Base dot isn't too scary, but the Hemorrhage can easily kill someone. Also need to be extremely aware of the Goliath. Their Ravenous Feast plus Frontal can quickly kill someone, so make sure you're paying attention and spot healing the target. When call hits 50%, you enter the Prince Renanthil event and get a commando. During the event, the boss doesn't take damage and commando starts spawning additions to Goliath. Having assigned high mobility people bring the anima orbs to Renanthal in the back of the room. Any orbs that were picked up from Goliaths can be dropped off here as well, since they have unlimited duration. That alone should result in a large amount of mana for Renanthal. You want to make this event as quick as possible. As the last anima orb is dropped off for Renanthal to hit 100 mana, the raid should move towards him. If you're too close to the edge, you're going to go flying. Your raid will laugh at you. Your raid leader will be upset with you. To be honest, it's kind of funny, though. It's what it fucking says on the screen. Awesome. Alright, phase 2. Use the same positioning as phase 1. Handle Wicked Blade and Crystallize, same as phase 1. Have a preset area to drop the circles from Reverberating Eruption. Ideally, far sides of the room, plus back of the room, but not over top of Renanthal. You'll need people to help soak the old unstable ground during every reverberating eruption, because you cannot soak 2 times in a row. You need to be careful with this or the AoE will kill people. Tanks should swap at 3 stacks of Stone Fist. In the final testing, this was cast every 20 seconds. The debuff lasts 40 seconds. In that testing, you should really swap every second without the debuff getting refreshed. May change for live. Oh, you couldn't really swap every... What the hell? It's weird. Okay, we'll see how that goes. Players targeted by seismic upheaval need to keep moving, and everyone in the raid should be aware of the location of the swirlies. This one's easy. Don't get hit. Handle Goliaths. Okay, so that's good. Lust as soon as phase 3 starts. Tank the bosses on each other near the middle of the room. Tank swap when Grashal tanks gets 3 stacks. Make sure that the tanks are not standing on top of each other. Remember, serrating swipe is a frontal cone. Don't accidentally swipe your tank friend or you're going to have a bad time. Keep using the same markers for Crystallize and Wicked Blade. Handle both like you have been. All of these mechanics work like they did in their own respective phases. They all need to be handled how they previously were. This means that a lot of things going on in the whole phase. Fast pace with a lot of stuff. Biggest things here are to properly manage the Wicked Blade, Crystallize, and Reverberating Eruptions. Yeah, that's going to be nuts. So we have to burn both down from 50%. That's fucking wild. That's going to be nuts. Blow up the so-called generals at roughly the same time. Collect your purples and let's go fight Denathrius. Good one. Okay, so phase 1 and 2. Idea here is to have set location for the Wicked Blade spot and crystallize. This will help your raid know where to go and avoid accidentally destroying the whole raid with one of these abilities. The position in general can be used phase 1 and 2. Skull represents the boss. You can see Renatel's positioning in the back. That's where you need to bring the anima. Oh, he's all the way in the back. Okay. Yeah, so here's the 2 mechanics that bounce around, and here's where the soaking of the thing goes. Phase 3, same basic idea. Skull, call, X, Grishal. Do not have them facing the same way. Call, serrated swipe is a cleave. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Fuck. So you have to have one facing that way, the other facing this way. And we have to make sure that we do not get knocked off the platform by this guy. I assume Jix will have no trouble with that. I could try to have no trouble with that. We'll see how it goes. I guess the blink will help me a lot, right? If I do get knocked. That's cool. I didn't even think about that. I now have 2 ways to prevent knockbacks. But yeah, that seems to be it for that fight. Let's see what they actually have to say in the TLDR version. This is the last one they have a TLDR on, so. Not very TLDR, is it? 3-phase fight, 2 bosses. You'll fight them individually in phase 1 and 2, together in phase 3. When phase... My throat is like killing me. Talking for 5 hours straight. This is crazy. When crystallize happens, affected players should run to the assigned spot. All players with any bleed effect should run into the circle. After that explodes, a meteor falls. You want 46 people soaked. Okay, this is just all the stuff we've been over already, so... Looks like it's going to be a crazy fight. Honestly, I think this fight's going to be harder than Denathrius. It might not be numerically harder, but these mechanics are insane. Especially at the end when you have to deal both sets. God damn, man. Sounds pretty wild. Imagine that boomerang mechanic and the soak. Like, how the hell are you going to do that? That's going to be nuts. Alright. So definitely worried about killing, and that's unfortunate because I'd imagine a lot of people really want this last boss, huh? What's the name of it? Is this where the legendaries come from? Yes, it is. Spell Devastation. Oh, that one sucks, huh? Circle of Life and Death. That's a druid one. That's the one that Sarah wants. Is this the Warlock one as well? Yeah, that's that one I saw the Warlocks talking about. And what about... Is there other legendaries from other bosses? Oh, there's a couple from earlier bosses. Not many. Eagle Talon's True Focus. True Shot also reduces the focus cost. Gotcha. Shadowbreaker, was it a paladin one? Sludge Fist has the disc legendary. Oh, that's lucky. Oh, okay, there's a lot from Sludge Fist as well. Oh, that's interesting. A DK one. Memory of Greenskin. Between the eyes has a 20% chance per combo point to increase the damage of your next pistol shot by 200%. That's a Destro one. Yeah, I guess there's a few from different bosses. Not many. Ah, that's that one. 15% reduced magic damage while Immolation Aura is active. Oh, and there's Gorfian's Domination. I forgot that was even in the game, man. Memory of the Wall. Shadow Bolt increases the damage of your Demon Bolt by 8%. Is that a generic? What is that? Demon Bolt. What is that? Is that a K-Maz legendary? There's nothing from the first boss at all. Which I guess I'm not surprised by. There's conduits. And Denathrius has a ton as well, fuck. Memory of the Deadliest Coil. I remember that one. I threw that thing and man, did it hard. Malefic Rapture increases the damage of your Shadow Bolt by 25%, stacking up to 3 times. Huh. Oh, that's the one that Seismic was talking about. Shadow Bolt's not... Most people, almost all players are not using Shadow Bolt, right? Okay, anyway. Oh, what the hell? Memory of the Exploiter. Oh, God. Awkward. Okay, let's keep looking, though. We got one more boss left. So that fight's complicated. I don't feel like I know it very well. But I think once I see it, it would be a lot easier to learn. Denathrius, though, I think I know pretty well already. There's not been a lot of testing on him, though. So I feel like there's not even a post on Denathrius here at all, literally. What about on this website? There is a post here. Okay, so that's good. I'm surprised that... See, I think Limit just doesn't want to... They don't want to give out their strategy, honestly. I feel like that's it. Like, they don't want to give other people what they're going to do on this fight until they're... First of all, until they're sure, and second of all, until everybody else has already gotten it. Honestly, I think that's what they're doing. This literally doesn't even have a Denathrius one. This one does have one. Would put them at a... Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not an opinion. It definitely would. They're not that interested in helping people learn the raid. They are still mostly interested in helping themselves. Okay, well, let's start with this, because this guy actually has a Denathrius thing. This is really good. Good, okay. So, Denathrius, 3-phase fight with intermissions. Phase 1 is 100 to 70. At 100 energy, the boss cuts off a third of the room. You have to dodge this. Phase before running out of space. So if you can't beat that, then you probably have no hope of the fight, right? I'd imagine Slush Fist is going to be a bit difficult for Blood, but there's a lot of chances for AMS to be useful. Yeah, no doubt. AMS is going to crush some mechanics. It's going to be awesome. I'm really looking forward to AMS and AMZ. Anyway, run out with Night Hunter. Group Soak Night Hunter charge path. Reduce Burden of Sin stacks to your assigned, whatever that is, number. Your assigned number using Cleanse Pain Frontal. Your assigned hashtag. Swap and kill Echo of Sin ads. Oh, that's right. That's the stacks. I remember this mechanic. Okay. Position with back to wall on blood prints. Blood price. Reduce burden of sin stack to 2 or less before transitioning. You know what I want to take a look at? We're going to take a little break at this, and I'm going to go ahead and go back to this. What was the name of that website? Inaplia. I don't know. It's in the Discord. Tactical Air Horse. What the fuck kind of website name is that? It's like I just don't get where these names of websites even come from. Is this just like, give me the cheapest website possible? Okay, let's take a look at what Stone Legion Generals has for this. But it's mad loud again. Stop it. They don't have to do that to me. Does not need to be that loud. Okay, so this is... Find the chick first. Don't stand between the boss and the marked teammates. Yeah, that's that mechanic. Again, that's not how that mechanic should be handled, right? That'd be like LFR version of it. Like, just people don't even move. The boss is turned to stone as invincible. Okay, so there should be ads. Kill the ads and bring the orbs to your friend. Oh god, I just... Fuck. Well, this phase is still going on. Yeah, okay. Bosses are swapping. Hit the guy with the beard. The mechanic consists of 2 stages. First part removes bleed effects from teammates. Well, this is part of the first phase too. Place the void zone near the edge of the room. Wait, what? What is that mechanic? Oh, he's in the other phase now. Probably not the best idea to cover... Whoa, what are you doing? Stop it. Probably not the best idea to cover Renenthal with earthquakes. Kill bosses both at the same time. That's gonna be pretty difficult. Why is it a fish? Wait, what the hell is that? Why did he stop when he ran into the thing? Is that actually a mechanic? What the fuck? I don't think that's a mechanic. I think it's bugged. Oh, I got hit by the boomerang. I don't think that's supposed to be the case. Did I kill the first one or not yet? The remaining boss is very sad. Oh shit, what the fuck? It wasn't over. I thought it was over. Metro going for Castle Pineapple, a cutting edge. Okay. So let's see exactly, because I do know a lot of this fight, I feel like. I don't know how often you want to cleave the stacks, but I know it spawns ads. You don't want to do it too often, I don't think. But you want to have as little stacks as possible. I feel like Denathrius shouldn't hit us with an ability that helps us. So now we're in phase 2. Adds damage increases over time. Kill them first. What the hell's going on there? This is actually probably like the best... Move away from Pineappleus, can do. This is probably like the best explanation of this fight, which is crazy because some of these other ones are just a complete joke. Don't stand between the Salmonia. He pulls you in. What happens if you kill the weapon? I don't... You know the weapon's like a major part of this fight. Oh, that's the same mechanic from the previous fight, pretty much. Phase 3, oh no. Swinging it. This fight looks easy, bruv. There's not even tank mechanics? Move away from teammates. Where, Hadia? Stand in the orb to soak it? No. I refuse. Oh, he's doing that mechanic again. There's gonna be glass all over the room. We got it. Well, I have a feeling I didn't learn much about that from that, but we did it. Alright, well, that's honestly, that might be like one of the better. Okay, let's see if we can find. Okay, so here's Denathrius. This is like the only actual explanation of this fight somewhere. So we read this. This guy's blocks of text. I'd like to preface this by saying there was very limited testing. Maybe many things could have changed, which could be. Oh, I actually read this before without realizing I was reading the wrong thing. Yeah, I read the wrong thing before. Oh well, there's limited reason to stay spread during this fight, so I suggest you tank boss close to the wall and all clump up behind the boss. Simply moving when the cleanse, pain, blood price, and night hunger is cast. At the beginning of the fight, everyone gains 5 stacks of Burden of Sin, and the objective is to get rid of as many stacks as possible before entering the intermission. However, you can't have the entire raid having the same amount of stacks when blood price is cast, as that would likely be an instant wipe. Wait, why is that? Blood price. Denathrius torments players with Burden of Sin, rendering them unable to move or act for 3.5 seconds. When this expires, each player is knocked away from Denathrius and explodes, dealing low shadow damage to all players who have the same number of Burden of Sin stacks. Okay, so it's a lot more complicated than the pineapple shit. Wow, that's kind of wild. So you're going to have to let, like, the really immobile people go first, basically, I feel like. At the beginning of the fight, everyone gains 5 stacks. Okay, from beta testing, the order was this. Cleansing Pain, Blood Price, Cleansing Pain, Cleansing Pain, Blood Price, Cleansing Pain, Cleansing Pain, Blood Price. This means you would split the raid into 2 groups and simply alternate between soaking the Cleansing Pain. Each player would then be left at 2 stacks upon entering intermission. Oh. There's an alternate strategy in which classes like Warlock, Shaman, and DKs won't have to soak. I will describe this under the intermission phase, but I don't think it will be necessary. When a stack of Burden of Sin... Why Warlocks? Because they could portal? DKs and Shamans, they don't need to be worried about slows. When a stack of Burden of Sin is removed, an ad is spawned at the boss. This cannot be interrupted or CC'd, so I don't have to worry about it at all. Because I not only can't be slowed, but I also have a blink. So I probably won't even do this mechanic. Anyway, when a stack of Burden of Sin is removed, an ad is spawned at the boss. These cannot be interrupted or CC'd, so it's important you AoE these down quickly, as they pulse for high damage. You may need raid cooldowns for this, as these ads deal a lot of damage if not defeated quickly. They can't be interrupted or CC'd. Wow. When Blood Price is cast, the raid will be stunned for a small period, being knocked away. Everyone will take damage depending on how many players have the same amount of stacks of Burden of Sin. Positioning before Blood Price is key. If you're stacked up against a wall, you won't be knocked far, and you won't risk being knocked into desolate zones. If needed, you can use defensive raid cooldowns as you're stacked with this. And this is, as you're stacked, and this is, alongside the ads, one of the harder damaging phases in Phase 1. Damaging abilities. However, if Cleansing Pain is done correctly, it shouldn't be needed. Every so often, the boss will mark several players with Night Hunter. These players get a line from an image towards them and circle around them. The marked players will have to move away, and the rest must stand within the path to reduce the final damage. However, if you stand in more than one line, you will almost certainly die. Marked players will have to move away, and the rest must stand within the path to reduce the final damage. Read that already. Unsure how many players need to help by standing in the path, but the damage is minor, so better one too many than one too few. Never stand in the circle, as that will cause you to take the final damage portion. The damage is physical and can be immune, which means no one would have to stand in the path of the image, and the protection will also work. Let's read that again. These players get a line from an image towards them and a circle around them. The marked players will have to move away, and the rest must stand within the path to reduce the final damage. If you stand in more than one, you will die. Unsure how many players, okay. Interesting. Okay, when the boss reaches 100 energy, Remornia will cast Ravage towards the center, from the center towards the Nathrius. This will deal very high damage and fill the room with desolation. When the ability is about to be cast, a raid should pop a movement ability like Stampeding Roar, or click a gateway and move to a safe location. That part of the room will then be unusable for the rest of the phase, which will also make other abilities harder to deal with, such as Night Hunter, as you have less room to spread. Goal is to reduce Denathrius to 70 before the third cast of Ravage, and this time you need to reduce Burden of Sin stacks to a point where intermission phase is easy. It's easy as possible. Yeah, so that Ravage is the thing that fills up the room. I don't understand this Night Hunter, but I think I understand everything else. Cleansing. Let's read what the actual mechanics do. Are these just in the dungeon journal, by the way? I think so. Yeah. Use Cleansing Pain to remove Burden of Sin from yourself and allies. Oh, wait. Why does that say 4 stacks? That's normal, huh? Okay, cool. Heroic, it's 5? Yeah. Mythic, does it even say? 6. What about LFR? Still 4. I probably won't even do this mechanic. Because it's just damage. Wait, is it even a slow? Wait, hold on a second. That's different, I guess, yeah. Nathria strikes with immense power, inflicting 10k shadow damage to players and Cabalus in the direction of his current target and increases all damage they take by 30%. Is that it? What is that? Knocking them back. Oh, the Cabalists are the mobs that... Wait, what are they? Is that later in the fight? That must be later in the fight, right? All players gain 5 stacks of Burden of Sin at the start of the encounter. That's heroic only. Very low shadow damage. Denathrius strikes with immense cruelty, dealing high shadow damage to all players in a cone in front of him. Players with Burden of Sin lose 1 stack and summon an Echo of Sin. Players without Burden of Sin receive 300% increased damage from this ability. So you don't want to get hit by that unless you have to, but I don't think that's even possible. Is he going to do that often enough that you'd be able to remove every stack? Maybe so. I don't think so, though. It says each player would be then left at 2 stacks upon intermission. Looks like it only happens 3 times, so... Maybe it happens a lot, I don't know. I guess you could take as long as you have to. You have 3 casts of Ravage, which is only every 100 energy, so there's probably, like, that's probably like 3 minutes or something like that, I don't know. You probably have 3 minutes for that. Okay, so anyway, that's phase 1. I think I understand that phase well enough. Now there's an intermission. Upon reaching 70% health, Denathrius draws all players to the center of the room, then casts them outward to the edges. Players afflicted by Burden of Sin have their movement speed reduced by 20%. Yeah, so that's the mechanic, that if you just had 5 stacks, you literally can't move, and you just die. But as DK, I can't be slowed below 70, I think it is, so I would have to remove all my stacks anyway for it to even be worth it. What is it? What's my actual slow? Yeah, 70. So I'd have to remove all my stacks anyway for it to even be good. Like, it literally won't help me to remove any stacks. So I might as well just not do the mechanic, I think. Just less damage taken by the raid. After 15 seconds, all players are pulled into the Observatorium along with the Denathrius. Any player still affected falls violently to their death. Damn. That's pretty crazy. Okay, the only thing you have to do in this phase is reach the boss in the center within 15 seconds or you will die. However, you are slowed but for 20% per stack, so it's important to have low stack amount. You can't use abilities during this phase. Oh. So I can't actually use the blink, so that kind of takes it out of the way, but regardless, I don't think it matters. Because I wonder if I can use the blink beforehand and then still benefit from the movement thing. But it doesn't really matter because I'd still be only a 70% slow. So unless it's like impossible at a 70% slow, it can't be slower than... Anyway. Priests can help other players reach the center during this phase by using life grip after they have reached the center. Warlocks can place a gateway towards the player. That's cool. So if I wonder if a warlock could put a thing down in the middle and then just port there and then put a portal. Alternate burden of sin strategy. I really don't think the strategy is needed. Only use it if you have issues. If abilities that make it so you can't be slowed below a certain amount work, this makes this phase a lot easier for classes like Warlock, Shaman, and DKs and opens up new strategies for phase 1. Warlocks can pre-use Burning Rush, Shamans pre-use Ghost Wolf, and DKs have Death's Advance before entering it. Oh, yeah. It's true. I could do that right before, I bet. You would most likely still want to split the raid in 2. A few players that are not Warlock, Shaman, or DK would be assigned to this group and would need a life grip or gateway during the intermission to survive. Alternatively, split the raid into 3 groups. The group that never soaks and the other 2 groups that would alternate as normally. Yeah, it'd be interesting to just never soak. I don't know. Like, what would happen? The damage of the first blood price would need raid personal cooldown. Yeah, you literally just have that mechanic once and then... But after that, the damage and amount of ad spawned would be severely reduced. Yeah, it's interesting. It's almost like a cheese strat. But it's probably not worth it. Okay, phase 2. Yeah, there's the Kabbalist. Okay. In this phase, Ren Moria will become active and needs to be tanked. Tanks will need a tank swap due to the Carnage debuff applied from abilities and attacks. This can be removed and prevented by Kyrian's File, Denathrius. Oh, that's good. Denathrius and Ren Moria will both have inevitable from phase 1, which means that during tank swapping, it will likely just teleport to their tank and deal a small burst of damage. Oh yeah, you can't kite him. I saw this in the videos. He cannot be kited for whatever reason. There must be a reason. Damage taken by Remoria will also be taken by Denathrius, so you'll likely want to keep them close together during this phase to optimize damage. You want to tank the bosses at the end of the platform and make use of the red portals you see at the end of each of the 4 edges. I see the portals. Moria will frequently cast Impale, which marks several players after 5 seconds. It will charge each player, dealing damage, applying carnage, and dropping a Rancor pull. The ability will show the charging order by placing arrows between Ren Moria and the player. The raid wants to stack closely to the boss during this time to avoid taking unnecessary damage by standing in the pa. Why is this not showing all the way? Are you kidding me? What is going on there? Is it because of my monitor's not big enough or something? No, it doesn't change. That's really weird. I assume it's path. It's because this image is actually in the way. The targeted players should ideally position themselves close to a wall to drop Rancor in a low traffic area. Make sure you don't get hit multiple times by the charge, as that is likely to kill you. Throughout this phase, Crimson Kabbalists will spawn in groups of 4. 2 will be placed at the end of the platform, and 2 of them will be positioned on the side platforms. All they do is channel a spell that deals low ticking damage, and upon death they will release a volley, similar to Tentacles of N'Zoth. Tentacles on N'Zoth. That deals damage to players standing on the impacted area. You want to kill these adds before the next set spawns to make sure the damage doesn't overwhelm the raid. The adds on the side platform are a bit tougher to kill as melee can't reach them. You can, however, teleport or jump to the platform or use a gateway to get back. These should be the priority of ranged players, while melee kill 2 in melee range of the boss. Yeah, there's actually like areas of the room. That's interesting. Roughly every 20 seconds, Denathrius casts Racking Pain on the current tank. Players should make sure they are not standing in front of the boss at the time. This also functions as a tank swap mechanic. The tank should ideally aim the boss towards the Crimson Cabalists, as that will increase their damage taken by 50% for 24 seconds. Oh. What? It's like a cleave that hits the Cabalist too, making them more efficient to kill. That's interesting. You want to hit the 2 adds on the main platform, and if possible, also one of the adds on the side platform. Holy shit. Roughly every 45 seconds, Nathria put all players to this location and conjure an image. This image will explode after 6 seconds, and the raid should run as far away as possible during this time to reduce damage. They can simply be done by running into the red portals at the end of the platform, which will teleport you to the opposite side of the room. Oh, that's cool. Use Stampeding Roar. Sounds good. After the end add has exploded, you may need to take the red portal back and kill off any Crimson Cabalists that may still be alive. Whenever Denathrius reaches 100 energy, Renmoria will go away for a short period and cast Massacre. The ground will be marked with lines. Oh, that's that mechanic, yeah. Huge sword will come through the platform. These swords are very likely to kill anyone hit and also leave a Rancor pool, which could be in an annoying position. The swords target the location of raid members, so you can deal with this by stacking up completely and moving as a group or spreading out so you don't have to dodge a lot. When Denathrius reaches 40%, he transitions into the final phase. All remaining Crim Cabalists will teleport to the center of the room and continue to channel. Their channel will, however, now also reduce healing received per Cabalist, so it's important to kill these before or shortly after you push to 40. So this is a image. Move away from players close to edge when impaled. That's the mechanic that makes him hit the mobs, right? Let me make sure of that. Remarks random players, then impales each of them a few seconds later. Is that right? No, it's Racking Pain. Nathria strikes with immense power, dealing high shadow damage to all players and Cabalists in the direction of the current target. Increases all. Wow, they're probably going to be really pissed. They gave all their anima to this dude, and he's going to accidentally cleave him down. Could you imagine that? I'd be fucking pissed. The Cabalists are... Oh, just an example of the spawn pattern. I guess they could spawn anywhere. 2 by the boss is these 2, and then there's 2 on the platforms, I guess. 2 will spawn next to each other, 2 will spawn on side platforms. I see. Okay, definitely don't feel like I understand this very well. Okay, and final phase. When Denathrius reaches 40, you will disable all red portals and create a maelstrom around the edge of the room. If you go into the maelstrom, you take high shadow damage. That makes sense. The raid therefore needs to position itself in the center of the platform and have less room to deal with mechanics than in the previous phase. Denathrius will now wield Renmoria as a weapon, but attacks slower. His attacks deal more damage and apply Scorn to the tank, which functions as a tank swapping mechanic. The Hand of Destruction ability will still be cast, but since you can't use the portal anymore, you'll need to run away from it. Because of this, you should position him at the edges, close to the maelstrom. When the ability is cast, you should move away the image as a group. Use Stampeding Roar. All these things, great. When you are marked by Fatal Finesse, you should move outside the group and drop the orb. Don't move more than is necessary, though, as afterwards you will need a few players to soak the orbs. Soaking the orb will deal a decent amount of damage to the player soaking it. However, if nobody soaks the orbs, they will explode and likely kill the raid. You can use personal cooldowns while soaking to help healers, I guess. When the Nathria's cast Shatter Pain, the tank will likely want to use a mitigation or cooldown to reduce the damage. The final hit deals raid-wide damage and knocks players back. The raid, including tanks, should position themselves towards the center of the platform to avoid getting knocked off the platform or into the maelstrom, as this will likely cause deaths. Finally, whenever the boss reaches 100 energy, he will spawn an image of himself that uses Ravage or Massacre from the previous 2 phases. You deal with these abilities in the same way you did in the previous phase. Either move as a group or spread loosely to avoid the Massacre and move to avoid getting hit by the Ravage. As the platform gets smaller, the abilities will harder. This is nuts. So he's going to take off a third of the platform and we're going to have to dodge some giant maelstrom thing? What the fuck? I need to see a picture of this because I don't understand this at all. As the platform gets smaller, the abilities will be harder to deal with and they will deal more damage, so you may need to use raid CDs towards the end when Hand of Destruction and Shattering Pain is cast. Yeah, no shit, I bet. Okay, so let's take a look one more time at this. Now that we understand the fight better. 3-phase fight with intermissions. 100 energy, boss cuts off a third of the room. Dodge. That's the Ravage cast. Phase before running out of space, so you only have however long that takes. Probably 3 minutes. Run out with Night Hunter, Group Soak, Night Hunter Charge Path. Reduce Burdens of Sin stacks your signed number. I see, yeah, that's what they're saying there. Using Cleansing Pain Frontal. Swap and kill Echo of Sin adds. Position with back to wall on Blood Price. Reduce Burden of Sin stacks to 2 or less before transition. That's most people. I assume I will not have to worry about that. Okay. Run to boss in center, in time, or die. That's the intermission. Doesn't look like there is an intermission for phase 2 and 3. Anyway, phase 2, new ad, Ren Moria. Run out and spread with Impale. 100 energy, spread and dodge Massacre, red beams on the ground. Swap and kill Crimson Kabbalists, range focus Kabbalists on platforms. Run away or use Blood Mirror to escape from Hand of Destruction. Hand of Destruction. I still don't really... Pulls all players to his location. Oh, that's that mechanic. Okay. After 6 seconds, the image releases destruction energy that causes massive shadow damage. Where's this maelstrom thing? Disable all the red portals and create a maelstrom around the edges of the room. Area outside of circle is maelstrom. Oh, okay. I see. So we basically just have a circle to deal with instead of a square. Tanks on one side, raid over here. Tanks move on top of raid before shattering pain. Why is that? Shattering pain. Series of deadly attacks, slashing his target 3 times. He then finishes with a devastating blow that deals moderate shadow damage to all players and knocks them back. When Denathrius casts Shattering Pain, the tank will likely want to use a mitigation cooldown to reduce the damage. Final hit deals raid-wide damage and knocks players back. The raid, including tanks, should position themselves toward the center of the platform to avoid getting knocked off the platform or into the maelstrom, as this will likely cause death. So why does that matter? I guess because you have to. There's other mechanics happening on the outside, and you can't do anything but stand with the group, I guess. Fatal Finesse. Sets his sights on random players, then slashes each of them 5 seconds later, dealing high shadow damage to players within 9 yards, plus additional low shadow damage every second for 20 seconds. A smoldering ice sphere is left behind that explodes after 10 seconds. Every 7.7 seconds, sphere deals low damage. So you want to soak that, yeah. Drop outside but close to raid. Soak afterwards. When you're marked by Fatal Finesse, you should move outside the group and drop the orb. Don't move more than necessary, as afterwards you will need a few players to soak. Soaking the orbs will deal a decent amount of damage to the player soaking it. However, if nobody soaks the orbs, they will explode and likely kill the raid. You can use personal cooldowns while helping. Soak. Crazy. Okay, so anyway, phase 2. I think we got that down. Massacre red beams. Make him hit the mobs and then kill them. And then Blood Mirror. You could use that to escape the Hand of Destruction, which is that grip thing that we just did on that fucking pineapple nonsense. Tanks, keep Ramornia stacked as much as possible for cleave. Yeah, because it shares health. So it's actually probably the faster of the phases because he shares health. So could actually probably get through that quicker. Face bosses racking pain towards Cabalist adds. You won't hit the weapon though, I guess, huh? One stack of racking pain or 5 to 6 stacks of carnage. So it should be the same, I guess, right? And then finally, stack with your back towards safe area of the room for shattering pain. Run away to escape from Hand of Destruction. Shattering pain is the knockback we were just talking about. To escape your Hand of Destruction, run away. That's that same mechanic. Run out with Fatal Finesse. That's the thing. And then soak the red orb left behind to reduce the explosion. Spread and dodge Massacre. Red beams on the ground. So that's still going to happen. But that's because every 100 energy he does a kind of echo of his previous phases. So he might also do Ravage. Massacre and Ravage are the names of the 2 spells. He's not going to do both, is he? Is he actually going to do both, maybe? I thought it was just going to rotate. This image casts Ravage, which was the 100 energy ability from phase 1, and Massacre. Oh, shit. It does both. What the fuck? Wild. Okay, so we got to do both at the same time. I think this fight's going to be hard. Anyone else getting that feeling? I feel like this is going to be a hard fight. Tank swaps on 4 to 6 stacks of Scorn. Keep rotating the raid to safe positions after Ravage. And the Scorn is just melees, right? It's not mentioned. I wonder what his death. There's got to be like a cinematic when he dies, right? I can't wait. I'm really excited to see what happens with this raid because there's gonna have to be some big shit that happens. Like, because where could we possibly go next, right? What could the next raid be? This is such a crazy raid. Like usually when they do a raid like this, like in MoP they did a raid like this, and it was like kind of a big deal, but it was not. Like the final boss was just nobody. Like it was nobody. You know what I mean? Really, Elgalon had more implications, but it really didn't. Like, you know what I mean? It was just like, oh, that has something to do with the Thunder King. He's coming up. But it's like, the last boss was irrelevant. But this is like the same kind of raid, but the last boss is like the most important. And it was like the same way with TBC, right? The whole raid was like completely irrelevant, but then the last boss had something to do with TBC, so we'll see. Okay, so let's see what this has. And then that's pretty much it. Okay, here's that Night Hunter mechanic. Good, I'm glad we get to see this. You just have to stand in the line, I guess. Let's see what that says again. That was a long time ago. It's only happening in phase 1. Night Hunter creates image of themselves that mark random players and charge 6 seconds. Each image deals low, moderate physical damage, applies Touch of Night. Touch of Night increases damage from Night Hunter by 500%. Upon reaching the targets, casts Insatiable Hunger, which deals massive physical damage to players within 4 yards, and heals Denathrius. The damage of insatiable hunger is reduced for each player in the path. I see. So you just have to soak it enough that the player who gets targeted by it doesn't die and heal them for a ton. But the people who soak it can only soak it once. And then there's the Ravage cast. That's the... Yeah, I see. Interesting. You just kind of like... Oh yeah, you probably want to move out of that. Summit. What the fuck are you doing standing in that? Jesus. Is he standing in it to get footage? Maybe. I'm like, what are you doing? You didn't even try to move. See, successfully got out of it. What to do? Dodge. Agreed. Blood price. So that's that mechanic. The knockback, right? And it does more damage. How does it work again? When this expires, each player is knocked away from Denathrius and exploding, dealing low shadow damage to all players who have the same number of burden of sin stacks. So luckily, I won't ever do any damage to anyone else if I never clear my stacks. And if we rotate through, it should only be half the rate who gets hit hard every time. It's interesting. When bumped by blood prints, try making sure you will land at a safe location. Oh yeah, if you land in that half of the room there, you're fucked, right? Cleansing pain. And this is that frontal, yeah, okay. And this is also a knockback? Doesn't look like it. But it spawns 6 ads, and I don't think they can be gripped, but we'll try. That's for damn sure. Oh, we will try. Okay, there's the intermission. Let's see. Run to the middle of the room, or you will die. That's simple. Crawl to me on your knees. I refuse. Oh, you have a long time, too. All you have to do is get in the center. You don't even actually have to get to him, it looks like. I wonder how they did this with, like, the crop of the video. It's interesting. This is a well-made website. It's just not perfect yet, but it's gonna get better, I'm sure. This is so phase 2 now. Impale. Oh, I see. They're like raised platforms with little gaps in between them. What is this? What is impale? Marks random players and impales each of them a few seconds later. Impale locations. Oh, that's just to get away. I see. So the raid's on this side, and they want them to go all the way over there. Interesting. Massacre. Massacre, I mean, sorry. Ah, yeah, that's that mechanic. Wow, that's kind of badass looking. What the fuck? Yo, maybe the best looking mechanic, period? What the fuck? Crazy looking. Yeah, inflicts lethal damage to any player hit. Insanely badass. Insanely badass. What to do? Bonkai, dodge. What the fuck? Yeah, okay, anyway. Crimson Chorus. So range kill those ones. Melee kill the melee ones. There's only 2. Oh, and they're gonna channel this shadow damage shit. Focus them down quickly. Was that a warlock? Yeah, they're playing. Of course, the warlock's just fucking. What's he even doing? Just dotting them all up, I guess. Corruption and agony on each of them. That's Sounds like it's going to be a great raid for Warlocks. Racking Pain. Oh, this is the big frontal thing he does. It's a really long cast. Try positioning the boss to apply Racking Pain on the ads. As melee don't stand in front of the boss. Hey, Metro, how's it going? Just got on and wanted to ask you what boss you think will be the most difficult for Blood. Oh, that's a good question. I mean, will it be Sire Denathrius? I think it probably would be, just because it's going to be the most difficult boss, period. Right? There was one, man, this feels like yesterday that we talked about some of these. There was one that was like, oh, this is going to suck for Blood. What was it? I can't remember. I can't remember. It was like fucking yesterday, it feels like. There was a fight where it was like, oh, was it Hungering Destroyer? There's a fight that like after you take the damage, you're immune to healing for a while. Oh, it was the first boss, yeah. Yeah, the first boss, after you take his tank mechanic, you're immune to healing. So it's probably actually the hardest fight for Blood just because of that, but it's the first boss. You know what I mean? Like, so even though this is maybe the hardest fight for Blood, it's also the easiest fight in the raid. So it's like, doesn't really matter compared to Denathrius. Immune to healing, yeah, like that sucks. But it's like, it's definitely going to be easier than Denathrius, even if he buffed your healing. Even if Denathrius, after he hits you with the mechanic, it makes your Death Strike do 200%. It doesn't matter. It's still going to be harder than Shriekwing, right? So you got to kind of weigh the equality of the fights there. But anyway, Hand of Destruction, 40%. I love how they are still using these classic icons 16 years later, man. I just can't get over that. As long as we don't take... Yeah, I mean, you will. That's the problem. You have to be at full health before it happens. So you're going to Death Strike before it happens, basically, which is not great. Okay, so that's that pull-in. And instead of just running, you can take the portal, which is pretty good. Oh, wait, Denathrius goes in the portal, too. Fuck. It's like, you stupid sons of bitches, I'm here, too. The classic... They are great, I agree. It's just crazy. Like, I mean, this is not even a classic icon. This is a Warcraft 3 icon. So they've been using this icon for 20 years. It's crazy. When an ad dies, he throws projectiles at random players. If hit, players take moderate shadow damage. Oh, see you later. See that guy? Stupid fucking arcane mage. Can't be ass moving. Thanks for stopping by. Rancor. Oh, that's like legit it, huh? Fuck. What kind of guide? Like, what kind of guide could you have? A 9-minute video. The fight's probably longer than that. Yeah, see, they don't even have footage of the last phase. At least they got footage of the main phase. So that's it, guys. I think we learned everything we're going to learn here. So, Denathrius. Oh, wait, hold on. There's still these images. Let's watch this. This is the last one. This is just phase 1, though, it looks like. I see. Try to have it hit everyone? Is that right? I don't know about that. That's probably not right. I mean, it looks good, but don't think it's gonna work. It says you get more damage taken, right? So unless I'm missing something. Or maybe they're missing something. The damage of insatiable hunger is reduced for each player. Maybe Touch of Night increases damage taken from Night Hunter. Oh, maybe it's so short that as long as you don't get hit by 2 of the same ones. I don't know. Oh, wait. Maybe Touch of Night increases damage taken from Night Hunter by 500%. I get it. It's so you don't have, there's two people who are marked, and both of them have this circle. And if the person who has the circle, like who has the first circle, gets hit by the second person's charge, they die. 100%. And the boss is probably going to heal the full. So you can actually do it that way. It's just as long as the two people who get it are not going to get hit by each other's lines, then that's fine. It doesn't actually put it on the player. Well, it does, but it just doesn't matter because as long as they're not standing in the player's circle, they're not going to take that damage. So that's that. That's that. I think we learned everything. I think this fight is going to be fun. I think this raid is going to be absolutely amazing. I cannot wait. I'm very excited for probably about half of these fights. Shriekwing, I don't know how it's going to go. I'm a little worried about that being the first raid fight, but the fact that it is the first raid fight, it should be easy. Altimor the Huntsman has probably some of my favorite mechanics ever. Zymox is probably going to be one of my favorite raids ever. What's the name of these bosses? This boss with the dancing shit is going to be one of my favorite raids bosses ever. Like, we'll see how they play out, but on paper, they have absolutely amazing mechanics, and I am really excited to see them. So this is interesting. It's very interesting to me, and I'm very interested in seeing how the world first thing is going to go. And of course, there's the competitive WoW Reddit. Let's see if there's any new posts since we checked this out. But we have looked at all different types of things. So, oh, what is this? Gifts. This is what we were just looking at, right? Yeah, this is what we were just looking at. It's okay. It's unfortunately they got a lot of work to do. But it's a good start. And I'm sure it's going to get a lot better in the future. The problem is a lot of this is probably not a strategy that, I don't know what this ready check pull guild is, but unless they're a top guild, I don't think many people are going to use their strategies. So we'll see how it goes. Are your MDT routes available yet? Nah, that'll be tomorrow, yeah. I have them here, but I'll be sharing them publicly tomorrow. Do you think Limit will get world first? Yeah, I think so. I don't know what's going on with that Method wannabe guild, but I don't know. We'll see. I don't really care, to be honest. That's not my interest, but I'm interested in just seeing the fights and seeing how they do them more than who beats it first. Like, I really just don't care. So anyway, guys, thank you for watching. If you watched the whole thing, man, that's pretty badass. But we'll be back on Tuesday with a marathon day. As soon as the servers come up, I'm setting alarms and shit. As soon as the servers come up, I will be playing. And they may not even be down because they're actually supposed to be down tomorrow, Monday. So I'm really hoping that means they won't be down Tuesday. But as soon as they're up, we are going right into zeros. We're going to go do the other side zero and try to get that trinket last chance. And then we're just going to push our own key and hopefully get something done. They're down Tuesday too. Well, how do you see that? Till 5 p.m. Eastern? Where do you see that? Oh, it's scrolled down even further. Holy fuck. Okay, forget it. We're probably not doing anything Tuesday. Wow, fuck. God damn. An additional maintenance will take place till 5 p.m. Fuck. So much for setting alarms. Wow, okay, well that changes everything. Fuck, man. Well, if that's the case, then I guess we're not even going to get probably not even going to get any keys done. I guess we'll just do world content Tuesday, and then keys will be Wednesday and on. Damn, that's unfortunate. Well, anyway, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We'll see what happens, but we'll probably just stream all day Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, regardless. So, but yeah, new video tomorrow. One way or the other, we have a route thing that we're doing that we did yesterday that I'll be publishing the results on and explaining the routes. So, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.